a lone companion. It would never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase. That shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers. Some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase.
sweep already here. Rocky out the open, the smoke. TALON, strategic.
Go!
The one in trouble right now. Worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PNMC will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top one's team's points plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2 still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash Rule. If no teams have completed the Smash Rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on the team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
Paling untuk 3 yang lainnya, kalau misalnya kita kalah berada di hashtag 2 dan kita nggak bisa dapat hashtag 1, yang pasti nanti ada hukumannya, ya paling traktir sih atau enggak ya challenge-challenge rank lain. Tapi jangan sampai dong hashtag 2.
Mọi người hãy tưởng tượng tôi như kiểu một cái chùa đấy, với lại cái team của tôi như là một cái chợ ấy. Chùa thì muốn yên tĩnh, còn chợ thì lúc nào cũng ồn ào.
Okey, kepada teammate saya, kalau tengok video ni harap tak ambil hati sebab semua perkara ni benar.
Solusinya ya gue tutup aja pakai bantal mulutnya Asa biar dia nggak berisik.
Ngenokin teman sendiri sih, itu ada bisa pakai bom, bisa pakai bensin, itu sering terjadi dulu di zaman-zaman RA. Nah kalau di zaman-zaman itu kita sering ngemoli teman kita sendiri, itu sering terjadi dan tapi kita ya ngebawa itu jadi lucu aja sih.
Điều ngớ ngẩn nhất cả đội từng làm chắc là những quánh nét và những quánh lửa, tại vì thay vì chúng tôi chọi vào địch thì chúng tôi chọi vào nhau.
Diorang selalu tinggalkan saya seorang-seorang, saya rest seorang-seorang, dia memang lembab gila.
Wah, kalau itu gue pernah sih, waktu itu nge-push kompon, terus si Asa ngebom diri gue, bukan ngebom musuhnya, jadi malah friendly fire. Ah, parah sih dia.
Satu pemain yang aku bakalan pilih itu, aku bisa bilang LeonDZ, karena LeonDZ itu selain dari pengalaman dan juga skillnya dari tahun ke tahun itu udah cukup oke, dan jujur dari diri aku sendiri itu aku penasaran main sama dia, makanya aku pilih LeonDZ.
Cho em tuyển cả 3 người luôn được không? Thứ nhất là Tony Kay, hai là Rosemary và Calux, tại vì cả 3 tuyển thủ đấy luôn luôn nằm trong những cái top player của các giải đấu và cũng có MVP của mình nữa.
Saya akan ambil TODAK Naim sebab dia punya backup laju and then sharp shooter.
Gue maunya Yami sih, karena alasannya gue pernah SEA Games bareng Yami, gue ngerasa klop main sama dia. sama berasa kompak, chemistry gue kayak ada sama dia.
Untuk Red Face, jangan maju mulu ya, karena gue bakal yang maju dan gue yang lebih jago, jadi jangan sosok maju. Untuk Firman juga sama, begitu pula juga Pepeng. Untuk Boboho, banyak landing lagi.
Đồng đội của tôi như cái radio vậy á, tại vì như kiểu không thể tắt được á.
Manzi sebab dia ni macam star syndrome, selalu siap lambat, orang kena tunggu dia. Dia dah macam raja dah dekat dalam team ni. Asyik nak kena tunggu dia je, semua dia siap lambat. Confirm kena tunggu dia.
Oh, Asa sih. Karena kalau Asa nih, kalau di GH, kalau di gaming host, dia tidurnya tuh ngoroknya paling kenceng. Jadi gue keganggu banget tuh kalau tidur. Jadi dia ngorok tuh berasa kapal pecah.
Hello, PUBG Mobile people, and welcome back to PUBG Mobile Super League for the last Super Weekend and for the last Smash Roll as the qualification stage. I'm your host, Eldoji, and today, before we are going to the first round, as usual, we are going to have a little bit chit-chat, and join with me right now, TODAK Frenzy, MEC Kim, and our translator, Jax. How are you guys today?
Baik, alhamdulillah.
All right, that's the spirit, and we are going first to TODAK Frenzy. You guys are always consistent in the group stage, but when it comes to the Super Weekend, things tend to fall short. Is it because nervous or is something else going on?
Ya, pasukan TODAK itu di group stage sering terlihat konsisten, tetapi ketika main di Super Weekend itu tidak baguslah performanya. Apakah gara-gara nervous atau mungkin ada masalah lainnya yang bisa diceritakan?
Mungkin kurang lebih ya, harusnya ada nervous juga dari satu sama lain per individunya. Terus emang di Super Weekend ini kita kebanyakan individual mistake juga. Dan kita kurang adaptif sama lobbynya yang agresif lah dibanding dengan group stage.
Yeah, of course, I think if you talk about nervous, yes, I believe my players, some of them having this issue. But then in terms of like gameplay or whatnot, I think yeah, for this Super Weekend, we tend to make individual mistake that we need to fix on. And then yeah, one more thing is basically we are not adaptive with the lobby that playing aggressively.
I hope, because this is the last day before you guys are going to the grand final, you already solve it, because that's the important thing, to play better as the last one. So, TODAK had a similar lineup before, but struggled to shine. But since you joined, the team looks like a top-tier threat. What impact do you think you've brought to the playstyle?
Ya, kalau kita lihat lineup season kemarin TODAK itu semuanya sama aja. Tapi dengan kemasukan kamu sekarang, TODAK ini bisa dibilang ancaman utama lah, bisa dibilang kuda hitam juga. Apakah yang membuatkan itu berubah? Apakah karena strategi dari kamu sendiri kah atau apa?
Yang kurasa setelah aku masuk, anak-anak semua ingin improve, ingin belajar bareng. Dari situ kita banyak brainstorming lah selama preparation. Maka dari itu kita lumayanlah hasilnya sekarang, walaupun emang belum sempurna, masih banyak kurang ya.
Yeah, I think when I joined the team, the player itself, they are willing to learn. They want to learn new things. They want to explore new things. So I think that's one of the reasons where we can perform. But then even though I still think that we can do better.
I see. The IGL, one of the most well-known in Indonesia. Now, it's your first time joining a Malaysian team. How does it compare to Indonesian teams in terms of training style or team atmosphere?
Ya, ini pertama kali kamu ikut gabung bersama tim-tim Malaysia. Bisa ceritakan nggak apa perbedaan dengan tim-tim Indo yang lain? Mungkin dari sisi trainingnya kah, ataupun dari atmosfernya kah? Seperti apa?
Mungkin kebanyakan dari kosakata aja sih. Kayak nggak kebanyakan sih, beberapa kata tuh ada beda. Kayak contoh pondok, pokok. Palingnya aku yang lebih banyak belajar. Sama mereka juga banyak belajar sih tentang kayak. Jadi kita buat key point bersama lah biar sama-sama paham di in-game ya. Paling kurang lebih language aja sih.
Yeah, I think the only things that different between Indonesia and Malaysia team would be the language itself, because there's a few stuff that I still learn about Malaysian language, and the players also learn on how we can communicate better inside the game.
Interesting. So not only adaptive inside the game, but also for the communication and also with the other players. So before we are moving to Kim, lastly, I think from Frenzy, do you have any words for Boom Esports as your previous team?
Ya, terakhir sekali pertanyaannya, ada nggak sedikit kata-kata buat Boom Esports sebagai, ya itu kan mantan tim kamu sendiri.
Good luck buat Boom Esports season ini. Semoga bisa angkat piala ketiganya. Semoga bisa lolos IWC. Amin.
I just wanna wish Boom Esports all the best, good luck, and I hope you can lift the trophy third times and qualify to the IWC.
What a supportive friend. Even Ponbit and Yami at the stage said Amin. So let's see how Boom Esports goes, and of course TODAK also. So now we are moving for Kim, MAQNA Esports Club. Currently, MEC is sitting at the bottom of the standings. What do you think is the biggest issue the team needs to fix?
Okay, Kim, soalan dia adalah sekarang ni MAQNA Esports berada di tangga terakhir. Apakah Kim rasa perubahan yang perlu dilakukan oleh pasukan MAQNA Esports Club?
Bagi saya, lepas team talk semalam, kita orang cari dan temu solution of what went wrong for us. Terus hari ini kita orang perlu tampil lebih confident dan disiplin.
I think we already discussed when we having a briefing last night, and then we already found the solution for our problem. And I just hope for today's match, we're just gonna be confident and fix that issue in order for us to climb back to the top table.
I hope it will goes well, because again, the confidence needs so much when it comes to the last day. Since anything can happen in Smash Rules, could we potentially see the first ever #16 to #1 comeback in PUBG Mobile history today?
Memandangkan Smash Rule ni apa-apa pun boleh terjadi, adakah hari ni kita akan melihat pasukan daripada nombor 16 tiba-tiba berada di pasukan nombor 1 sekali? Menurut Kim sendiri?
Kalau kita orang ada 3-4 good game sebelum di smash dan capai match point, saya confident tim saya boleh smash.
Yeah, I think in order for us to achieve that, we need to have 3 or 4 games good game before the smash rule has been activated. So we're just gonna focus on how we're gonna get the match point first, then only we'll think.
Okay, but Kim, do you have an exact target for the hashtag or the position with MEC today?
Apakah target Kim sendiri? Hari ni MEC akan berada di kedudukan tangga keberapa?
Top 5.
Yeah, I believe I'm gonna get a top 5.
Let's go. That's the confidence coming from Kim. And lastly, for Kim and also Frenzy, how many games do you think it will be for today's Smash Roll?
Okay, untuk Frenzy pertanyaannya, ya hari ni berapa game yang kita bakal main?
8 lah kalau bisa.
8. Okay, so for Frenzy, I think today we're gonna have a 8 match. Soalan dia, berapa game Super Week hari ni akan main?
8 lah, biar seru.
I also believe that it's gonna be 8 because I want to be that excited.
All right, TODAK and MEC say that 8 games, which is the total games can be played today. So thank you so much for Frenzy, Kim and also Johns. Now we are going to the first round, and I want to hear from the caster, how many games do you think will be played today? So that way, without further ado, let's go, casters, take it away.
8 games? Can it be? Can it not? We'll find out today, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Smash Sunday in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Summer 2025. And we're here with you. We're so glad together with the amazing Choo. What's your guess? How far? How many games will we go?
I'm not jinxing it today. I'm not going to say anything about this. I'm not going to say anything about this. It's enough what we had last season. I'm just gonna go with the flow today, man.
Okay. For the record, last season, RRQ smashed it with 8 games. Last week, Vampire Esports smashed it with 5 games. So what will the number be? Do leave it in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, today, the benchmark will be set by Claw Slayers. And will they be the one to do it? Let's see, because yesterday's interview, somebody said 2.
But when it comes to the point gap between from the third place downwards, it's going to be a lot of effort and work that they actually have to achieve towards the match point. We're going to have to wait and see. Probably, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to go and see it. That's it.
Well, we gotta keep talking. We're paid for it. So let's just go through the overviews right now. So $200,000 is on the line for all these teams to play for. And of course, it's not only the $200,000, it's also the trophy plus the ticket to Esports World Cup. Only top 3 will move forward.
And speaking of top 3, today will be the judgment day for the teams to actually know whether they will qualify to the grand final first or not, because the slots limited. Only the top 16 of the overall league points can march towards the grand finals. But for today, we're down to the last super weekend here. And for our finals, it's going to be next week. And also we implement Smash rule when it comes to day 3. So it's going to be 3 days for a grand final starting from the 20th to the 22nd of June.
And if in case that you guys are still wondering what the Smash rule is all about. Okay, so the Smash rule is set by the number 1 team of yesterday, that is Claw Slayers. They scored 72 points plus 10. The match point will be 82. Any team that reaches the match point in the following match, if they score the chicken dinner, they will smash it, automatically gets number 1. Everyone else will be locked in at where they are. The day will end.
And this is going to be reminding you guys the top 16 teams that make it through the second Super Weekend, also the last Super Weekend in this league stage for the summer season 2025. But right now, when it comes to the points, this is where we do know of their league rankings. Now, Vampires did score their number 1 spot last week, eArena at 2nd. But the one that's kind of shaky is going to be on the 2nd page because 2 teams didn't make it through this week. That's going to be Sam9 at 4 points, and as well as I'm going to recall that right now. Alter Ego at 6 points. I think Alter Ego feels a bit safe here, despite they only have 1 Super Weekend, but they might get pushed down depending on TODAK, and BTR performance, plus as well as GLU that's been explosive when it comes to this Super Weekend, as well as Team Secret that's really climbing up their ladder. Yeah, that's the only 2 things that are actually coming out when it comes to competing for the top 16 this week.
Yeah, so there's a lot of math to do here, okay? So I will just leave the math to our officials because it really depends on how the bottom teams from Sam9, Alter Ego, they will perform, and also how will the new entry teams perform as well, GLU Squad and also Team Secret. And as of now, these are the points that they have collected. So the match point is plus 10 on top of Claw Slayers, 72 points, so it is 82 points for this week. Now, Claw Slayers, they're very close. Boom Esports, they're 22 points away. So if they can get a very good Sanhok match, 12 eliminations with a chicken dinner, they will be at match point and they will be eligible to smash it in game 2.
And earlier today, we had an interview with Francis from TODAK and Kim from MSC. Now, that's a huge mountain to climb, come up from the 2nd page. And they need, I think the closer is going to be 3 games before they actually reach out the match point, which is going to be 82. And they have to score chicken afterwards. If they don't even score chicken despite they already reach out to match point, it's pretty much still going to be keep on going for the entire day. But we're going to relive the moment when it comes to yesterday highlight. Boom! They have been booming, of course, with Claw closing the game yesterday. That was a remarkable game, especially the clutch 1v3 by Zaxi in the very last minute.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a highlight. Definitely the GOAT player, as mentioned by Redface himself, getting the opportunity to play with Zaxi. And of course, these 2 teams are the most performing teams. They are at number 1 and number 2 in the overalls. And they created the gap between Boom Esports, especially created a gap between the third place team, which is Team Secret, a 13-point gap, and that makes Team Secret, to smash it, they're going to need more than one game for sure. So the closest one is still going to be Claw Slayers and Boom Esports as of now. But of course, because they are so close to match point, teams will want to cancel them out.
Yeah, we might actually end up with a lot of maps here today, with starting off the usual Sanhok. It's a warming up game, but it's also going to be the match point set for the teams at the very top. But we're going to head into a triple Erangel and double Miramar. Then we're going to repeat one Erangel and Miramar once more, depending whether the teams at the very top can actually smash it or not. Now, it depends whoever get the first chicken, really, but the main target, the main takeaway for the teams at the very top, especially the top three, they want to score as much as they can for the first map here.
Well, it's not only about the maps today, it's also about the grand finals that will be played next week at the Basket Hall GBK. And today is the day that you guys should check out the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports, because there will be free tickets given away. So while you're waiting for the game to start, you can head on to any of the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports, look for that particular post about this free ticket, and make sure you grab it quickly before it goes out. Again, it's going to happen at the Basket Hall GBK next week, Friday until Sunday. This will be the venue that will be the witness who will be the champion of PMSL this season.
And my tip for you guys is keep tuning in to the live, because you will never know when the ticket for free will be dropped during the live. That's going to be the tips for you guys. But also, when it comes to the on-site booth, we're going to have TALON, RAQ, GLU, Alter Ego, Boom ID, BTR by Vitality, and VOIN Donkey booth. You guys want to, especially Alter Ego and Boom, they are one of the big names out there, legacy team. Unfortunately, we don't have Claw Slayers on top of this on-site booth, but we do have TECNO, where you guys can actually join in fun activities and also win team merchandise for free. So try out TECNO booth first before you visit all the other teams on-site booth, because you might actually gain something free, and which team, depending on the current situation, then only you can, try to go and shopping.
Well, these teams potentially can go shopping at the PMWC. Esports World Cup will be the destination for our top 3 teams in the PMSL, and it will be played at Riyadh itself as our next stage. And of course, it's a big stage, international. They get to play among some of the best teams in the world, going for the prize pool, going for the pride, going for the trophy as well, and of course, going for the big exposure internationally. Top 3 only will move on. But we also like to say thank you to our official sponsor for this season, TECNO.
Yep, with the POVA 7 series, and it's going to be a POVA 7 series 5G Ultra for your ultimate gaming experience, and also winning the battlefield. Any game that you want to conquer, you want to try and use out TECNO POVA 7 series, and you guys can test it out on during the day of the grand finals, where they will actually open up the booth. So you try it yourself there and decide and tell us your feedback. I mean, I want to know, how does it feel to actually physically hold the POVA 7 series in your hand?
Yeah, it's the exact same phone that's used by our players as well. So if you want to have a look, well, you can keep your eye on when we go to the player camp. Those phones are being used by our players for the PMSL this season. And of course, if you go to the venue, you get to check it out for yourself as well. And now, before we head on to our first match, of course, we're going to talk about the teams to focus. And because the 2 teams on top, very, very close to the match point, so they are in my personal teams to focus. How about yours?
Well, we want a good Cinderella story, or I just want to avoid jinxing the day. I mean, these teams will want to actually try to push themselves even further, especially teams at the very bottom, knowing the fact they want to add in like Roy, Vikings that never get into the first Super Weekend, as well as MEC that actually scores a couple of points. They want to avoid the tiebreaker for the teams that make it through twice for their Super Weekend. So they will try their best down there to at least push their numbers up. So I assume it's going to be a super aggressive day, but things might slow down when it comes to the first few stages of Erangel, because everyone has been super careful since yesterday.
Well, let's see if their faces are looking careful, looking cautious, or looking excited as we'll check out the player cam right now. Looks like they are in the lobby at this moment, just waiting for the team to fully load at the countdown, and they're all doing their warm-up. Now, it's going to be interesting to see some of the lineup, especially for BTR. They've been changing their lineup throughout the course of the week. So, which player will be fielded by BTR to hopefully gain the match point and to smash it, I wonder?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the camera if you can actually manage to pan it to a start of BTR. I do want to know whether they will actually try to put the same lineup, BTR as Snape and Ryan here. But we're going to have to wait and see whether they're going to wait it out later on, because we're going to start off our last day of Super Weekend League stage. Here comes Sanhok for first map of today.
And here we go. It's going to be Sanhok as we head on to the map. And looks like the flight path is going to start from somewhere on the northern side. I do see the Camp Alpha Island where VOIN Donkey will drop at. Yeah, and it's going to end around the area of Kampung Lakawi. But as always, Sanhok is a small map. Flight path, even though it's not like really centered, this ain't too bad as well. Most teams will be able to get to their regular drop spot directly. And if we were to compare the Sanhok of yesterday, well, we didn't really see like early fights, but somewhere within stage 1, FaZe Clan and CelcomDigi Alliance did butt heads together.
And to spot our BTR lineup, they're not letting Ryan play yet. So I don't know for how much longer they're putting in as... Ryan is playing. They're not letting Snake play here. So we assume there's going to be... probably going to be some changes depending on the map itself. But so far, no hot drops or no first contact made. But I do see Bubu a bit far separated from the rest of the team. That he's going straight to Camp Charlie, while the rest is actually taking the roadside just on the outskirts of Painan. But Moment's position that's moving towards Nakam, quite close towards eArena, who might have some collision there.
Okay. Hopefully he doesn't overstep himself. But he might need to move to that direction anyway later. Since we're going to get a nice kind circle this time for today's Sanhok, and it's going to be on the main peninsula. And that will also favor the teams like CelcomDigi Alliance and FaZe Clan, who is currently in the circle. But ladies and gentlemen, again, a reminder for all of you to grab your free ticket for the grand finals of PMSL that will be held next week. And you can check out the pinned comment in the live stream that you're watching right now to grab it as quickly as possible.
Yep, it's been on the chat section. Make sure you guys click it quickly because it's going to be very limited amount of free ticket to be given away. First come, first serve. If you snooze, you lose. That's going to be the principle of the free ticket today. You got to be fast. Make sure you warm up your fingers, not just the players, because it's going to be quick clicking from you watching at the audience side. If you're early coming in here today and tuning with us, then it's your lucky day. But we do have quite a quiet and calm start coming up from the teams. No first contact yet, but I assume when it comes to the second stage, especially the teams coming out from Camp Charlie or Sami or even from Tambang area, they might actually cross over to the side of Painan and try to go through into the circle. That's where we get to see some skirmishes quite early.
Yeah, and since this is the second time and second day that they are playing in Sanhok, so they already have an idea of like, okay, how will the pattern of teams play, the timing, the drop spots based on yesterday's data with this exact group. So they can choose to avoid like early fights. And we can totally understand that you don't want to be one of those teams that you land early and then it becomes like a 50-50, like whether you win the fight or you don't win the fight. So it becomes like a bit of a risk. And we can see clearly that none of the teams are willing to take that, especially for our top two teams.
Yeah, since 2 weeks of league stage, I think they pretty much revised very clearly regarding each team preferable spots. Even yesterday, despite they having this group to march up to as their first round, we don't see a lot of first contact made either. It has been the trend between this group of players right now to be slightly safe at first. Nobody willing to initiate the fight to avoid unnecessary conflict. So I assume it's up to whether they bumping into each other by accident or they're really just going to go for the hunt. Because yesterday we've been looking at especially Boom and I would say even Team Secret I don't know, was it coincident or they really went for a hunt and purposely trying to take down all the players, whatever they can see?
Well, they have a track record of focusing onto elimination points from what we see in the overalls rather than placement points. So that kind of worked out for them. Number 3, 47 points is not too bad. So if they want to continue to do the same, then yeah, why not? Unless if they have reached match point, then the trend is that based on last week, we start to see the teams playing a little bit more passive. Because all they need to do by then is to score the chicken dinner and close it off. So they don't need to take unnecessary fights. But as of now, obviously we're only in game 1. Nobody's at match point. So if Team Secret wants to do what Team Secret does best yesterday, they can.
And last we saw about Team Secret when it comes to this circle, they got themselves quite comfortably inside of a circle already, just around on the outskirts of Barn. But we have to give it for a top 5 elimination, number 1 spot. FaZe was a monster yesterday. He literally hard carried the team at first, and then the rest of the team start to follow the momentum that FaZe set the tone for the entire roster. And then we get to see the very ending. The finishing that they did yesterday was remarkable as well. I don't know if they can manage to carry on that momentum today. We gotta wait and see, and only the players can answer that question for themselves.
Yeah, and I like how Tony K and Turney K is next to each other in terms of overall eliminations. But Tony K is still ahead of Turney K. So we did have a bit of a chatter earlier this week about like, oh, Turney K, okay, is he the next Tony K? He likes Tony K, he idolizes Tony K, so the name's kind of similar. But the stats still show that Tony K is ahead of Turney K. So he still needs to put in the work to overcome his idol to claim that title of, well, maybe the best fragger, maybe to go whatever that you want to call Turney K when he reaches that stage.
First contact made. GLUG have getting knocked down by TALON, and TALON's now on the hunt. As Zero try to run away, avoid those bullets to fly over. Boy Chill will be knocked down. Sorry, it's actually been knocked down and revived by Boy Chill. As Zero will be saved by Achul, but try to avoid those rundowns coming up from GLU. GLU coming in strong this time, forcing the fight. TALON starting and initiated a fight from the sideline at first on top of this hill, but here comes the nade. And Boy Chill, he got chipped down to 60% of HP, but they will return with an answer with another nade, but Achul's down on the ground. It's Stickley again from GLE getting the first blood.
And TODAK had a hand as well in this fight from afar. That gives the GLU squad right now the advantage against TALON. And Boy Chill's within the smoke, not able to escape. They surround him, and that is the end of TALON without any points in round 1.
They are in 11th spot without any points. It's going to be devastating for them. There's a lot of work to catch up to the rest of the team on the very top to actually reach out the match point. But that's a great start for GLU. They managed to secure all 4 points by themselves and for themselves. But the circle will be bun. Yes, it exactly is. And Team Secret is right smack in the middle of it.
Ooh, I noticed there's another fight that ruins involving Vampire Esports and BTR. And it looks like Vampire Esports, they just lost 1 player to BTR. I wonder who's that. Both teams still spending time in the blue, in the ruins area. And they don't seem to be leaving each other for now. As for eArena, long travel for them into the circle. They have this vehicle, so they should be fine for now. They're about 500 meters away, and they're taking a slower approach. But back onto BTR versus Vampire Esports. Here we have Sata waiting for Mela.
Gotta wait and see whether Onzan's playing, or is it going to be Newsy for this one. But Federalis, I'm not surprised, is the one that scored that 1 elimination against Vampire. We do know how aggressive this Terminator from the Philippines. And now joining in BTR, showing what he got to offer for the team. Whilst we do see a couple of teams, especially VOIN Dongeri, taking a boot route. So I assume they want to avoid all this conflict and maybe try to dock themselves around Kampong or Lakawi area.
And Claw, after docking themselves, they just need to track in about 260-ish meters into the circle. So far, we don't see any resistance for them. Okay, now we have Vampire Esports on screen. Okay, News is here. Last we checked, Mela is in the lineup still, and Tony K. So it was Schweppes that went out. Ooh, what a mean fraggers, and the player that's always able to come out with a good clutch moment for Vampire Esports out. So that's quite a blow to them.
Yeah, no surprise, because Straps is always the one that take the lead to initiate the fight on the side of Vampires. So maybe his backup was a bit too far to reach out. So he got knocked down and finished off straight away by the hands of BTR just now. And this Federalers, they pretty much have the same mindset when it comes to the top fragger for each respective team. Just go, reckless sometimes, just to Mexican fight 1-to-1. They just want to see who actually is the better fragger in terms of each respective teams. But for eArena, they just came out of Camp Charlie, now coming up from the southern side. So I do want to see whether they bump into a lot of teams, because last we saw the circle, it was quite concentrated in the middle.
Yeah, so it's still a okay circle, lots of land, hence teams can kind of like pick and choose where they want to be at. Of course, they will be facing up with some of the other teams that have picked some of the prime spots, just like CelcomDigi Alliance here. Trying to block out the VOIN Donkey from coming in. And VOIN Donkey, after being sprayed out, looks like they're taking an alternative route by the sea. I wonder where they're going to stop next. Maybe Lakawi coming in.
Yep. Entry into its Camp Bravo is not going to be possible at this time. So they realize there's too many teams waiting on the outskirts of Camp Bravo. So they're going to try to enter from Lakawi. Seems to be possible, but I do hope they have enough gas for that as well. It has been a long journey of ride for them, a bit of cruising time. But BTR, after they spotted out Vampires, is still tailing them hot from behind. I think Razy still try to pick up the trays, the crumbs dropped by Vampires from behind, but they might actually bump into GLU based on the direction right now. And it exactly as Bun, Team Secret and the Xaviers, they both actually capitalized the compound, centralizing the circle. But there are plenty of small houses and buildings around, so it's usable for the teams that's coming in very late.
Yeah, and of all these spots in the middle, I do prefer the Xavier spot. Like, it's a bigger warehouse piece, a little bit open, but still manageable as compared to play inside of Ban, because Ban is like this valley, so it could be very exposed if like teams are taking the high ground around Ban. But let's see how they will manage that later on, because right now teams are coming in, and that includes CelcomDigi Alliance. They want to push in a little bit further, and when they push in, they'll see the Xavier.
Oh, we have MEC, Vampires, they bump into each other. Voki almost completely teared down by Vampires. Nades and hand grenades hit on two players. And Voki, even Kim got chipped down with that damage after being knocked down before. This is not great on the side of MEC, but Manzi fought back. Down to the last player for MEC. Is it going to be mano to mano between these two teams here? Manzi hugging the corners. Now, there's only one small room at the end of this building, but he needs to get in there to see the last player. Oh. What a jump shot by Mela.
Whoa, that was a beautiful one by Mela. But that means that MEC eliminated only 1 point this round. Opportunity for MVKE to catch up onto them. Now, eArena against Claw. Sakura's on his knees, but the two players of Claw, they need help. And they need it fast, as the blue will close in. On the elimination feed, GLU against BTR happening elsewhere, while TODAK will finish off the two players of Claw, claiming the points for eArena.
Well, that's a big play from TODAK. 3 eliminations just by himself against almost the entirety of Claw. And now Boo Boo Hoo, he knows exactly where he knocked down the player of eArena. That's going to be Sakura right now. But it's taking him too long to cook the nade up. He cancelled it out and repositioned himself just beneath the sniper tower. Try to get a better angle at that. But it's a bit too late. They managed to reset and recuperate on the side of eArena. Boo Boo Hoo, this seems a bit of a hurdle for him to go against. But it's going to be a 2 different angle. He has to swing it big.
And look at this name by Sakura. Okay, he kind of knows where Bobo Hu is at. He's finding the right side angle. But we're on to VOIN Donkey first. They managed to knock themselves, but they will meet up with Roy right now. Car will go down. Juke is on the other side. And Roy, the moment we switch over, Roy eliminated by VOIN Donkey.
eArena managed to finish off claw that gives so much opportunity like Boom, Team Secret and GLU, who still have full man squad to catch up to Claw's position point and even reach out to the match point depending on how much elimination they get by end of this map. While Team Secret, they have been in the circle even on the second one here or the third stage, but these Avians, they barely still hugging the corners of the angle down there, but there will be a couple of teams try to pass through and they will try to keep them at bay.
And CelcomDigi Alliance will try to keep our FaZe Clan at bay. Yesterday was CelcomDigi Alliance eliminating FaZe Clan. Now FaZe Clan, they want revenge. CelcomDigi Alliance, it's not only FaZe Clan, they need to worry about another teams passing by. It's going to be VOIN Donkey. And more teams closing in as well. Jimmy OP has to be extra careful as he's the one at the front. Zeta is cooking up his grenade together with Vexy behind. They look providing that cover fire from afar onto Vexy. Vexy receives a lot of damage and will need the time to heal up.
VOIN Donkey is not passing by. They purposely, intentionally want to be the third party, but they'll be greeted by Red Bull. As MVK taking on BTR at the different corner of the circle, these Avians, they're hugging the walls of the warehouse. It's still quite an open space inside of the warehouse, but at least he got quite a tall wall to take covers. Tony K cooking up the nade, tried to drop on Adik Luke. Couple of nades dropped by VOIN Donkey to his FaZe Clan on the other end. And there's going to be slightly in uneven terrain with a lot of trees in between. Now, Tony K, he couldn't spot on with those hand grenades. This is quite an awkward angle and a difficult one to drop one to his side of Adik Luke.
Yeah, Adik Luke, at least he's here. He's still okay, but they know exactly where he is. Could be a matter of time before the need lands. Tony K, gunned by Oleo. Nice cover fire from the sniper tower. Now Mela will need to save his teammate.
That was a jump by Tony K, and that was a very precise spray by Oleo just now to get that 1 millisecond of window to shoot down on Tony K. Macaris and grab Gooey to go on a different side of an angle. They heard those gunshots. It's a compass for these guys how the gunshot sounds like. So they will try to butt into the business as a third party whenever they can. But Mela, knowing the fact Tony K being knocked down here, is actually moved himself to go to it and playing a tag team with Tony K. Now we're going to see this duo only left for the side of Empires, but despite of that, they still managed to secure 4 eliminations. I feel like Mela's on fire and in his peak form today.
Oh yeah, so far so good for Mela. But now only 2 players left for Vampire Esports and they need to track a lot of points to reach the match point. Of course, it will definitely take more than this one round, but it's always good to have a nice start. Let's see what sort of start will TODAK have now that they're at the edge of the circle. The circle shouldn't have went too far from TODAK. Okay, it's not too far, but the Xavier in front with that warehouse, so it's something that TODAK needs to be aware of.
Keep an eye out to its Boom. They got that very small compound, very small building, but enough to take cover. Zero is doing cover fire from the back, while the rest of Boom is actually trying to venture out towards the north. Maybe spot the Vikings from there. And speaking of Boom, they actually caught the sight of FaZe Clan. Despite FaZe Clan do have bigger compound than they do, but I guess their watcher on the side of Boom is actually have more set sharp of eyes. But GLU now, they will try to rush towards Team Secret's compound.
Whoa.
And grid it up. Extremely tough by the side of the nades. Coming up from Frankie. Trunks down on the ground. KF tried to turn things around. Can Stickley stay? Stickley got finished off because Stickley is always the one that do the biggest clutch for the entire team. GK behind him. And Stickley got it with the DBS.
Ooh, and Team Secret thought they got it, but they did though. They just need to recover as quickly as possible. Now on screen, Omi Sports and MVKE. And with the 3 points that MVKE has got so far, now they're above MEC. Their next target is to try to push down Roy Esports, but MVKE, they need to overcome Boom Esports first.
Breaks bleeding out. TODAK straight into the warehouse of the Xaviers. Has been taking a long time to stay here, but we do see Tony K cooking up the nade. Either it's towards the Xaviers, high chance it is, because Mela also scouting out the warehouse where the Xaviers are. Vampires, Mela almost shredded entirely his vest. He needs a replacement for that soon because eArena will march in from behind. They have to wrap things up quickly because this is going to be a huge battlefield on the south. We have plenty of teams, 4 different teams down here.
And on the elimination feed, it's starting to roll now between Boom Esports and MVKE. They got Superman. Superman now will be within the blue. And the circle shifts towards the center. Boom Esports, CelcomDigi Alliance, and part of Empire Esports in the circle at this moment. But Boom Esports, they're pretty busy on the left side. On screen, we do have a D Xavier, and they don't have the circle at all. Time to go in.
Nate T trying to revive on Paragen, while Lamborghini tried to buy him some time. Tom's knocked down as well. What a spray by Lamborghini, but he instantly get knocked down by eArena coming up from behind. They're being sandwiched two ways here for the Xaviers. Nate, you have to actually move fast. I need Nate to take some cover from behind. There's nobody covering fire for him. And these Xaviers, they are in trouble.
Yeah, they're absolutely in trouble right now. No space, only Paragen left. Blue behind him. He has to push forward against TODAK. Now goes down to the ground floor right in front of TODAK. It's going to be Paragen, and Paragen will not miss the shot. Finishing up right, but from the side. Team Secret will make that a short-lived celebration.
There was a splendid play by Paragen just now. Unfortunately, Team Secret taking their last triumph moment and not even willing to let these Xaviers recuperate for a second. Now, eArena next. Mela has been staying here for a long time. His SuperWeekeend is still alive despite Team Secret got the information for quite some time right now. But he has to pick his poison. While Team Secret closing in their gap, Mela will try to keep eArena at bay by tossing the nade as a warning shot. But for Vikings, they are fighting the blue zone with Boom, and it's Team Secret taking out their MVKE players, and Boom tried to finish it off, but they still managed to knock a couple of down, but sadly, Vikings couldn't make it through.
And here comes Boom Esports, Yummy on the Team Secret. The moment they finished off MVKE, Boom Esports came in and they wiped Team Secret out. 4 elimination points collected right now. Circle shift towards the southern side, and we do have one player within it. I believe that's the last player of perhaps VOIN Donkey. Okay, we need a better view later on, but what we're sure right now is CelcomDigi Alliance final player Oleo eliminated.
Yep, as Oleo was being favored last minute by the Cirque, but unfortunately it was quite an open space. But Boom, there's no stopping them. VOIN Donkey as well. We're down to 4 within instance. I mean, like, that was super fast. But nobody has 4-man squad right now. Everyone have only a duo to work with. Boom, eArena, Vampires, and VOIN Donkey. As Tony K spot out 0, he wants to open 5, but he got straight under the tree. But Tony K caught by surprise off the Vampire side. Tony K, he last saw 0. That was a nice spray, but unfortunately, speaking of a three-way battle, Boom take the advantage as well.
It was countered by Yummy from the other side. And Yummy is the only one in the circle right now. Very unlikely that he will go out to save 0. And 0 should be eliminated. Okay, he's bleeding out, so he could be out anytime soon. I don't think Yummy will go out. He might as well hold on to this chicken dinner for Boom Esports. They will get the first chicken dinner in Sanhok.
The question right now, did they actually reach to the match point? They are the teams that's right above everybody else right now, as Claw being eliminated quite early without barely any points out there. So Boom, did they catch up yet with their elimination numbers? Or will the other teams start to close the gap as well? Who else reaching up to the top 3 with the most smallest margin towards the match point? Now, we do know whether they got the chicken right now. Will it actually activate the smash rule? Not yet. If Boom can land another chicken in the next one, that's going to be the rest of the show today.
Yeah, Boom Esports, they need 22 points to reach match point. And I don't think they made enough elimination. So they need at least the next game. We'll check out the official scores later on to see how close the gap is between Boom Esports and also scoring the match point before thinking about smashing it. Okay, here we go. So it's 10 eliminations, 20 points. Boom Esports, they are 2 points away from match point.
Oh, they need another match to actually get into the match point. Despite they're going to get the double chicken back-to-back for the next one, they still need to score another chicken for that. There's still a tall order for Boom side. But we've seen, like, Yummy when it comes to Sanhok, he loved those close quarter combat, so it's no surprise for Boom to go aggressive with his DBS play or even shotgun plays. And when it comes to Misery or Mastery, I mean, he didn't actually land any eliminations. Same goes for Pombit, but we saw just now, barely any team got any enough member till the very end. Everybody was gunning each other way early when it comes to stage 3 and 4. Due to the circle tucked into one corner of the main peninsula, that's going to be banned. But nonetheless, it means we still have at least 2 more games to go. But before that, let's rewatch the highlights.
Played as a duo for majority of the rounds, Boom Esports managed to score the first chicken dinner today, 12 minutes 47 seconds full squad time. But let's not forget about Vampire Esports, only 6 minutes 16 seconds. And then you have eArena, 10 minutes 59 seconds. And then VOIN Donkey, 12 minutes 14 seconds. All these in the top 14 for round 1. This is an inspiration to all the teams out there. If you don't have a full squad, don't give up.
Yep, this team has been engaging quite early on. They try to hunt for the eliminations as much as they can to close up the gap as fast as possible. And they were super lucky that the fact Claw Slayer has been taken out early on. So nobody can actually smash it just yet for the next map. But nonetheless, never fail to disappoint us. It's going to be Yummy for MVP right now with 792 damage, 7 eliminations, and 105 damage received. I mean, well, we do know when it comes to his contribution, it's still quite plenty for the entire team. He's a team player, he is.
Absolutely right. The best of Yummy seems to be back now, especially with the fact that they have a new IGL in Mastery, and that has enabled players like Yummy to come in back into the fray with such a performance. He was once the PMSL Terminator, and could he be in the running again is something that we'll need to keep an eye on and check out by next weekend once the grand final ends. But so far, Yummy is definitely on track.
Here comes the points, 20 points, just lacking of 2 more points for Side of Boom to actually reach out to the match point. It means nobody will actually smash it for the next one. Vampires has 13 points. There's a lot of teams with double digit, down to Team Secret at 5th place, 10 points there. They actually gaining a lot of elimination points, just like how eArena, who's stepping up the game compared to yesterday.
Yeah, so eArena, 13 points. Not too bad, I must say. Not too bad. Joining together is also VOIN Donkey with 11 points and Team Secret 10 points. So we have 5 teams in the double-digit club. And Team Secret, if you kind of know this, 1 rank point, 9 eliminations. They are still doing what they do best based on the stats that we saw in the overalls from yesterday, even focusing on the eliminations. Rank points is probably a bonus for them. But on page 2, only team without any points is TALON.
Yep, TALON being eliminated quite early on. That was something that they will reflect later. They got themselves 0 point this time, and they needed more to actually close the gap. But at least if they did not manage to close the gap, they want to land themselves in a better position, especially team at the very bottom like TODAK and BTR. They need to push the numbers up. But Boom still did not score that match point. Only 2 points away, for 10 points for Claw, or make it 9 to be exact. But it's also mean these two teams still in the running to get their Smash Rule match point. Team Secret, can they catch up? If you compare with FaZe at the 4th place, it's still quite a long order for them. I think tall order with half difference between them and the 1st place.
Yeah, Team Secret needs like 25 points to reach match point. So it's probably going to take them like more than just the next round to reach that stage. But on page 2, of course, there's a lot of work to do for all these teams. At this point, teams on page 2, not talking about the match point yet, their objective right now is just try to get as many points as possible in case that somehow it is smashed in early. At least they're not locked in at page 2.
Now, despite if Boom managed to score another chicken here, but they just cracked the match point, it will not count. I'm going to repeat that multiple times in case you guys get confused. So we're going to have to wait and see. Will Claw try to redeem themselves with the early elimination just now? But at least they didn't score 0. They did have some progress, but it will not be enough just yet. So if they want to close the gap between them and Boom, they have to at least score 9 eliminations by end of. That's so doable for Claw. I mean, we saw Redface and Zaxi yesterday.
Yeah, so we're still waiting for the best of their performance, right? But we're also waiting for the grand finals as well. And it will happen at the Basket Hall GBK next weekend from Friday to Sunday. But the tickets are up right now. The social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports, and also at where you're watching this live stream right now. It is in the pinned comments. So make sure you grab it as quickly as possible because we are very sure that it will run out. So click on it. Don't forget to do whatever steps needed to register as quickly as possible before you regret not getting the ticket.
Yeah, because you want to be at the grand final, not just to be one of the people or the audience to actually be in the moment where they actually lift the trophy, but you also want to check out the onside booth where so many teams with amazing fashion sense when it comes to the jerseys and jacket. Watch out for VOIN, Donkey, BTR, Boom, Alter Ego, GLU and RQ, as well as TALON, and try it out yourself. Device that's going to be sponsoring us for the entire journey of this summer season, which could be TECNO. Try the device yourself, and also make sure you visit TECNO booth first and win those team merchandise for free, and even snap a photo with your favorite teams or even players or favorite terminators. Okay, whoever you want to snap a shot, you can actually do that there. But also make sure that you can get your hands on those free merchandise.
Yeah, lots of freebies, right? And lots of interesting events happening right now inside of PUBG Mobile that you don't need to wait for next week, because it's live right now. It is a collaboration between PUBG Mobile and Attack of Titan. It will feature Titan transformations, ODM gear, and a lot more that awaits you in this special event inside the game right now. And if you happen to make any content, hashtag PUBG Mobile, hashtag PUBG X Attack on Titan, hashtag Attack on Titan, hashtag AOT, and showcase your best gameplay with the event of PUBG Mobile X Attack on Titan.
Now, we don't get to see the Shelby American collaboration yet by the players in the game, so you guys tag us if you happen to land one yourself, because this is going to be the collaboration which is pretty rare and pretty limited amount of time out there, with the legendary Shelby GT500 and 427 Cobra available with exclusive attachment, also stunning colorways and even more. It will only available until the July of 6th, so time is running out. You don't want to miss out. Make sure you guys hashtag us away, PUBG X Shelby or hashtag Shelby, with your collectibles or vehicles in there, because we want to see it in action.
Well, we want to see you in action as well in the all-new World of Wonders Elimination Skill Fest that you can join right now. All you need to do is key in the code 12886867, 12886867, and you can dive into this brand new map and also discover new adventures. This is where you can show off your skills, you can push your limit, and become the brightest star on the battlefield. Again, if you're creating content, don't forget to hashtag PUBG Mobile and showcase your best skills and gameplay to the whole world.
Yeah, but speaking of the whole world, only 3 teams will play in the Esports World Cup stage, but they have to make it through the grand final first. And to get there, they have to make sure they are not tied up with another team for their league points into the grand final. And speaking of which, we talked about team like TODAK and BTR. Despite they got their entry towards the first Super Weekend, they really need to bring their A game up here right now. We don't see a lot of them just now. BTR, we see a glimpse of them here and there. They try to take and initiate fights, but unfortunately it kind of not working out for them just yet. Maybe because of a button circle, or maybe they're just warming up. But when it comes to Smash Rule, so nobody gonna smash it for this round yet.
Yeah, not yet. So we'll need to wait and see what happens within this round if any team actually reaches the match point. The closest one right now is Fullme Sports with 2 points away from the match point. The next closest one is going to be Claw Slayers. They're still able to reach that one. Any other team, they probably need an extra game after this. So the target team are still these 2 teams. And especially if you're a team on page number 2, you want to try to stop these teams from smashing it as quickly as possible.
And that was the case for Claws, by the way, because they were taken out way too early and did not make much progress when it comes to the points. And they want to avoid that this time. It's either they're going to go so reckless and aggressive for the next map, Erangel, which they do prefer over Sanhok. We've seen so many times a team that's dominating on top. Usually there will be this spotlight, always under the spotlight when it comes to Erangel map. But Claw, they actually prefer a good play yesterday when it comes to Miramar too, but it's going to be taking until game 6 or 5 where we actually reach out to Miramar. And maybe if they waited out a bit longer, then a lot of teams start to catch up to their points.
Oh yeah, I mean if we reach like game 5, game 6, pretty sure we will see more teams reaching the match point. Unless, of course, something insane happens that only the page 2 teams or the bottom teams, they gain those points in and stopping all the top teams, then well, we're going to have a very, very tight race towards the end. But for that to happen, the chances are quite low. But, you know, anything can happen, right? Because it is a game that nobody can really predict. So many things that teams will need to adapt to that you can't really predict beforehand, like flight path, what sort of weapons, what kind of circles. So all these things put together, then, you know, we sometimes just need to go with the flow and see what sort of performance will the teams be able to put out on the battleground.
And so far, when it comes to Super Weekend, I think Team Secret is also one of the undermined teams that's still consistently gaining so many points in every single round, despite sometimes they don't have this rank points at all, but they maintain themselves to garner enough points to stay at top 5. So I think they should be watched out for the next map. They will be go aggressive as per usual, but also when it comes to setting the tone for themselves today, eArena start to aggressively trying to disrupt the flow and dynamic in the game by taking points, hunting people down. So the teams will not sit quietly and just wait it out for the top 2 teams to smash it. So they should watch their backs for the top 2 teams because it's not going to be an easy day at all for them.
Yeah, that's what happens, right? If you are the top teams, something that we did discuss before. If you're like the team that's up there, your teams will want to give a little bit more attention to you. And with the fact that they have played yesterday with the exact same lobby, so teams are like, okay, you are somewhat going to drop here. Okay, this is somewhat going to be your rotation, your timing. Let's see if we can try to block them out. And maybe that's what stopped Claw Slayers from gaining many points in game 1. But of course, that's only in Sanhok. So sometimes we need to give the benefit of the doubt because Sanhok is this small little map that, you know, sometimes even if you want to concentrate on one fight, another team could be overlooking you even though it's like only stage 2 or stage 3. So in a bigger map, in Erangel, this will be a map that gives them a better opportunity to make a comeback or to regain back the lost points from Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, Sanhok, it depends on how you view it. Some teams will actually view it as the opportunity to gain as much elimination as possible due to how small the map is too. So with Erangel in the fray, it depends on Circle, majority of it, I have to say, because yesterday's Circle have been crazy for the side of Erangel. But for me, it's going to be the bottom team for me to root out for, because I want to see whether they can catch up and close the gap and make the race even more interesting than it is right now.
Yeah, we'll see how interesting it will be inside the next game. And we'll be starting this round really soon in about 20 more seconds. And looks like it's going to be lights up, ladies and gentlemen. All these teams will be prepared. No teams have reached match point yet. But this round, potentially we might see the first few teams getting the match point. Depends on whatever happens in Erangel.
Oh, this is a bit nerve-wracking when it comes to Erangel. It's all depending on the flight path here. Coming out all the way from the north, we're going to go down to the southeast side. But the circle is still on the question mark. We got Nova Neuer circle before. I wouldn't mind another one at this point. There's too much at stake for the teams, but it also depends on where they want to drop themselves this time. Will they hot drop other teams just to disrupt? Because if the teams, I've seen this before, Smash Roll, especially last season, these Xaviers, I can hear the arena is actually cheering when the Xaviers been taken out way early, and that's how they did not manage to smash it so much. And might be the same case for Claw or Boom. The whole arena is hoping they'll be getting those, they get eliminated early, and we might have some teams hunting them down.
Yeah, you can imagine the atmosphere, right? Like, stop them from smashing it, especially like the behind teams. They still want to have the games to fight it out because nobody wants to end at hashtag number 16, hashtag 15, and all those double-digit numbers. They want to go all up and they need the games in. And that's why we saw in the earlier interview that like MEC, they want to play 8 games because they want to finish as high as possible, or they at least want the opportunity to do that. So they will be one of those teams cheering for the fact that teams like Boom and Claw right now to be out early.
And when it comes to the circle, is it going to be like yesterday where we ended up around 3 p.m. Primos circle? First contact made between the teams. And make sure you guys check out the pin comment chat, okay? That's going to be probably going to pop here and there, but you guys want to check it out if it's still available for the free ticket, because it just popped just now if you want to get yourself a free entry into the grand finals. But based on the circle just now, there's going to be a dicey one for the teams who drop themselves to the right side. And majority of the teams did drop themselves on the right side due to the flight path just now. It means a lot of teams and a lot of the crowd will get thinned out, might be on the right side of a circle, possibly around Pochinki.
And that means that we might see those kind of early clashes. Okay. Let's check back on that later. As of now, no early clash. Yeah, we did see a few warning shots, but then again, overall, no like a 4v4 fight. Even in Yasnaya, we only see TALON there. No other team is challenging them. Claw, however, making the rotation to South Jogo pool. Hang on. Okay, this is Novo. Apologies there. And it's only Claw, so there's no other team. So they have the entire Novo for them to loot. And based on the first circle, for them to pass through the bridge, unless there is a bridge troll, it should be an easy one for Claw.
Well, easy is never the word that we can use in this lobby right now. You saw how aggressive the player can get. Everywhere they swing, they just casually knock people down. Same goes for Team Secret. I love this version of Team Secret. I feel like Xeris Frankie has bringing up the A game for Team Secret tremendously for this season. And I'm looking forward. If we always had this question last season, who will actually carry on the legacy of these Xaviers if the players decided to retire? And we get our answers now.
Wow, from Team Secret. And you did mention about Xeris. He is first time into the PMSL and so far performing well. They did put on a good performance within this week overall, and there were some highlight moments for Xeris as well. And yeah, if he continues to perform like that, who knows? a team as big as the Xavier. I pick him up in the future, but that might be not so near the future because these Xavier, generally, they're still doing okay.
Zerus, he gives me a vibe of Zeta when he first entry in or his debut when it comes to PMSL. So I'm looking forward for his progress and his growth across the entirety of this year because I feel like there's so much potential to be unlocked from this player. We get to see him to grow because he's pretty new when it comes to the scene of PMSL. So I don't know how much further can he go. I think there's no limit to this guy yet. But for Moment, despite he's always cheerful, it's not going to be a very joyful start. He got down to 1 HP just now. Lucky enough for them. They did not actually lose any of their members. But I guess we gotta wait and see whether Pachinki will be the hot spot because the Xaviers always drop Pachinki. I don't know if they're still gonna stay there. Or I have a feeling they already stopped to move because nobody wants to, overcamp themselves in certain place too long.
Yeah, especially with the circle. Likely that the Xavier want to take one of the middle spots or one of the key spots within it. Before any other team, because if they stay in Pachinki, it's not the most prime of position for them, and it's not like from that position inside of Pachinki you can try to gain elimination points or shoot from afar or gather much information because it's an urban area. So these Xavier, unless if the circle is right smack in the center, maybe. If not, they'll move out. But what we're sure is GLU versus Roy.
Ooh, what a big name from Mango! Hitting double down, Stickley and Hexars. Both are key players for the side of GLU. Know well how he would play this one now as Car just arrived and wrapped around the off angle. They are being squared into that compound. KF managed to exit out, but can he actually avoid the explosion? Actually knocked down, not really chipped down a bit of HP on KF. I think they got pretty much a good idea regarding KF's position. Roy, they're still not pushing in while they're trying to secure another knockdown before going in. We do see Mormon taking it on Team Secret as well. Or was it a different team? Sorry, but Juke, here comes a nade, deflecting it in, but it's not going to connect somehow yet.
And finally, we'll connect on the Noel. Now KF will need to retreat back. Has the smoke. He's still behind it. He fires back, trying to secure that elimination point. He managed to get one before he goes out of the hands of Juke. And GLU squad, first team to be eliminated.
With 1 point at least, so it's not all bad news for them. Roy, they lost 1 member out of that, but secures 4. Now next is going to be Team Secret, the team that can actually have high chance to chase up to the second place here, but they need plenty of eliminations to make that happen. It is starting it right now. Trung approach towards the slightly north of the building. Zerus on the other end coming in to follow up GK from behind in case he needs some backup. They might spot it out. Wang, and he's gonna go down. Boom coming in from behind as well. Oh, speaking of top team, Boom. Now all they need is 2 more points to reach out the match point.
And looks like they will take the compound across this one. Trying to steal away those elimination points. Yummy gets Frankie onto the ground. And now he tries to secure that elimination point, but Frankie managed to crawl himself into the building. He has some cover. But here is Bombit, the Lone Ranger at the front, on the mission to find those 2 points.
Bombit hoping to drop a big nade on Zerus, but Zero is down a different angle. It's going to be wide swing for Zerus to make this happen. He's running all the way back to regroup with the team as Strong, GK, and Frankie now spreading in a straight line. Zero, Pombit, now Yummy as well, coming in with hand grenades. I don't know how much they have left for their utilities and their throwables, but Zero almost got knocked down by that hand grenade of GK. Team Secret, they are well performed when it comes to the defense, but where are the shots coming out from behind?
Yeah, there could be another team. Okay, on the minimap, yes, there is another team. Well, a lot of teams aiming the center around the area of Gaka. So not too surprising that teams do clash with each other. Circle shift, no surprises around the Gaka area, but the Pachinki Hill will be an interesting spot, and it's taken by BTR now.
And Claw taking this very slow. They're still not leaving SMB yet, so I assume they're going to get into the left side of the bridge to get into the circle soon. We're still going to end it up right the usual common circle. That's going to be the Gaka field. VOIN Donkey reposition coming up from Ruins and going through the side of Gaka field and towards Pachinki as well. We heard a couple of gunshots coming in. That's going to be the Xavier's, I assume, is shooting from inside of the center circle. But Potato, he's pretty low. If he bumps into Vampires, that's going to be it.
Oh, or if the Xavier can get a knock here out of the rotating VOIN donkey, but Lamborghini will not continue on. They're pretty happy with their compound. There's more of like warning shots to tell them, do not come here. We have locked in our spot. So instead, VOIN donkey, they're going to go up to the high ground instead. Having this elevation amongst the other teams allow them to gather information better.
Will it be enough information? That's the question. As Red Bull, he's scouting for the team. Looking over the other side, there's nobody there. But he heard those gunshots. But at the same time, assuming there's nobody around them here, they want to make a move. As Roy taking the battle into the trenches. Tron coming in and GK as well. But Mango could hold the line by himself. Team Secret managed to win the Battle of the Trench. And they will try to capitalize this area while waiting for other teams to pass by Gatka. This is a pretty sweet spot they selected themselves. But the team next to them, it's going to be Vampires. If they spot Team Secret out now, they will toss plenty of hand grenades.
Yeah, so looks like they're going to keep it for now. But or maybe they're just going to go for it. Okay, Tony K got GK. I wonder will they continue to push on? Okay, that's a fight that I want to see. But so far, no follow-up. So it could be a long range. And GK should be back up soon. But on screen, it's going to be FaZe Clan now. They try to take the high ground. But then again, because TALON is there on the abandoned church, so they're going to take this very safe approach on the lower ground instead.
Carefully trading their steps here on the side of FaZe Clan. Well, at least they don't have too much problem coming up from north. Last time we saw, they were one of the last few teams to get into the circle. For Team Secret, we heard a couple of shots and saw the kill fit. Vampires tried to take down Team Secret, but I assume they don't want to commit to it, as Vampires decided, you know what, we want to stay back and wait other teams to cross, because if they get into the trench and actually attract all those unwanted attention, more teams will get into the trench afterward. What is happening to Mormon?
Well, he is eliminating a player from MEC, and that's Superman. Oh, hang on. Oh, from MVKE, Superman out. MEC, they also play with 3 players right now. Okay, checking out the circle. Okay, no surprises. It's a Gatka-centered circle. A lot of teams already inside of it. eArena really taking the time. Look at it. They're still at South Jogopo.
It's still quite early. Stage 3 is still bearable. I assume they have a lot of health utilities to last long enough. They want to avoid those conflicts, but they do need the point, though. It's still a lot of catching up to do. That's about 40 points for them to reach out to the match point. So they need to take some actions now, or otherwise lesser team and lesser body count for them, because anytime Boom and Claw can actually smash it for the next one if they want to do so. With Team Secret going aggressive at 60 points right now, if Team Secret even scores this chicken, they are more than eligible as well.
Yeah, so Team Secret currently 3 eliminations, still pretty much on track if they can score big here. But we'll check on them later, because right now, Claw, they're also looking for the 9 points to reach match point. On screen right now, they just arrived into the circle, and there are a few teams in front of them. Let's see what sort of opportunity will they get, especially with TODAK, the closest team in front of Zuxi.
Claw have to get that impeccable timing when it comes to securing those eliminations. Not too late and not too early. Too early, they will be digging their own grave with so many teams inside of Gatka Field by now. But BTR, they are actually standing at 9th place. 40 points, 42 points to go for the match point. It's within reach, but they need 2 more games, including this one. So there's a lot of work to do. But if they can give us an explosive round with almost 20 or even more than that eliminations, well, maybe they can actually smash it after another game.
We'll be looking forward to see that. But for MVKE, they need a lot more rounds than that, obviously. Right now, 19 points. And with only 2 players, well, they'll obviously need more rounds here. Yeah, potentially 2 players. You can still get the chicken dinner, but it will not be enough surely yet for them to reach the match point. So at this point, for MVKE, the objective is to not be at number 15 in case it's being smashed. BTR, on the other hand, They are 42 points away from match point. Also needs a decent amount of work.
I think for Roy, TODAK, MVK, MEC, it's more realistic for them to try to get themselves in the middle pack so they can push down teams that's not playing like Sem9 and Alter Ego when it comes to the league points. That's more straightforward and more realistic in terms of their goal. But Ryan BTR straight away gets shot from across the gut car field when we try to pick out. But the circle will speak for itself right now. We might gonna get an open field of gut car, the usual. Yep, we're gonna go there with MEC taking the center. CelcomDigi Alliance, they got an extra bonus with that airdrop, of course. What a lucky day for them, but hopefully they get to put a good use of whatever they managed to scour or salvage from that airdrop.
And also, after the circle shift, some of our top suspects are in the circle, including Claw, though by the edge. Oh, Boom Esports, they will lose Bombit to the hands of Levi's. Okay. But at least Boom Esports, whatever it is, they're very, very close to match point. That will be their objective right now. Xavier, after doing that against Bombit, now they're going to receive the end of that nade from Boyjo.
That was a big one to it's one of their main fragger player, but Parajin did clutch with that one out. Double down by Parajin and Levi. And that was big. That's pretty much a kind of crippled down Talon's position here. And these Avis Parajin straight away hop into the wall to the other side. Got himself great cover, but boom, coming up from behind. This is not great for Talon. They need to leave. Axel will go for an exit out. Abandon the ship entirely. Knowing the fact that did not go as they planned at all. But Axel Misery will actually hop down, and BTI is in there as well. From the pan to the fire. From the fire, you get burned if you get knocked down here. The last member of Talon, where to go, where to hide? It's just an open space, and that's just it. Oh, he's still alive, and he's gone.
And Manzi gets it. Okay, MEC could use those points, and Talon 0 points this round. So not only they'll be rooted at number 12, but potentially be overtaken by teams like TODAK, MVKE, and MEC. So 13 teams more to go. So Boom Esports right now circling around. They're looking for a spot to be at, and at the same time, opportunity to maybe try to find those 2 elimination points with teams around them. And it's going to be Team Secret. Oh, this is interesting. Boom and Team Secret.
2 points, still not secured by Boom. Team Secret, they need more points than Boom right now. Boom, they need that match point. That 2 points seems remarkably hard, despite it's just 2 points. But feels like a very tall order with the current state of the circle. So many teams around here. BTL start to take it on. MEC and finish it off straight away. That's a clean execution. But eArena moment greeted warmly by a lot of teams. Team Secret, they might get sandwiched between the Xaviers and none other than eArena coming up from the back. But that was a fast swing coming up from Trump.
And here is Team Secret, already 4 elimination points, looking for more. But on screen is going to be Sakura winning the 1v1 against Dins. But from the side, it was another team, another player that took out Sakura on the elimination win. Oh, it's Wooty that took out Sakura. eArena out.
eArena, they got splitted by force just now for the formations broken the moment they run into Team Secret and Vampire Snoozy. Chipped down slowly but surely by the Blue Zone, and Mastery taking the points away. Well, congratulations for the side of Boom. They managed to secure the match point. I mean, they are A-okay right now. And Mastery, can he actually push slightly more for the numbers? Because Claw still have 4 players here. If these 2 teams manage to secure that match point in this map, then it's gonna be a lot of a struggle later. But, well, at least they reached out their mission here for the side of Boom before they went down.
Yeah, Boom Esports, they have done enough. So this round, except for a side quest of like just trying to take out the closest teams, they'll be waiting for the next match to see if they can smash it. Right now, Claw, Team Secret, looking for that match point. From afar, it's going to be Potato, gun down, Zeta, Firespan, Team Secret, getting GK in the process.
Zeta, with Razak, Vaxi still alive, it's only Potato that needs help to get revived here. Federales giving the pressure on VOIN Donkey off angle. I don't think it will connect somehow. This seems like Bolton brazen for his sprays and tapping from behind. Team Secret, on the other hand, putting a lot at stake here with an open space. Only one rock to take cover, not even a tree nearby. But at least they got a couple of death boxes laying around in case they need to replenish their resources. But with the smokes covering them temporarily, the moment the smoke dissipates, VOIN can get a clear view. But this is going to be the battle at the rim of the circle. Whoever wins this will only wanting to squeeze to fight against a BTR from the inside. But Razak, he pops the smoke once more. Nate's dropping right across him. But that slight elevation do give VOIN some advantage. But Potato going to rush in. Running down with the help of Vaxi, GK and Frankie Knock. But Razak from the back. Zeros couldn't hold it by himself. VOIN winning over Team Secret, but at least they scored 5 points, but still not the match point.
Not enough yet for Team Secret, so they will need to wait. But let's see if Claw can gain elimination points out of TODAK right now. Zaxi with his DVS gameplay in the front. He will be gunned down. Now it's down to the remaining 2 members of Claw, Pepeng and Redface against TODAK. And here comes Redface with a buggy from the back. And looks like they're winning this fight against TODAK. Only Fancy left.
They need to win it so bad. They need 9 points more to go for Claw. If they can secure the chicken dinner, great. It's pretty much straightforward. But if things go haywire, things didn't go as they planned, they need to secure those 9 points now. And Pepeng, he needs to go and save Boo Boo. At least they will work out as a trio despite losing Zuxi just now. CelcomDigi Alliance, were they willing to go out of their way to find the rest of Claw, or just let them recuperate for a bit?
And now, with 8 teams left, Claw is starting to gain placement points as well. So 5 points in the hands of Claw at this moment. BTR will eliminate MEC, rooting them down at number 16 still. And now VOIN will back at them, this time against D Xavier in their fight to get into the circle.
Having 40-ish point for VOIN right now. Not add in their placement point yet, so they can actually catch up to the match point, but possibly another map afterwards. But it's the closest one for Claw. Right now, just slightly push the numbers up, and it's all about Boom versus Claw again for the next map here. But BTR Federales still alive as they lost Ryan. It's going to be the circle to favors. I think it's going to be on top of Wunti, because the circle always go towards the player that seems to be lesser amount of players on their lineup. So Wunti will be favored by the circle in the center, but to hold this very open space by himself, this is going to be tough for Wunti.
But you know what? The circle is very far away from Claw, and they still need at least 4 more elimination points for them to gain the match point. Let's see how will they navigate through this one, as VOIN right now will take out Levi's. VOIN DZ, where they have been at it for quite a while right now. As for BTR, by the edge of the circle on the outer side, trying to find an opportunity against VOIN Federalist, trying to hit his shots against Vexy, but Vexy, he has enough cover.
So Vexy, it can actually open fire now. Took him some time to actually trigger it out. Quite difficult with 4x scope there. 55, and the reserve of his magazines running low. He needs to find some resources to get his ammo going. He's going to try to find around the death boxes laying around, possibly. That small shack don't have a lot of compounds near it. Whilst a VOIN repositioned to think about how to get into the circle, whether they want to refight BTR once more, or face against the north of the Xaviers. The Xaviers, the moment they hit those tires wheeling in, they start to open fire. Claw, well, hovercraft it is. They're going to go in straight into the circle if they want to with this.
Yeah, they're trying to take out Leons one by one, but Leo is the one providing cover fire onto Leons from afar. Claw now without Pepeng. Leons is very, very low, still within the shack, but they cannot approach Leons because the Molly is still active. The Molly providing Leons that extra cover for him to reset himself. And here comes the rest of CelcomDigi Alliance. Bobo from afar. Here comes Bobo, the captain with the SLK, goes in and take out Leons.
At a big cost, they're down to 2 players, but at least some consolation on their side. They don't have all 4 men for the other team. CelcomDigi Alliance, Boo clutch it out for the team. We don't see this too often, but Boo is waking up alongside with Redface up there and Zuxi since yesterday. Now down to Pepeng. Pepeng, we gotta see the best of you as well.
And with 7 elimination points for Claw, together with a top 5 placement now, Claw, they have done enough to reach match points. The rest right now is going to be a bonus for them, and also a side quest to try to take out the closest teams that will compete them for the match point. Now, on the northern side, we have Xavier still as a trio. They're at 7 elimination points. Most teams at this area in front of Xavier, we have at least 2 of them.
Yep. Thanks to Team Secret and Vampires get wiped up early, leaving Claw and Boom the only contender for the Smash rule later on. But Nate needed replacement for his Fast. It won't last long enough. He doesn't have smokes. He does have 2 smokes and 4 hand grenade, no molly, but it will not be enough if they want to force the fight here. I'm not sure about the rest of the player coming up from these Aves. We've seen them been taking their sweet time slowly where they stand. They don't really try to aggressively push, but won't he surprisingly, he still survived. Another solo player on the other, and it's going to be Gui of FaZe Clan.
Okay, with the circle. But anytime BTR could push in, but at the same time, Claw will try to stop BTR from coming into the circle. The blue will be closing about 30 more seconds. That's where Bobo will need to decide on how they're going to navigate through this one. BTR thinking about the same as well. Woonty might be the one to stop them from the inner side of the circle. While Xavier, they do have one representative in it. They can use him as a marker to get in. But why only focus on getting in when they can try to stop BTR as well?
This is Bull coming out from Gui as a solo player. Tried to tap down Parjin, but couldn't figure out the silhouette because of the smoke. It happened to be too thick for him to see through. But now he can see some view there. The rear end of these Xavier's play quite clear towards his crosshair, but the tree will make it even harder. At least he got some haystack in between, but he opens fire just now. I think he gave away his position towards Claw, who's still trying to get those points. Lamborghini take it out. Woonty, we're down to 4 teams, but none of them having a 4-man standing. BTR, at least they got the firepower alongside with the Xaviers as a trio. Now we get to see Claw. Will they be in action now?
Okay, they managed to get into the circle. Focusing on the Dewey. But they can kind of stay put right now. Just wait for other teams to make their move since they're pretty clear on the southern side with enough barricades in front of them with those 2 vehicles. The pressure is now still onto BTR and also Xavier. How are they going to manage this phase? Well, speaking of FaZe Clan. Dewey scoping down to Xavier, but he's not pulling the shot yet. He's starting to be really calculative of his trigger.
But I think his buggy giving away his position towards all the other team is quite a flat plane there. Everybody can know that there's somebody behind the haystack, and I think Nate T pretty much sure that there's going to be somebody there with how the buggy being parked over. And Nate T, he's trying to push the numbers up by forcing his way out towards FaZe Clan. But is it going to be worth it? Because it's too open for a space, and BTR is watching from the sideline. As the circle shrink, it's going to be right in the center of everybody, and Xavier's got the majority of the circle of the northern side. Now, all they need to do is just capitalize over this circle and wait it out with those elevations in play. I mean, this is pretty straightforward. If they can actually play this well, it's pretty much their chicken dinner.
Yeah, they have the numbers amongst the other teams. The closest one is still going to be BTR, but BTR, they don't have the circle at all. They have to move forward. Federalis, he does have a smoked up vehicle, but if he chooses to use it, it's going to be quite a risk. This is where we'll start to look at how many smokes do they have. BTR, they have 2 smokes. Claw, no smokes at all, but for Claw, there are 5 with the 7 eliminations that they have at this moment. Xavier, tons of smokes still, 6 smokes to be exact. Parajin gets a tar. 2 more active players for BTR now.
Claw. This is definitely their match point game right now. So there's going to be 2 contenders up for the Smash rule. Claw and Boom. But if they can get the points even further, why not? BTR spotted out by Parjin on the side, while Nate and Lamborghini facing and focusing towards Gui. So these 2 players at the back will try to guard over towards Parjin. Parjin pretty low himself. They need that cover fire from Parjin to stay alive. Federal is almost completely knocked down by that. That shift the focus of Nate and Lamborghini to focus on entirely towards BTR and leave Gui out of the play first.
And here comes Bubuhu. That will be him securing one. And here comes Bubuhu again, this time onto Xavier. Now their side quest is to just stop all these teams from gaining more points to be able to have a chance to catch up onto Claw and also the match point. As BTR still with Federalis and Razy, still surviving so far. But stage 9, 4 teams. This is when it will end.
Claw will want to finish this as their chicken dinner so bad to avoid the catching up of the teams later on. Gui is down, finish off by Lamborghini. There was a nice spray and a precise strike coming up from his hand. That's leaving us with a two duo team, BTR and Claw, while Xavier is working out as a trio with that elevation and even the airdrop and one rock to take covers. There's more than enough barricade for them. Blue zone burning off slowly behind BTR, and Red Face scores another, but he got turned down instead by the side of Xavier. Boo Boo, who on fire, but will be extinguished in the hands of Xavier and BTR at the same time. Federalis managed to secure that one out. It's going to be Pargin versus Federalis. Let's see the players that have MVPs and who's the better fragger here.
Filipino Terminator right about. Oh, he steps into the fire. Now his health down to 40%. Pargin needs to land one more shot onto Federalis, and he will not miss a shot. Xavier will claim chicken dinner number 2.
This is normal, guys. They never celebrate for a chicken. Feels like they lost just now, but this is Xavier's, okay? They never celebrate until it actually secured in their hands when they actually lift up that trophy. But for Xavier's, another casual chicken here today. But this will push their numbers up. I assume they're going to be in the middle pack, probably in the top 8 right now, because they're starting off their round in this match at 11th place before. So we're going to wait and see the tally up scores, but we know for sure that it's going to be none other than Claw, Slays, and Boom that's in the battle of the Smash rule.
Yeah, a lot more attention to those two teams after this, for sure, for sure. So the Smash Sunday will begin after this, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, we can celebrate the chicken dinner brought to you by Xavier with the amount of 11 eliminations together with it. So there's 21 points for Xavier. How far will they be from match point is something that we'll need to observe later on. But it's amazing to see a team like Xavier, so balanced. All the players are able to contribute in every round, including this round as well. Even the damage output is pretty similar. Except for maybe Nate, like he could be playing a support role, but that's okay because he's still able to bring in the 2 eliminations to the team. So it's all about the contributions, all about the eliminations. And at the end of the day, it's still the chicken dinner scored by Xavier. They're definitely on the hunt to meet match point as well for themselves. But how far are they from there? That will be the biggest question. And will they be denied? Let's check out the highlight.
Not match point yet for the rest of the team that make it up to the top 4 here, except for Claw. But close enough for Team Secret, who are being eliminated early. We gotta wait and see whether they can catch up to the other 2 teams up there. But BTR, Velenafet, Federalis, as usual, running amok in the map, trying to find everybody and everything possible to be shooting down. But for Claw, when it comes to travel distance, they got the most out of this. And also, same side of VOIN Donkey, damage-wise, these Avies they have been quiet yesterday, finally waking up today. I hope it's still doable for them to catch up back to the top 3.
Yeah, so we'll need to see how close they are, right, overall. So that's something that we will observe later on once we check out the scores. But also, we got to give it to the top 4 teams. They are still trying to catch up. But the one that caught up in the MVP this round is none other than Paragen. 3 eliminations, 864 damage. But frankly speaking, overall, Xavier, any one of them could have been the MVP. If it's not because of the stats, because all of them, they contribute heavily to their success in this round.
I agree, but oftentimes we actually see Paragen and Lamborghini taking the stand here. I want to see Levi's for one as well. But nonetheless, Paragen, he did such a sublime performance when it comes to the last one too. If DX actually won the last chicken dinner, I think he would probably going to take the seat of MVP in the last round. But 21 points will push the numbers up for Xavier to be in the middle pack or either to be in the top 5 or top 8. But Claw, congratulations, you're going to be smashing it or not. We're going to wait and see.
Well, same goes for Boom as well. They meet their objective of securing the 2 points. So Boom is also in the running right now to smash it. TALON, the only team to not receive any points. Let's check out the official scores here. Match point is 82, so we have Claw, Boom, they have reached it. But Team Secret, they're still 20 points away. But look at these Xavier, they're catching up hard.
The only team without chicken and still got plenty, the most eliminations up there, Team Secret. I feel like they deserve to have that match point for the next one because of how aggressive this season they have been. But for VOIN Donkey, a lot of team being pushed down due to how Xavier just got that chicken just now, if you can see the arrows on the left side. But for the other team like Xavier's, BTR, FaZe Clan, all the teams beneath Team Secret, they have a lot of work cutting out for them. But unfortunately, TALON, they barely score any point yet today. Twice in a row, if I'm not mistaken, they score none.
Yeah, and lucky for them, teams like MBKE, Roy, TODAK, MEC not able to catch up to them yet. But the point difference between 13, 14, and 15 and 12 is only 4 points. So there is a high chance if they don't do well again in the next round, they could be pushed down even further. So that is something definitely that TALON does not want, because now there is a risk of it ending. If they get pushed down further, and if it ends because it's smashed, then they'll be locked in at the end.
Yeah, especially for MEC TODAK. They need to push the numbers up. They didn't gain so much their first Super Weekend. If the rest of the team, especially like Team Secret, it seems like they are under the spotlight right now. They're definitely going to get a lot of points when it comes to this week 2 Super Weekend. That will majorly affect the entirety of the overall rankings of points to get into the grand finals. So teams at the very bottom are not safe at all. I wouldn't worry too much for BIGETRON because right now they're doing pretty okay. So with 1 point last week, adding into this week couple of points, I think they are pretty safe as long as they maintain their position and rankings, but not so much for TODAK and MNC.
Well, what maintains is of course our grand finals venue, which is the Basket Hall GBK, that will be the venue for the PMSL Southeast Asia Summer Finals happening next Friday until Sunday. And the tickets are now up for grabs, either in the social medias of PUBG Mobile Esports or wherever you're watching this live stream right now. Do check out the pinned comment and make sure you grab it quickly before it all runs out. Of course, seats are limited. You don't want to miss on the opportunity. Grab it right now in the pinned comment.
So you can actually visit all your favorite players and teams out there, so especially the teams that actually have their own site booth. So you can grab all their merchandise out there, include, I don't think it's just jerseys and jackets that's going to be available. Usually they have extra merchandise like lanyards or some bracelets too that I've got plenty from all these teams before. So you guys want to check out TALON, RQ, GLU, Alter Ego, Boom, BTR, VOIN Donkey, which will have their on-site booth, including our device and also our sponsor TECNO. You guys can check out the POVA 7 series yourself, which all the players actually are using right now. And back towards the business we go. Can they smash it?
Ooh, okay. 2 teams can smash it. And so here will be a switch of strategy, right, for these two teams, because it doesn't matter anymore on their amount of eliminations or about the placements do matter because they need the chicken dinner, but for the most part, not about the eliminations anymore. So if we look at the trend on how teams that have reached the match point last week, how they play is that they start to play a little bit more passive. As long as they reach the final circle, that's where they will start to gun teams and try to smash the elimination point and get the smash rule in. So I believe that will be the strategy for these two teams after this.
That seems to be the safest route to go down, yes, but at the same time, it will be a shift of mentality of the players that can actually smash this next map. Now, if they want to go for a hide spot and they want to wait it out, usually they did not or try to avoid as much conflict as possible. That's where when you try so hard to avoid those things to happen, it will happen more often than you expect it to be. That's always going to be the case when it comes to Smash Rule Week or Smash Rule Day. So it's either they're going to play their usual self, which feels more relaxing for them and not having too much overthinking process to get what they really want, which is going to be the chicken dinner. Also, at least they don't have the mentality that we need those chickens too bad. You know, at least if we go into a game number 8 later today, their score still kind of stretch away from the rest of the team and still maintain at number 1 spot if we resort to all 8 maps.
Yeah, it could go either way, right? So that's where it's exciting. It's so hard to tell, like, oh, is it going to end now? Is it going to end later? Is it going to end somewhere in between? It's so difficult to tell. And that's what's fun about the Smash Rule. So for you guys out there who are watching, right, in case you have any friends who tell you that, I am doing something, I want to watch, I can only watch later, or I want to watch later. No, tell them to catch the game now, because you don't know by that time if your friend will still be able to watch anything, because the Smash Rule, that is. And that's what makes it so fun and exciting. Adds more variety to the gameplay. I really love this Smash Rule, and I can't wait to see if it will actually be smashed. So far, the record here in PMSL Southeast Asia is 5 games. But we're going to start here with 3 games to see if that record can be broken.
And a bit of flair of drama when it comes to Smash Rule implemented since last season as well. But, usually the case, we only have one team as a start to go for the Smash point or Smash Rule. But this time we have 2 at the same time, because last game we didn't have anybody reaching out to the match point just yet. But I want to see if all the other teams will try to catch up, especially Team Secret. They cannot play safe. They have to be aggressive, but overly aggressive will actually cause them to dig their own grave, just like how they did before. So they need to at least secure some match point by the end of today, not just the elimination points, because it will not be enough if they heavily depending on just those elimination points here.
Yeah, because the trend has been like, they focus on the elimination points, maybe not so on the placement points. But like what you said, right? Because now we already have like 2 teams at match point, they will need to find that balance, or ideally like both goes up. Then of course that's the ideal situation for teams like Team Secret, to be able to enable them to be part of the match point team if we do have the following round. Now there's so many ifs right now just because of how this Smash Rule works. So Team Secret, they probably need to find a switch of strategy here, how they're going to overcome that.
I don't want them to switch themselves into something that's trying to balance. Maybe just try to clear things faster, because that's always going to be the issue for Team Secret. I realize they love to fight, but the problem is they've been dealing with the fight quite an extended time. So there's another team passing by and shoot them from behind. That's always going to be the case for Team Secret so far. So all they need to do is just go more aggressive. I mean, that's just my perspective. But when it comes to team to focus, I'm going to focus on the teams at the bottom too. eArena, we saw a bit of glimpse when it comes to the first map today. Well, the Xaviers did just score. I think we both have 2 teams very similar here. So for you, it's going to be GLU. GLU, it's been a roller coaster ride for them today.
Yeah, up and down. Yesterday they did okay, but today, they did score a few points here and there, but we haven't saw the best of the Dragon Rangers yet. So now with two teams again enabled to smash it, so they need to really catch up on the points in case the position is locked in. But same goes for a lot of other teams as well. So that will be the narrative starting for this round onwards. But we're also looking at the Xavier as well. After that chicken dinner, they score that amount of points. Who knows, they could be the surprise team.
Only the players can answer that themselves as per usual, because we never know what go through the minds of the players right now. Do they want to focus the team that will cause them their journey to be cut short, or instead of that they just aim for eliminations regardless of whoever they're going against? But there's a lot of Xavier's player when it comes to last match damage. Well, that's pretty straightforward, directly because of them getting those chicken. Red Face, I think he was trying to do something, but Zuxi's not getting, not cutting out for it. It's just like, focus the game, guys. We need the chicken here right now, right today. But I love the fact that Boo is stepping up the game for the side of Claw. Today has been impeccable performance on Boo side.
Oh yeah, that's what we call leading by example, right? Like the IGL, like telling his teammates like, you guys can't frag, okay? How come you guys knock? How come you guys get eliminated? Let me do it myself. And he has been showing it to his teammates that he's able to do it. And because of his performance, now they are at match point. But to score the chicken dinner, everybody has to function after this. And maybe that's why, like, Zuxi is like, focus, guys. Focus. Red Face, don't play with my mic. You focus too. Because we need to smash it now.
I beg to differ in that terms, because I feel like Red Face is actually the one that brings the momentum, that brought a huge one for Claw since yesterday after he almost solo carried the team. Now, it might be a bit harsh here, but that was the case there. That happened yesterday. And after that, they realized, hey, we've been playing it too safe. They don't have analysts, they don't have coach. They have only their raw instinct and just game sense to go through the entirety of the journey for this season. So the moment Red Face pulled the trigger and just go running amok in the game, I think that's where Zuxi like, hey, I should be the one that leading this one. And I think my friend just slapped me a reality slap in the face, and Boo who realized that he needs to do something else as well. So that's only one more player, Pepeng, that we're hoping for him. I don't know if it's Pepeng or Chipeng will play, but that fourth player is so crucial for Claw to secure this chicken dinner.
Also, since we're talking about like players, right, now that we have a glimpse of BTR, looks like Ryan is going to continue to play. And yeah, they're going to stick with this lineup for this round at least and see what BTR can come up with. As for Dragon Rangers, okay, they're going to play without Hexas for this round. And they need to have an elevated performance at this time. So let's see what sort of performance will they come up with. Because again, who knows? It's maybe the last round, maybe. I mean, there's so many maybes here. Xavier, wait. Did Lamborghini just smile? Somebody screenshot that.
Yeah, it's a rare sight, guys. That's like a mythical creature. Finally, we get to see on screen. That's just how rare it is to see a bit of a smile at the end of that for Lamborghini, because they just got the last chicken dinner. But can they score a back-to-back? Let's hop into our next Erangel here. Will they smash it, or will they actually, well, end it up early?
And here we go! The real Smash Sunday begins in this round. All eyes onto Boom Esports and Claw's players as we head on to the Erangel match. The flight path looks like it's going to be a southern one. We're going to start off from the left side of the quarry all the way to Novo. So for teams who want to go to the north, they need to drop somewhere in between, grab a vehicle, and head to their regular drop spot. As for Vampire Esports, very adaptive to the flight path as always. Primos will be their destination. They're going to make a quick drop into it.
I'm looking forward for Northern Circle right now, I'm not gonna lie. Then everybody will try to move into one direction and one direction only. If that's the case, Rosshog Ruins and School gonna be rowdy in the first few stages. But it's all down to that 5% of luck to wait the circle to pop out. So far, no hot drops yet. Nobody being shot while they try to glide down from their parachute. So at least that's good news. We've seen that happen before. It's painful to watch.
I'm looking at Parajin dropping very close to GLU in Gatka, just next to them. Okay, but he should keep a good distance there. I guess he just wants to go for a vehicle. Circle is going to be on the right side, center around mansion. But we're going to see a first knock and first blood very early on involving Boom. Somebody's trying to deny them.
Oh, Roy, hot dropping them to its side of Boom, and they secured those arsenals way early on. Oh, this is trouble brewing for Boom. They will try to at least salvage whatever players they have left, but with barely enough resources, it's going to be tough. I don't think they have any gears on them yet, but another one bites the dust for Boom. This is only leaving Boom with 2 players. Not a great start at all. And Roy, who would have thought they'll be the one that feels like we got nothing to lose, but these guys have a lot at stake.
Hey, and they're putting themselves like the hero among every other team. It's like, we took out 2 players of Boom. And you can imagine like everyone's cheering like, yay, Boom Esports, cheering for Roy. But if anything that we have learned today is that Boom Esports has got the chicken dinner with 2 players in game number 1. Team Secret, however, will likely lose 0.
Oh, we talked about the top 3 teams. The only one that seems to be safe right now is going to be Claw. We don't see any actions for them yet. Team Secret, will they lose another member early? Oh boy, make it 2 now. They are in the same boat as Boom. This is not what they hoped for, but at least FaZe Clan running away and parting ways, disengaged, but Shopper made a U-turn to finish off round. There you go, a splat it is! A brutal way to go, and Team Secret, GK got nothing to work with, and Chuke is the one that finished off Boom players inside of this building.
But Frenzy now spotted by MVKE. And the moment they saw him, he was alone. It was a straightforward elimination by MVKE to pick up their first point here, and officially, now they will push down TODAK to number 15.
Now, they are a different mindset. There's actually one more mindset that we have to focus on for the teams actually not getting those match point yet. So they will try to gain as much point in case this is going to be their last map. They want to end up in a better ranking position for the extra point. So they will try to go as aggressive as they can be to make sure they have that slight bump, a better point for the grand finals.
Yep, that's going to be one as well, because we also need to remember that the starting points in the grand finals will be determined by their overall placement points after collecting the points from the Super Weekend. So that's something for teams to think of as well. Just like how TODAK, they think about bringing in a new player here in order to hope that their destiny will be changed.
GLU crossing over, Xbox is in, Hexas out. We're going to wait to see whether this actually gives them a different approach or even a different outcome. I'm hoping it's going to be a Starburst Circle. It's been a while we actually have Starburst Circle this week.
If we still have a game. Well, TALON still has this game, obviously, and they're going to bring in Linux into the lineup. They need to change their fate after that 0-point round from the previous game. So let's see if this will bring them any dividends. At this moment, I'm just looking at the gap between TALON and GLU. They have a 15-point gap, which is quite significant for them to climb up into the first half. So TALON, they really need to work things out now.
Yeah, twice in a row they ended up with nothing. They kind of stuck down there at 12th place. Roy, on the other hand, I want to see how crazy can that get in this round. It feels like they will shoot everything that moves inside, and feels like they're going for a hunt right now. And TODAK is another team that we should emphasize regarding how important it is for them to gain more points for their positions. They cannot afford to place themselves 15th, 16th place anymore, because remember, Alter Ego and Sam9, despite they're not playing, they have more points than these teams do. So the only way for them to go up is try to go really aggressive now.
Yeah, especially TODAK. Okay, now BTR. Look at aggressiveness. Rushing in onto Paragen, finishing him off immediately. Now Levi's on the outside of the building. Arazi, he needs backup though. He is alone. The rest of the Xavier coming in as well. Where are the rest of BTR? Okay, the captain needs help. But then again, he will get that one knock against Lamborghini with a shotgun.
Going down. Oh, he's been spotted out. They heard his footsteps. Ray's in trouble. Where are the rest of BTR? They're a bit too far to reach out to his side. They might actually lose Ray, and they will. The rest of BTR, are they willing to commit to this? Because TALON seems to be interested into getting this fight. Ryan down to only 50% of HP, but still going in for the rush anyhow. BTR, they are losing men limb by limb, taking out with the defense coming out from the Xavier side.
Because the Filipino Terminator, and they will get a knockdown to Lamborghini. But from the back, it's going to be Levi's finishing off. Federales on the left side. It's going to be Ryan. But on the right, there's another player as well. Ryan will be out. And looks like BTR failed push against the Xavier.
Nice duo play by Levi and as well as Nate T. Levi, that was a hard angle to hold on to. He was cornered down and two different wide swing. That was remarkable. And how calm he can actually get. He didn't even falter a bit at all. But on the side of Team Secret, I guess the last chicken dinner did play a big part with their composition and the composure right now. They are way more confident than they were earlier yesterday. But we talked about a team like TODAK. They need more points the moment they want to reach out to talent player who seems to be scouting. They're just coming in slightly too late.
Yeah, and now they're playing without their IGL. And let's not forget as well, why you mentioned that is because TODAK last week, they only scored 1 point from the Super Weekend. So they cannot end this Super Weekend with 2 points. It will put them in a very, very dangerous position of not seeing the grand finals. Because if you look at the newcomer teams, okay, GLU is at number 11 as of now. And then Team Secret doing very well at number 3. So that will potentially push out TODAK. So that's something they need to be aware of. Now, Team Secret, we spoke about them, and now they have visitors in the other building, Jimmy OP.
Yeah, another team that should be highlighted in the spot of TODAK, it's going to be MEC. They didn't score too much. Lipovka! And speaking of MEC, they are right in the center. Can they hold their grounds? They need the point way more than anything else in case this game gets smashed by Claw, because they're coming in very late. Same goes for Vampires and a VOIN Donkey, who's still taking a deep blue dive.
Yeah, Claw is not in a rush now, so they will take their time from Milta rotating in from the south. Okay, we're gonna get a replay here. How Razy first got his knock when driving by the Xavier, but that was like poking the hornet's nest, and the rest of the Xavier, they were awakened, and even though the rest of BTR, they came in, but they failed that push. And we can see the frustration by Federales. And that's Lamborghini. The most animation that you can get from him.
Yep. There was a lot of expression and emotional exchange between the two teams. You can see how the adrenaline really pushed them to the brink. But FaZe Clan spotted out Frankie. Team Secret, they cannot afford to lose another member here. They're starting off really crippled down with only 2 players. Have it all on them. They need to make sure everybody's going to stay alive to at least secure 20 points. 20 points with 2 players. Seems a very tall order, but it is Team Secret with Frankie and I think another player, possibly. I hope it's another fragger for their team. So Frankie, we do know what he can actually offer to clutch things out. 20 seems to be a bit far, but not impossible.
Yeah, that's like roughly 10 eliminations and a chicken dinner for Team Secret. So 15 teams more to go, or 14 other teams to be exact, for Team Secret to overcome before able to at least get the chicken dinner. Claw, as what we expected. They're going to come in from the south, and they're going to take their time, and they're going to play this super safe. We can see them using the right side of this map just by the river bay, coming in very, very slowly.
They're subtracting problems. They can focus on only one direction at this point. There's too much pressure mounting on their backs right now. What's the best way for us to not get ambushed by from every single direction? Okay, go along the shoreline. There's high chance nobody's swimming over due to the flight path itself just now. So they're going to take the approach, just going to stay low for a bit and try to gain points from the sidelines. But we talked about the teams coming up from the blue. Not just Claw. There's also Vampires and VOIN Donkey and Vampires. Oh, Potato, you don't want to get an accident right now.
Yeah, if they go forward, then Vampire will have a good view. But Vampire, they will still fire on. Almost getting Potato, but he managed to get away, so he's fine for now. But that means the other members of VOIN Donkey, they'll need to find an alternative route on where they want to go and where they want to park themselves. While we check out the next circle update. Lipovka still in it. Slightly above Lipovka is the centerpiece of the circle. So a lot of teams already in it. And inside Lipovka, there's only one team, FaZe Clan.
Despite Claw trying to take a safer route into the circle, that's going to be one of the toughest entry into the circle as well. Look at how concentrated the south side of the Lipovka area. But, well, northern side, we don't see a lot of actions yet. GLU included. They're marching towards where last we saw eArena coming in from the north. So I guess there's more space on the northern side due to the south flight path early on. So not many teams will try to go from above, but Claw, this is the time for them to gain those elimination if they can actually get on one knockdown Potato. And here's down Boo Boo Hoo again.
Ooh, getting the IGL of VOIN Donkey. And now the Potato, Vexy went down. Okay, 2 players of VOIN Donkey out. And 2 left right now as they approach the circle. Claw, that's a bonus for them.
A big one. Big fat bonus for them. Now, last we saw tailing VOIN Donkey was Vampires, but I don't know if they still tail it out or just going to play in the inside of a circle and gatekeeping the other side of a circle in case anybody coming in late. But last we saw this 3 teams actually the latest one coming into the safe zone. Mormon is right on top of Razak. We saw VOIN Donkey, how they would try to migrate and get pinned down by Claw from the sidelines. There's also Team Secret. Oh boy, this is not great for VOIN, but Team Secret, at least they're a bit occupied against Boom, who's down to 2 players.
Yeah, Team Secret in the middle of like 3 different teams. Okay. Boom Esports, they have a compound. So I don't expect like teams to really crash in unless necessary. So they will stay put here, use the compound as their fortress. We're back on the Claw, a highlight team at this round. Slowly getting into the circle, but next, another heavy hitter in front of them, Vampire Esports.
They should be worried about Tony K. He's getting the position of an off angle. And Tony K don't miss with his long-range shots. So Saxi, I think, is aware. Is waiting for the vehicles to stop for the sounds. The cue of the sound will give them a general idea whether Vampires will want to commit the fight or not. But since the vehicle's not stopping any time, so I assume they are okay for now. But Claw slowly crawling into the circle. I hoping nobody will take them as a target. They still have a 4, by the way. They need to wait it out. After, I think this is one of the most quiet stage 3 across week number 2 so far.
Yeah, because the teams, especially the top ones, right? They're starting to like, okay, let's chill a bit because our objective have changed now. Just like how the circle will change, it will go to the middle. So Boom Esports is still there. Okay, let's not forget about the potential of Boom Esports and Claw because they play really slow from the southern side. The circle will continue to shift away from them, but you can see Claw's position. Look at where Pepeng is at. Like he's just hugging the seaside, the shoreline right now. Maybe that could be their route from the right side shoreline in.
Yeah, he's trying to steer clear in case they want to take that small compounds nearby the shoreline, but there's no way that circle is there. So your Vampires, despite of chasing their tails hard behind closely, they were trying to choke the rest of Claw from getting into by, denying their entrance. But Vikings, Superman got surprised, and Team Secret, despite having only 2 players, they are in trouble. Oh boy, that small shot. Well, also, but they defended so well. How? How did that just happen? There was an entire crew of Vikings going against 2 players of Team Secret.
Yeah, and Frankie only had like, 1% health? And they defended it. Wow. Beautifully done by Team Secret, and now they scored the 2 points. Okay, so now Claw will face their first challenger, first real challenger, CelcomDigi Alliance, who will want to stop Claw from coming in.
They're the one initiating the fight this time. Oh, here comes the nade from Jimmy. Toss over to the side of Saxi, but he's just running people down. He doesn't take any shots warning here. They managed to take one out. Another one. A trade between Red FaZe. He got cleaned up quickly by GLUBLUG. Next, it's going to be Claw. How do they respond to this? It's going to be Boo taking the finishing to a side of CelcomDigi Alliance. Now there's only Olio left. On the terms of CelcomDigi Alliance, they need to find that last player to wrap things up because Vampire is creeping in. They are coming from behind. Claw, is this it? And we were down to 50% of HP. Oh boy, Vampires is here. They're taking the opportunity from behind and backstabbing Claw. This is going to go down the drain.
Oh, two teams focusing on the Claw. Claw now only has Zaxi and Bobo. They do have the hovercraft though. But they are trying to get in. But Olio will stop Zaxi from doing so. Bobo is in the vehicle right now. But he has to save his teammate Zaxi. And Bobo, he fires back to Olio. He will take out Olio in the process. Zaxi still on the outside. Bobo, is he going to save his teammate or is he going to leave it for now?
Nope.
Looks like he has to leave it. He has no choice.
He got no other options. There's too much at stake here for the side of Claw. Who will try to hope that it's going to be lesser people at the end and the top 4. I don't know if he can make it out alive because eArena right on top of him as well. Oh, and they hurt his vehicle. He managed to drift into a position for a park. A good parking, by the way. But next, back to it. TODAK versus FaZe Clan. Rail is down. And Bright, what a nade on side of Red Bull. Bull's eye it is. And finish things off with a splendid spray by the rest of the team.
Ooh, and TODAK is out. Only 1 point collected. And this will open up the opportunity for MEC to push down TODAK. But whether you finish the day at number 16 or number 15 is still going to be the same. It's still going to be only 1 point for the Super Weekend. So they're in a similar position right now. As for CelcomDigi Alliance, after all that fight, finally it is Vampire Esports to land the final blow, taking out CelcomDigi Alliance. And look at the circle. It favors both Boom and Claw.
eArena venturing towards the north, but Sakura will not let Boo go just yet. He knows somebody's there. He's going to wait it out. Speaking of patience, Sakura is one of the most patient men in eArena lineup. Boom, that 2-player. Now, they don't need those eliminations if they can smash it. With two players and plenty of teams still have a 4, like Vampires, eArena, TALON, Roy, even MEC, still have plenty of firepower on their side. Now, hopefully this one of the team will cancel each other out. If that's going to be the case, it's good news for Claw or Boom.
And let's see if Roy can actually make this one happen for themselves as eArena is in front. Okay, Vampire Esports, welcome to the circle. FaZe Clan in front. From afar, it's going to be Macarius pouring cover fire for Dewey to get away. And Dewey will be able to escape. He should be able to reach his compound where his teammates are at safely. And he will. Vampire Esports. Failed to get that one, but it's okay. They're in the circle.
Because there's one big rock structure that will cover them temporarily. At least there's nobody coming up from behind, except for Boo, of course. Tony K spotted. Oh, they're not leaving Boo behind. They are hunting him down. eArena got knocked down by Roy from above. There's a bit rowdy right on top of Boo right now, as Mormon also might get knocked down here. But he got those elevations. All he needs to just turn the corner down, and that's going to be the last of Roy, Hui Kang, and Mango as well. But at least for eArena, they scored a 4 this time. But Boo is still stuck down there with his overcraft. Shrubs closing the distance. Oh man, Vampires, they're showing no mercy at all.
Oh, eArena, last we saw they were coming from the northern side. And now we check out what's happening on the south. FaZe Clan, D-Xavier coming into the circle. Back onto the north, eArena and TALON right now against each other. While Boo is praying that nobody gives him any attention.
Oh, that's not going to happen. We saw how Shrubs keep tapping those long shots from afar. They know that's the previous hover vehicle that they've been aiming for and been chasing. But Mormon, eArena, at least they got some slight time to recuperate and manage to reset themselves. But they're left with only 3 players now. But the nades flying over will hurt them much more. Look at Axel going around in circle. And he almost got chipped down as well. Tony K managed to just get a barricade of those rock, but Yoru had it enough. He's gonna push into the smoke. What a spray! Another one almost got TONIK as well. Oh, he's right across him as no! Joker, what a cover fire.
Oh, eArena! They will not go down without a fight, it seems. Boichu is there. Boichu is there. Boichu cooking up his nade. Boichu ready to lob it across, and he was standing on the Joker. Joker evaded that one. Joker TONIK still all right, but Boichu still in front of them, trying to defend his ground all alone. Now all in on the Boichu, and TONIK will be the one to land that blow from the side together with Joker to finish out the final play of TALON. And now that the circle has shifted, Boom Esports do not have it, but Boo Boo who still has.
eArena, they're getting themselves 8 eliminations now. These Xaviers, Amaza hoping somebody will get knocked down within the smoke with that driving skills. Lamborghini, nobody can reach out to him. There's no more smokes there. Nate trying to avoid those collision, but Kim going in straight away, pulled over. There's a bit of trade. Amaza is down as well. And Boo Boo is still holding on, and that's going to be Claw. Closing their smash down to only Boom right now. Can they do it?
Okay, it's starting to be real sweaty right now for Boom. Okay, because they don't have the circle. That's going to be one. Secondly, it's going to be MEC in front. Manzi picking up his teammate Kim. And Pombit right now on foot, moving towards MEC. They try to close the gap. At the same time, the blue is closing in on the Boom Esports. And Kim will be back up. So it's going to be a 2v2 for the fight to be in the circle.
Not the best case scenario for Boom. Yes, they do have those elevation at advantage, but the problem is the blue zone is just too close on their back. And it's stage number 7 will hit soon. They were hoping to connect this hand grenade somehow, but Manzi got chipped down just a tiny bit, and another one down to 50% of HP. They have to reposition themselves while trying to get onto the left side of the circle, still playing those elevations and trying to find at least a way out of the blue zone first in this case of Boom, because their survivability is their main priority right now.
Yeah, and looks like FaZe Clan actually did Boom Esports a favor by knocking out Manzi. Boom Esports, their objective right now is just to survive. Manzi eliminated by Boom. Still, Pombit still gets that one at the end of the day, and they will rotate from the north into the circle. Boom Esports now in the circle, but within the circle now we have FaZe Clan. Very close to them, just next to them, in fact, is Vampire Esports.
Who still have a full roster, very healthy Vampires. There is FaZe Clan. If they manage to chip a couple of players of Vampires down, that give so much advantage for Boom to wrap the chicken around for this map. But it's not going to be easy task for Boom's side. The rest of the eArena got the exact information they need on the side of Boom, and they are focusing on FaZe Clan, who still pop the smoke. Vampires next to them, so this gave away a lot of information, not just towards FaZe Clan, but Vampires as well. This is actually a very advantageous position on the side of Vampires due to this rock that's uneven structure, make it so difficult for them to land any troubles.
Yeah, so they'll be banking on like playing it super duper safe right now. But this time
no.
the circle will go away. Okay, Kim gets Pombit, but Pombit, okay, there's still misery there. Can they get it? Mastery eliminated. Looks like the game will continue, ladies and gentlemen. Now, it's a matter of who will score this chicken dinner.
Odds are with Vampires right now to get the most man and manage to secure 4 eliminations despite they been engaging with all this crossfire continuously. But they hardly get those execution. eArena, they do have the advantage when it comes to those high grounds, but they need to push forward. Vampires in the center of it, and it's an awkward angle, a very steep, I would say a very steep slope for them to actually just get down, but can they actually get it safe? FaZe Clan giving the pressure on towards the side of eArena, and Vampires are aiming eArena too, so the one that actually having in trouble is going to be eArena right now.
Yeah, they have the toughest position so far, especially with Mela looking down at them. Okay, Mela spraying, eArena, they don't have that space yet, but they could be distracted by FaZe Clan, because right now FaZe Clan in the circle, trying to close the gap between themselves and Vampire Esports, and if this fight erupts, then eArena would have the opportunity to go in.
Now Vampires, they will make the initial move to reposition just to broaden up their space so they have plenty of ground. While FaZe Clan, there's barely enough cover. eArena still being pressured by Newsy. Shrubs down to 30% of HP. He need to re-heal himself. I think he's still using the bandages. The fact that none of these teams willing to take a first step forward. But GUI start to push towards the Vampires. They're not wasting any more time. He spotted out Tony K. He's down on the ground, executed as well, leaving Vampires down to 3. And eArena, no focus on them for now. This is a great opportunity for them to be a third party with Red Bull taking the Mela big nade.
Oh, that's one nade. But FaZe Clan, they respond with more nades onto Mela, hoping to land it onto him. But Mela, not connected by those nades. Still within the middle of the circle. eArena now. That was the fight that they're hoping for to erupt. And now eArena has a little bit more space to play with. And eArena is shooting down to FaZe Clan as well. Now nade after nade being lobbed across, including Red Bull's nade onto Schweppes. But it will not connect at all. FaZe Clan, at least they're within the circle. They can still hold on to this stage 8 soon.
The smokes will buy Vampires some time. Well, News is dealing with eArena players, Tony K and Joker. They got some elevations there. And News is the only one that holding against eArena by himself right now, while the rest of Vampires have to deal with FaZe Clan. But Tony K decided to slowly push in. And Straps hoping to actually give some cover fire, but they are here. Tony K versus Newsy. And it's going to be a shotgun versus a shotgun. And he managed to actually abuse the use of the structure, but unfortunately the cover fire coming in a bit late, but still a good trade coming from eArena and Vampires. But FaZe Clan, the odds going towards their side. Red Bull will still those point away. Macarius as well might spot it out. Joker is running towards Tony K. Vampires, slowly their members are taken out one by FaZe Clan.
All-time finale, here we go. FaZe Clan closing the gap between themselves and Vampire Esports. Schwartz will be playing without Newsy. Here comes Macarius with the DBS gameplay. And Vampire Esports out. Now it's between FaZe Clan and eArena. And it's only Joker left for eArena. 30k is just too far away. And with the Smolly, they will burn down Joker. FaZe Clan will take home chicken dinner number 3.
We definitely have to tally up the score for FaZe Clan because they were in the top 5 before this. Where would they stand after this round? Will the elimination points be enough for them to push in the top 3? But I am 100% sure for the fact it's still not enough for their match point.
Yeah, it's very likely to still not be enough. They will still need a few more rounds, perhaps, or maybe at least one more round, in which we'll need to look at the overall scores later. Potentially could still be the two teams that have the match points, so that's something for us to take note of and calculate it later. Now, looking at the final blow, it could have gone either way because it depends on who shoots who first, but it so happened that eArena FaZe Clan focusing onto Vampire Esports, who's in the middle of the two teams. And once they're out, it became FaZe Clan versus eArena. But because FaZe Clan had the numbers, the rest was history.
To break it down, FaZe Clan, they are in depth of 10k from eArena just now. He was the one making it possible for FaZe Clan to push in and leave their post before, because 10k was the one that taking Newsy and Schweppes out on the flank side. With those two out, that's pretty much giving so much opening for FaZe Clan to push forward. And this gonna be a big blow if Claw and Boom cannot score the smash in the next one, because FaZe Clan, it's so close for them to reach out to the match point, and it's within their reach when it comes to the next map.
11 eliminations for FaZe Clan. That's 21 points. So let's check out the highlights where FaZe Clan scored the chicken. of 4 teams, and FaZe Clan with the chicken dinner, followed by eArena, and then you have MEC with Vampire Esports. Interesting, even though Vampire, they were at 3rd place earlier, but MEC is above them with lesser amount of damage. So it looks like they were able to be really efficient this round with a lesser damage, but still able to bring in more eliminations than Vampire.
Other than MEC, who was actually one of the bottom teams, but the middle pack has spoken out for themselves. FaZe Clan, eArena, and Vampires. These are going to be the top 8 teams that will try to push their overall rankings later in the top 2 or top 3. Now, like I mentioned, if Claw and Boom cannot score the smash in the next one, there's going to be them, you know, falling off into pieces, because knowing the fact that this guy's gonna catch up now. But we have to give it to Red Bull. His nades just now was sublime. The way he timed and his position to actually get those off angle, that was remarkable. 957 damage and 7 eliminations. I mean, we do know what this guy has to offer, but at the very critical moment, FaZe Clan need him to actually stand out. He delivers.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. The latest transfer into FaZe Clan from Austria, Thailand, still able to put in a performance even though he changed his jersey over with a few new teammates, and Red Bull will still be Red Bull as the MVP this round. Now, the points. So FaZe Clan, we know it's 21 points, that's cool. eArena, 14 points. MEC, they scored 8 eliminations, so that's 12 points. Vampire Esports, only 5. 10 points. That's the double digit. Now, will there be any other new team to be in the match point? I don't think so, since Team Secret only scored 7 points.
But these guys, the top 3 teams in this match rankings right now, can turn the tide over, like I mentioned before, because unfortunately, the teams at the very top are being eliminated without scoring the chicken. It's no more about those eliminations here. But GLU, they need to push the numbers, because we do know this is their first ever Super Weekend. If they ended up with only 1 point by end of today, while MEC start to catch up here, it's going to be tough for them to get into the grand finals.
Yeah, so they still need to maintain a sort of pace, right? But where it matters is the overalls. Okay, so officially, it's still Claw and Boom Esports that is at match point. FaZe Clan, they are 9 points away from meeting match point, so they are kind of close. Team Secret, 13 points to reach match points, and then you have D-Xavier onwards. Even though D-Xavier has 2 chicken dinners, but still 62 points. Interesting. I guess that's because of like yesterday, their first few rounds, they scored a 0. That's why they are not at match point yet. If only they did that, but that was obviously in the past. Right now, it's about looking forward for D-Xavier to see if they can do it before it's smashed.
58 eliminations on Team Secret. My God, there's no stopping these guys. They don't care about their positions at all. Well, TODAK and the Vikings, Roy as well. Roy is so disruptive for the top teams up there. They've been messing with their heads early on. We saw how they just intercept or intervene when it comes to Boom, and as well as the other teams like Claw early on, especially Boom, of course. They gotta hate this guy right now, and I feel bad for Boo-Hoo. He's trying to run away so fast, but that hovercraft is pretty too obvious. Vampires know what they're chasing for. But what you guys should be chasing for right now is getting those free tickets. It's already pinned in the comment section or the chat section. All you need to do is just click it, grab your own free ticket, which is today, and make sure you guys can get a slot into the basket hall GBK at Jakarta to witness yourself the moment that you get to see the players and the champions of this season to lift that trophy up.
And also who will be in the top 3 to the PMWC. And you also will be able to get great merchandise here from our on-site booth from either TALON, RRQ, GLU Squad, Alter Ego, Boom Esports, BTR, or VOIN, a Donkey. And also, not to forget our official sponsor for the season, TECNO, in which you can join in on fun activities hosted by them, and you stand a chance to win team merchandise while checking out the TECNO phone there itself. And while you're at it, you can also snap a photo with your favorite team or players that will make an appearance at the TECNO booth. So make sure you check out the on-site booths while you're at the grand final site.
Now, one last shot for Claw and Boom to score that smash rule. If they cannot score for the next one, we have so much contenders in the fifth match later on. But to wait what's gonna happen in the fourth match later, you guys gonna have to take a break for a bit because you need to get your popcorns ready because we're gonna head into the break and see you guys in a couple of minutes.
There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase. tournaments begin. You did great.
Magic right now, but right amount of players bring barbecue to death off. New live reset, but it's not gonna be. It should go wild. Members of SEA already here. Rocky out the open. The smoke. TALON. Strategic. The one in trouble right now. Worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PNMC will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2 still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash Rule. If no teams have completed the Smash rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on the team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
Paling untuk 3 yang lainnya, kalau misalnya kita kalah berada di hashtag 2 dan kita nggak bisa dapat hashtag 1, yang pasti nanti ada hukumannya, ya paling traktir sih atau enggak ya challenge-challenge rank lain. Tapi jangan sampai dong hashtag 2.
Mọi người hãy tưởng tượng tôi như kiểu một cái chùa đấy, với lại cái team của tôi như là một cái chợ ấy. Chùa thì muốn yên tĩnh, còn chợ thì lúc nào cũng ồn ào.
Okey, kepada teammate saya, kalau tengok video ni, harap tak ambil hati sebab semua perkara ni benar.
Solusinya ya gue tutup aja pakai bantal mulutnya Asa biar dia nggak berisik.
Ngenokin teman sendiri sih, itu ada bisa pakai bom, bisa pakai bensin, itu sering terjadi dulu di zaman-zaman RA. Nah kalau di zaman-zaman itu kita sering ngemoli teman kita sendiri, itu sering terjadi dan tapi kita ya ngebawa itu jadi lucu aja sih.
Điều ngớ ngẩn nhất cả đội từng làm chắc là những quả nét và những quả lửa, tại vì thay vì chúng tôi chọi vào địch thì chúng tôi chọi vào nhau.
Diorang selalu tinggalkan saya seorang-seorang, saya rest seorang-seorang, dia memang lembab gila.
Wah, kalau itu gue pernah sih, waktu itu nge-post kompon, terus si Asa ngebom diri gue, bukan ngebom musuhnya, jadi malah friendly fire. Ah, parah sih dia.
Satu pemain yang aku bakalan pilih itu aku bisa bilang Leon DZ karena Leon DZ itu selain dari pengalaman dan juga skillnya dari tahun ke tahun itu udah cukup oke, dan jujur dari diri aku sendiri itu aku penasaran main sama dia, makanya aku pilih Leon DZ.
Cho em tuyển cả ba người luôn được không? Thứ nhất là Tony Kay, hai là Rosemary và Kaluk. Tại vì cả ba tuyển thủ đấy luôn luôn nằm trong những cái top player của các giải đấu và cũng có MVP của mình nữa.
Saya akan ambil TODAK Naim sebab dia punya backup laju and then sharp shooter.
Gua maunya Yami sih, karena alasannya gue pernah SEA Games bareng Yami, gue ngerasa klop main sama dia, berasa kompak, chemistry gue kayak ada sama dia.
Untuk Red FaZe jangan maju mulu ya, karena gue bakalan maju dan gue yang lebih jago, jadi jangan sosok maju. Untuk Firman juga sama, begitu pula juga Pepeng. Untuk Boboho banyak ranking lagi.
Đồng đội của tôi như cái radio vậy á, tại vì kiểu không thể tắt được á.
Manzi sebab dia ni macam star syndrome, selalu siap lambat, orang kena tunggu dia. Dia dah macam raja dah dekat dalam team ni. Asyik nak kena tunggu dia je, semua dia siap lambat. Confirm kena tunggu dia.
Oh, Asa sih, karena kalau Asa nih, kalau di GH, kalau di gaming host, dia tidurnya tuh ngoroknya paling kenceng. Jadi gue keganggu banget tuh kalau tidur. Jadi dia ngorok tuh berasa kapal pecah.
Hello, PUBG Mobile people, and welcome back to the interview session. After the first half, and not 2 games, not 3 games, we are going for the second half or the game number 4. And as usual, we are going to have an interview or a little bit chit chat. And right now, join with me, player from Dingo Xavier Levi's, and also our translator is Viola.
Hello.
How are you, bro?
Em cảm thấy thế nào?
Em cảm thấy vẫn như mọi hôm, vẫn khỏe mạnh, vẫn vui vẻ.
I just feel as usual as every day. Still well, still happy.
Still well, still happy. That's really important because after this, game number 4. So, Dingo Xavier has been a very dominant team from the start to end of last season, even become the champion. But this season, you all don't seem that dominant anymore. Is there anything that is lacking this season?
Trong mùa giải trước thì từ đầu đến cuối mùa giải, Dingo Xavier là một đội rất là áp đảo và các bạn thậm chí đã đạt chức vô địch. Tuy nhiên là trong mùa này thì có vẻ là mình không có được áp đảo như cũ nữa. Thì không biết là mùa này mình có cái sự thiếu sót nào hay không?
Không phải do bọn em không áp đảo mà các đội hiện tại bắn khá là hay nên là bọn em vẫn chập chững ở đấy thôi ạ.
It's not because we are not dominating, but it's because of the teams are performing so well. That's why we are somewhere in the middle.
I see. I think that's the answer for respecting the other teams. Again, the previous champion, I think, is still going stronger next round. The next one is, you are close to the match point, but not there yet. Are you feeling afraid other team will win the match through before you reach the match point?
Hiện tại thì các bạn sắp rồi nhưng mà mình vẫn chưa cán được cái điểm mốc. Thì bạn có sợ rằng là sẽ có đội khác chiến thắng và đạt được smash rule trước mình hay không?
Em nghĩ chắc trận sau hoặc trận Miramar thì sẽ được nghỉ sớm đấy ạ.
I think probably in the next match or in another Miramar map, we might be able to end the day.
A very specific answer, Miramar, because Xavier, not only in PMSL, we saw them really dominant when it comes to Miramar. Next one, how is Dingo Xavier still the strongest Vietnam team after all these years? What makes DX different from other Vietnam teams?
Làm thế nào mà qua nhiều năm như vậy rồi thì Dingo Xavier vẫn giữ vững được vị trí là đội mạnh nhất tại Việt Nam? Không biết là điều gì đã khiến các bạn khác biệt so với các đội khác tại Việt Nam?
Vì tại bọn em có một người sếp tốt, một người huấn luyện viên tốt và một người đội trưởng giỏi và các thành viên tất cả đều giỏi nên là bọn em ổn định đến bây giờ.
It's because we have a great boss, a great coach, a great in-game leaders, and all of the members are great as well. That's why we can remain as consistent as we are.
Love the answer. The chemistry between players and management makes DX so strong up until now. Going into game 4, how many total games do you think there will be this smash rule?
Bây giờ thì mình sắp vào game thứ 4 rồi, nhưng mà bạn nghĩ là hôm nay mình sẽ có diễn ra bao nhiêu trận thì sẽ đạt được smash rule và kết thúc ngày thi đấu?
Em nghĩ là sau trận E này.
I think it's after this match.
Game 4? Really?
Trận 4 hả?
Why is that? Why is that?
Tại sao? Yes, I think it's after match 4 in Miramar map. I just think so.
Okay, last one for Dingo Xavier. You guys are the previous champion. From the scale 1 to 10, how confident you are will be the champion for the season and going for the EWC?
Mùa giải trước thì mình đã là nhà vô địch. Vậy thì trong mùa giải này, mức độ tự tin mình có thể đạt chức nhà vô địch là bao nhiêu? Trên thang từ 0 tới 10 thì em sẽ đánh giá bao nhiêu? Và cái cơ hội mà mình vào EWC là chừng nào?
50-50 chị ạ.
It's 50-50.
50-50. All right, thank you so much, Levi's, and also the amazing translator. We are going to the 4th round. Will this be the last or not? We are going to see, because we are going back to the caster for the action. So casters, take it away.
Well, 50-50 still, okay. I think he's keeping it low right now because he has to reach match point before smashing it. But will it be taken away by still our top 2 teams?
I have a different vibe from the interview. I feel like Levi is subtly saying, we don't want to be in the top team's shoes right now. We've been there before. Let them feel the wrath of all the other players when the whole arena cheered when you fall down. Nope, it's okay. We're gonna play it cool. We're just gonna redeem ourselves during the grand finals. That kind of the interview that I got from that take. And I feel like, you know, these Xaviers, they are low profiling themselves for a reason for right now. Super Weekend, great to get into the grand finals. But they pretty much kind of secured that slot based on, well, it's the Xaviers, guys.
Wow, but the Xavier's not here in the stat award, as how you always would call it. Okay, 100 knocks for FaZe Clan already. Wow, okay, that's interesting. Followed by Boom 96 and then Claw 95, eArena 91. Okay, so they're not too far away from each other, but this is just the knocks. Of course, the eliminations is what matters. But I like the fact that you pointed out that, the pressure, they have felt it before, being that spotlight team that everyone is cheering against. They have felt that pressure. They probably don't want that anymore. Let the Xavier, let Boom Esports, let Claw feel that sort of pressure, and if they can overcome it.
It's nothing personal. It's all about PUBG Mobile, of course. But, you know, when the whole arena is cheering whenever you get knocked for the entire team, that's tough, man.
Oh, yeah. Can imagine the mentality that they will need to have, right, against all that, and also inside the game. But you guys don't need the mentality to snatch tickets because it's there for you. It's free right now. Tickets to the grand final of PMSL now up live. Do check out the pinned comment here in the live stream that you're watching at right now, and it will be held at the Basket Hall GBK in Jakarta next week, starting from Friday until Sunday. So grab your tickets now. Book your seat because I can assure you that there will be a lot of people there. So don't miss out the opportunity to watch the grand finals and see who will lift the trophy.
Whoever's late into the party, I hope there's still available tickets for you guys to click on the pinned comments of the chat section down there, because while you're there, make sure you guys visit the on-site booth available for all the teams. I really wish you're gonna have close team booth as well, but unfortunately there's none. But I saw GLU's jacket. It was pretty cool itself. I don't know if you guys catch a glimpse of it just now, but make sure you guys try out TECNO, our sponsor for this season, where you can try out the device, the POVA 7 series 5G Ultra yourself, where the players actually using it right now, and try win the team merchandise there first, because it's going to be free. Then only you visit all the other booths. Then only you can save at some ka-ching and go for a good meal afterwards.
But who will get a good meal at Esports World Cup? Because only the top 3 teams from the PMSL Grand Finals will move on to PMWC, and that will be played at Riyadh itself, the stage that all these competitors want to be in. They'll be playing at a big stage amongst all the best teams in the world, eyeing a significant prize pool. So who doesn't want to be there? I mean, it's Esports World Cup, right?
Yep, and what's coming up is also the TECNO, our sponsors, the POVA 7 series that you guys can see on the screen. This is going to be the device the player is using right now with 5G Ultra, the ultimate skill that you need for a phone to have, but you have to have your own skill too. So don't blame the device because it's already ultra to a certain point for a reason, okay? Make sure you guys try it out if you guys happen to be in the grand finals and got yourself the free tickets available on the chat section. I mean, come on guys, still free while it's still available. Take it, because it will be very limited that get to offer it for the free ones. But you know, for EWC, I've been there last year myself. I think you've been there as well. It's amazing. It's a good experience. The food's just great. I mean, the environment was great. The whole town was great. You guys should check it out. I mean, if you have not been there, especially the players, they need to find the slot for this, because it's once in a lifetime experience.
Yeah, and you never know if next year you still get the chance, because it's naturally a competition, right? Because everyone will want to fight for that slot. So whatever opportunity that they have to make the most out of it. If not, then, well, it's going to be a whole next year's story. But of course, in between that, then we'll have PMGC and so on and so forth. But focusing onto PMSL right this moment. To get into the grand finals first, and then we'll talk about who will be the top 3. Now, there are some teams still at risk though of not getting into the grand finals, and I'm looking at one of them, TODAK.
Well, at least they can change their fate when it comes to the grand final slot, because they are still playing compared to Alter Ego or Sem9, especially Sem9. They only had 4 points in total. There's a high chance a team like GLU or who else getting into this? That's going to be TODAK themselves and MEC to push them down. But they need to secure more than 1 point here. They don't want to be the last. I mean, I wouldn't mind for the team that actually get into the first week to get the last place, because they might have more points. But at the same time, we might end up with a tiebreaker end of today if that's going to be the case. Because we do know if you add up another point for this week, it's not going to be enough to maintain the top 16 to get into the grand finals. So it's all about whether they can sustain long enough before, I don't know if the smash rule going to hit for the next one, because it's super close for 2 teams still. But we do know if there's 2 top teams not taking advantage right now, the next one is going to be super hard.
Yes, because we can expect by that time more teams will reach match point, and then it will be even scarier for the teams that had the match point for at least 2 rounds now, which is both Esports and Claw. So if they don't do it this round, then potentially there'll be more teams joining. It will become harder for them to smash it and lock in the number 1 spot for themselves. Of course, all the other teams will try to deny them in the game, and well, sometimes outside the game, like what you said, they will be anti-cheering for them, or in other words, cheering for the team that's fighting against those 2 teams. So it will be super interesting. I do wish that we get like the mic check of the arena, like during the stage.
I do know there's some supporters actually in the arena as well. I assume there's at least the families and some of the community of the PUBG Mobile Indonesian scene will be there as well. So with at least it won't be too bad for the guys, because they are from the Indonesia region themselves, the top 2 teams right now. That's why I feel like these Xaviers, you know what? The support, I love the community in Indonesia because they are so enthusiastic and very passionate about the game. So if you're actually in the top spot, and then the whole arena is gonna, cheer when you're being eliminated, that's gonna be a bummer, and it will affect you morally, mentally, and even physically to a certain extent, because it will drain you out to the point that it's just so difficult for them to overcome that mental block if that's gonna be the case for these Avians. So I think they're pretty smart to play it low for the Super Weekend and just focus on the grand finals.
Yeah, even if they even if let's say they don't smash it, I mean, the Xavier, we're very likely to see them in the grand finals anyway, and I'm pretty sure they have psyched themselves to okay, whatever starting points that we have at the grand finals, it doesn't matter, we can still catch up to it, it's okay. Grand finals is 3 days anyway, so it might not bring them that much of a difference. I'm sure they're psyching up them for themselves for it. But of course, if you are able to gain extra points, why not? I'm sure teams won't mind that, but you need to be prepared. But because at the end of the day, they can be only one team that gets the most points possible. So it will be also what sort of pressure these teams will be on as well, right? Moving on to grand finals, which is a conversation that we will have next week. Because now the pressure is more onto the teams below, I would say, rather than the teams to smash it.
That's kind of true, especially for the teams that's not even playing. Alter Ego, I think they are considered as safe for now. 6 points. The worst case scenario, they're probably going to get pushed down to 15 or 16 place down there. I don't think they're going to get out of the run for grand finals yet, but Sem9 probably going to have a tough time here. If the teams that got themselves like TODAK and BTR can secure at least 3 points, that's pretty much tied up for their positions. And if they do have more chickens, that's going to be the tiebreaker too. So since they have more games in the Super Weekend for BTR and TODAK, that kind of will be in their favor because they have better chance of scoring those chicken dinner and played more games.
Yeah, I mean the tiebreaker, right? It's heartbreaking. It's number one, you kept guessing okay, did we not? And then the tiebreaker comes in, and then you'll be like, we have the same points, but it's just down to that one last small little thing, whatever it is, right? Maybe it could be placement points, maybe elimination points that separates them. It's heartbreaking to be separated by a tiebreaker, I must say. So it's going to be super duper scary for even Sem 9 especially. Yeah, like what you said, right? So Alter Ego, they have 6 points from last week. Their chances are still okay to be in the grand finals. The one that we should be worried now is Sem 9. And if Sem 9 don't meet the grand finals,
oh man,
can't imagine what sort of conversation Boss Tommy will have.
Not just between the players, how frustrating it will be for them, and thinking that, hey, we still have a shot at grand finals, because the topic going on when it comes to the interview, we did a lot of them mentioning, will Boom score a triple, another lifting the trophy for the championship this time, or will the Xavier's going to take it away as well? But right now, getting into the grand finals itself seems like a very, very extremely painful journey for the teams at the very low rankings there. And when it comes to this, there's not many teams that will compete when it comes to getting in the 16th slot, because of so many teams in the previous group did not get it in, the same ones that didn't get into the first Super Weekend. So it's down to these two teams that at the very bottom, BTR, TODAK. I think BTR would not be having problem at all based on how they perform right now.
Yeah, I think BTR now, they are kind of okay. So they should be able to see grand finals. It's just a matter of the starting points for them. A highlight team, of course, is going to be TODAK. So that's going to be one. Another one that could potentially be a highlight is MEC. Yeah. Because now they're also somewhere at the bottom. And it's going to... Okay, so the math is going to be easy for Sem 9, right? If MEC and TODAK both end up at the bottom, like 16-15, for example, then Sem 9 will make it because they have 4 points. MEC by then might be 3 points in total, TODAK 2 points in total, so obviously they don't overtake Sem 9, so they will be safe. But yeah, this is cruelty of the tournament, right? It's going to be at the expense of a team, but who will it be?
Yeah, I guess the higher pressure is on MEC's side, since, like you mentioned, they haven't got any Super Weekend point yet, and this is the only time they can actually get the opportunity to do so. And with them at the very bottom, they have to end up in the middle pack, because if they just add 1 more point, that's plenty of teams that get 1 point as well, and we're back resorting to the tiebreaker. And I have a feeling they might actually not be in the grand finals at this point if they don't try to be slightly more aggressive. We do know MEC, Vogue is always taking the lead and charging in. He plays just like how the rest of high fragger players play, like Federales, example, Shrubs. He has that caliber to actually push forward. But it's just, I feel like maybe the pressure or overthinking seems to be a big issue for the team right now. They barely get to move freely in the game without being caught off guard by all the other teams out there.
Yeah, the slight cushion for MEC is that they have 2 points from last Super Weekend. So that's a slight cushion for them. Yeah. But of course, by putting themselves in 1 point, then they will be at risk. I mean, there's just so much math, right? Like, I can't tell offhand, like, okay, minimum, how many and all that. There's just too much math for me to do. Like, my brain just can't take it anymore. So I'll be like, okay, we just leave it to officials to calculate everything. Yeah, and we're just here to narrate whatever that they put up for us. It's just like what we're going to put up right here. It's going to be our team to focus. So, you're having for this round Vampire, GLU, and CelcomDigi Alliance. Mind telling us about it?
I mean, that's going to be... I'm trying not to jinx the day, but... Well, it's still going to jinx the day anyhow. We're getting into game number 4, and what's spoken by the teams that want to finish out with second game is not going to happen. Things are extended here with Vampires rising up just now. GLU, I'm waiting for them to actually give a bit of a push. I'm sorry, it wasn't MEC I mentioned before, because if you I have to just re-highlight about the MEC point. If you talk about MEC, then Roy is pretty much in the same shoes. The one that seems to me that in trouble, not just who is it again, Team Secret and GLU. GLU is the squad that's not performing here, which I want to focus on them for now. GLU, it's gonna be a bummer, right? The fact that if your team not playing in the grand finals, but you have a booth there.
I guess you're saying, or you're pointing to RRQ. Well, I guess you can still sell jerseys. I mean, make some money is not too bad. Okay. I was worried for a moment there. Okay, he's a good boy.
Yep. I think pressure's not so much on eArena side. They're having a great time. You know, for the teams that's not getting that match point yet, their main focus is going to be we have to end at least for our run in a better ranking. That's it. If they got into the match point, it's going to be a bonus because it's heavily depending on the teams at the top 2 right now, whether they can wrap things up or not. For the rest of them, as long as we get more points than we used to, hey, it's still a big bonus for them.
Yeah, it will. But it will also be determined by this round. Okay, since we're heading onto the game now, there's going to be not the maybe. Oh, at this point, I'm doubting myself. Is this the final Erangel? Because technically we have another Erangel later, but it could be the final Erangel. Man, so many questions to answer because the top 2 teams can still smash it, ladies and gentlemen. And it looks like we're heading in right now. So, jump in or not? Here we go.
Good. We're jumping in. Let's go now. As we're heading over Erangel, it's still going to be a south flight path. Now, we've seen a very awkward flight path, not too much generous flight path there, pretty much cut the map into 2 sides evenly. And so far, it's skewed to its one side, with whether it's going to be north all the way or south. But make it interesting this time, you know. Claw's been playing it very carefully compared to Boom. Boom, I don't think they did not want to be careful. It's just bad. I wouldn't say luck. Luck is still in play, but it's just really bad opening for the last map. They'd been caught off guard by Roy earlier.
Yeah, it might be a different destiny for them if they didn't lose the first 2 players very, very early on. But now I'm pretty sure they would have learned their lesson, and the flight path is somewhat similar. It's just a different direction to the one before. Unless, of course, deliberately another team wants to find them, then it's going to be a different conversation altogether. But that does not mean that they cannot avoid those teams themselves. Now, they're dropping around the same area as before, but the difference this time is that Roy is not near with Boom, so they might be okay. But I'm also looking at CelcomDigi Alliance just beside Boom. While we check out the first circle, 50-50, north or south?
It's going to be Rosehawk, perhaps. That would be fun too. There's very little space with the river in between, but BTR versus TALON. Now, TALON have a rough day today. They barely made 80 points in entire. They're only 2 points across, like, the 4th map now. They couldn't afford to lose any more members. And I don't think this is going great for them. They lost a couple of members behind, at least on the side of BTR. They will revive on Razy, but cancel it out by Star. Because Nape and Federella's get knocked down as well. It's a pistol fight and the Scorpion 2. TALON, Axel. It's going to be a 1v1, but Federella's is pretty low himself.
1v1 right now. Federella's only 1 bullet onto him is needed by Axel. He does have a pistol. Federella's pistol as well. His pistol versus pistol too. Okay, and Axel will finish off BTR. BTR only managed 1 point. 55 points in total. VOIN Donkey, CelcomDigi Alliance, GLU can overtake them.
I genuinely feel happy for TALON. This is what they needed, you know. They got only 2 points earlier today before we hit into the break. And this is what actually they needed. Direly in the need of this push. At least it will give them back their confidence and their morale to, you know, have their own usual stuff that we've seen during the group stage. Because that time, TALON was doing pretty great. I don't know what happened to them when it comes to the Super Weekend.
Yeah, it's a very different performance, right, as compared to last week. So I don't know. It's unexplainable sometimes. Maybe it's like other teams adapting better, talent not adapting better. That's the easy way to kind of explain things. But I'm sure there's like deeper underlying things for talent. But it's not the end of the world for talent. At least this time, they start off with 4 points. Yeah, they lose 1 player. But 3 players, chicken dinner. Yeah, we've seen that before.
Iftar is back for CelcomDigi Alliance. Will this bring their A game out there? There's a lot of teams in the 40s and 50s. And when it comes to the match point, now we did mention this multiple times by now. You know, the team that I feel sorry for, I feel bad about right now is going to be Team Secret. Multiple times. Oh, Tam is back in. Welcome back, Tam, for TODAK. They need the points. We talked about this. They are at number 16. It's good for them to actually switch a player now. They need it now. But on the side of back to his Team Secret, multiple times we saw the attempt to actually take the fights. But halfway through, they always bombarded by a third party coming in from behind multiple times by now.
Yeah, so I guess they need to be more wary about like the surrounding teams as well when they decide to take fights. Like it's not only like, okay, that one team that they focus on, but also whoever that's around them to kind of like avoid the chance of that happening again. But now Team Secret 69 points and they are 13 points away from match point. Not too bad, I must say. But if they don't do this, they will take another round. Okay, we'll check out the replay again. It actually all started off with BTR looking like they can win it against Talon. But Axel putting in a final blow onto a BTR and won. No. But now Talon in action again.
At least Yuri got himself an off-angle enemy 14. The fight that erupted Talon versus BTR was by a knife at first. At least this time, I don't know if they upgraded themselves from those pistols before. Did they even have time to find their looting? But on the side of TODAK, they did not expect them to fight back. Where is Yuri? He's finally coming back. He barely have any health utilities to heal himself back up. 9. I'm not sure if he actually spotted out Yoru by now. He tried to go for rail, but he had those first steps. And it's closing in. He cancelled it out. But one shot and that's done.
Okay. I was at the edge of my seat earlier on because it was a shotgun. That's why he tried to close the gap. And it was a headshot with that shotgun. He would have gotten the win. But then again, it's a TPP. 9 had the first look advantage. And he reacted quickly enough with the M4. So happened Yoru only had about 10% of health. So it was a simple spray by 9. And TODAK survived that one.
TODAK, they lost Frenzy once more. Again, they needed Frenzy the most out of all their fights. We see how Frenzy managed to put so much on the table for the team. Unfortunately, twice in a row now, Frenzy didn't even get the chance to put any action in the game yet.
Yeah. The IGL out. So I guess, looking on the bright side, he can command the team without worrying about his own gameplay now. So that's on the bright side for TODAK. So let's see how that will change the fate of TODAK. Obviously, having extra eyes, extra hands in the game will be helpful. But it is what it is for TODAK. 3 points after taking out Talon, edging closer to pushing down MEC. And TODAK, they cannot be at 16-15 because that will only mean 1 point for them. They still have to push it.
Except for the Vikings, I won't worry so much about them. But the rest of the team, especially, TODAK and GLU. GLU, they have to be in the middle pack to push somebody down. 2 points won't be enough if they get pushed down. But MEC, we talked about them as well. Them, and Roy seems to be in the same boat. But last time we saw the circle was around Sanhok. I do want to know how many teams already been in there. And Claw has been taking a slow approach once more. They're taking a lot of blue zone at the current being.
Yeah, similar strategy as before, right? Take the slow approach. And it's also probably going to be the same for Boom Esports. Avoid unnecessary fights. Let them all cancel out each other. And we'll show up at the very, very end because eliminations won't really matter for these two teams. It's a matter of scoring only the chicken dinner. Any side quest is just to take out teams that are closest to them. And that's about it. other than that, the main quest, just score the chicken dinner. So we have Boom on screen. So they are Rozok, best place to be at with this circle because it allows them easy access to the north if the circle hardships there. But we'll see stage 2 in about 8 more seconds. On the elimination feed, GLU. Looks like they got one player of eArena.
I assume Boom is not playing safe, just like how Claw is actually too. I think Boom's just being themselves, but back to it, eArena and GLU. There's going to be the fight on top of a Jogo Pool area where eArena and both GLU was actually moving towards Rozok to be at the center just now, but the circle shifted slightly to the left. Mount Gatka, possibly one of the most popular spot to farm those eliminations. But the side of GLU, I think they managed to score 2 out of eArena players. That's leaving only 2 of them down. I'm not sure if they want to commit to still to fight against GLU. I guess the other 2 quite separated from the one that's been taken out early on.
Yeah, we'll look at the decision later because right now on screen, Team Secret decides to evade this fight and they're still going to play on the northern side. There's still a bit of circle, like 40% on the shooting range area of the side of the island. So it's okay for Team Secret to still be here. And you spoke about eArena. Now we have the 2 players on screen, Turney K and Sakura. They see Roy passing by. But because it's only 2 players and I guess we're still only at stage number 2, it's a matter of securing a position for themselves. FaZe Clan in action against MEC.
Oh, we have a couple of shots from afar. FaZe Clan, they score big in the last round. Now this time their mission is going to be taking the points towards the match point. MEC will be their hunter. They are chasing it down. They are hunting him down. There is one scary horde towards Voki, but who's shooting against Macaris? I think they are splitting themselves into 2 sides. MEC, they love to play the bait for their players and wait it out for the teams to walk into their trap. Manzi, there's another play behind. I assume that's going to be a muzzle who's covering a fires from behind, but he's a bit too far off, isn't it?
Amazal cannot be too far off his teammates, okay, because there are other teams around. They're in Rozok. So it looks like Amazal will take the river side approach to get the Rozok. It will make sense if they want to focus into Rozok since it's like 60% circle down there. 40% up doesn't mean that it will not go up again. But it's because of the percentage of the circle. It's okay if they want to just all be at the Rozok side. But TODAK choose to be on the northern side, which is fine as well. Trying to bank on the 40% chance that the circle might go up. Claw, as we expect, taking the slow approach from Novo from the south.
Yeah, a very different approach from Boom. I assume because of the drop spot, Boom just going to be where they at, like the usual spot. And they are in the center. And I assume they are quite confident regarding their firepower as well because Yami managed to get multiple MVPs in a day. But in the meantime, it's just too much at stake. We talked about this is their only chance right now without too many contenders to get that smash roll going on. And the circle seems to be shifting. And look at those bridges in between the Gatka Mountains, Jogo Pool, and on top of shooting range. There's plenty of choke points down there.
Circle is just insane today. Okay, still a 50-50. It could go up north, it could go down south, and we're at stage 3. So teams will need to pick their poison. So with this kind of circle, if teams are able to get spots by the river, it will be the best. It allows them access to either side where the circle shifts to one side of the island. So Pro mean spots, they're not in the circle. So they're taking the slower approach, understandably, of course. Here comes CelcomDigi Alliance. Okay, they will go to the ruins area. And Vampire Esports is here, but they couldn't avoid Vampire Esports, it seems. Not interested to take this fight, but they have to be aware of inside of ruins, there's another team there, and they will park themselves in between Vampire and I believe that's Roy.
Yep, and Vampire just coming down from the Gatka Mountains. Just now, we talked about Gatka Mountains spot. They actually took it as Roy spotted out Vampire. Put out the oak. But at least they got some barricade rock, if I'm not mistaken. So really hard for them to land those shots, and it seems to be disconnected so far. But for CelcomDigi Alliance, man, this is going to be tough. They barely got enough space and covers. They got that. It won't last long. It's about Roy grenades in.
Mango here. All alone? Okay, but his team is on the other side though, so they're opening up the space. Let's see if Mango is able to get the knock with the nade, but before that, Olio will launch his own nade. Mango's nade onto Olio, he evaded that one. Close one. Adelu's nade will not connect as well. But on the hillside, the guard car mountain, Bobo Hu gunned down by VOIN Donkey, eliminated by Razak, and looks like Claw. Now only one active player, it's Zuxi. It's looking tough for Claw now.
Zeta on the high ground, trying to shoot down from above, but it outclaws Zuxi. At least overclock longer with only one Zeta to shoot it down. He managed to pull over and just back from those sudden rush of bullets to Tony K. Vampires, it's pretty low Zuxi, and now he will steal the point away. Oh, a bit over the top.
But the drive-by from behind. Claw eliminated. Now, it's only Boom that can smash it.
Oh, can they actually do it? That's the question. It will get surprised later on, but the Gaka Mounters seems to still have some occupants out there. We're waiting for the circle to shrink even further. Will be still a bridge between the jungle pool area and shooting. Yes, it still covers, and I feel like Vampires, they want to rip Mount Gaka, but there's also another team behind VOIN Donkey. Next, FaZe Clan.
And here goes the fight on the outside of the circle. Now that the circle mostly shifted down south, and Octa is very low on bullets. Only 5 bullets left. He'll be gunned down. But Mastery got Chopper instead. Okay, the fight's not over yet though. You need to get that one player of FaZe Clan out. And he's still driving around. But hey, who's shooting? Who's shooting? Another team's actually shooting them, I believe. And it's... Okay. Oh, it's not Team Secret. Okay. It's actually the Xavier. Here they come.
Oh, the Xaviers, they want to push their numbers up in the very last minute, and they will be the cleanup crew between Boom and FaZe, and no sweat breaking in at all, except for one member's being knocked down. They're still not being enough. Levar tried to push in. We had the interview from the Xaviers. They said one more map, they will get into the match point, and the next one they will smash it. But Misery will not make that happen yet. But Parjin just sealed it away.
And this is where you hear the arena roar. The 2 teams that can smash it have been eliminated. Now, it's all about who is going to be the next team that can reach match point after this. The Xavier, they already collected 6 elimination points, so they are 68 points right now. They are, at this moment, 14 points away from match point.
With FaZe Clan almost eliminated completely with 1 player left. Saying this for Team Secret seems to be in trouble, where Zero's holding down the bridge against 2 teams at the same time. eArena on the other end, MEC, and behind them, they have another team to deal with, and that's going to be MVKE, which is going to be tough for the side of Team Secret still, but Voki will be the only hindrance for now under this bridge. But he's not making an easy task for... Oh, the Vikings stole it away.
Yeah, from the top. Looks like never mind there. Team Secret failed to get that 1 point. Okay, but it's fine, it's fine. They are now 70 points, so 12 points from match point for Team Secret. Now, here we're back onto the Xavier. From the north coming into the south, and there's another team in front of them now. They take the high ground, gather the information, and it's actually TODAK real in front. Okay, here comes Lamborghini with the chase, but he has to be extra careful because the other members of TODAK is on the high ground on the other side, and he will push his way through.
Oh, but here comes. We heard those shotguns loud and clear, but 9 reposition at the back, but there's plenty of the Xaviers. They just release a monster for the Xaviers. Lamborghini got shot down, face on, but Levi's from off angle. What an angle coming up from Levi's, completely making sure TODAK couldn't push forward.
And with that, the Xavier eliminates TODAK. TODAK take home 4 elimination points this time. And the Xavier, there's still a trio now with the North seemingly clear for them.
It's not completely yet for them to get out of the woods. They need to reset themselves before another team seems to be passing by. Oh, Secret. Very ambitious indeed, but can he connect? GLU is there as well. These Xaviers, despite the distance, they still cannot make it out of the woods.
Yeah, 1 player eliminated like that. And it's only Parajet and Levi's now with the circle fully onto the ruin side. It's going to be the challenge for the Xavier. Okay, if they can scout out the left bridge, the bridge closest to them, that will be the best position for them to go in. But so many teams aiming onto the Xavier. They all want to stop the Xavier from reaching match point.
That was last season. It feels like things getting personal for the Xaviers right now. FaZe Clan, the one that clearly the closest one to get into the match point, also being taken out this early. This means, Cloud, next game, anything can happen.
Oh, absolutely right. This is insane. But we still cannot write off the Xavier though, because as long as they're still in the game, anything can happen. And now on screen, VOIN Donkey. Below them is going to be Vampire Esports. We see Newsy there. But the other player of Vampire Esports, nowhere to be found. So VOIN Donkey, as long as they have the information, they know what to do. They still have the high ground. Here comes the Xavier, pushing it through, past the bridge, past the river, and now they're across.
Levi, with 2 players left, Lamborghini scored a 5. They managed to get 9 eliminations despite being charged in by so many teams at the same time. Now, this definitely them in the run to get themselves to the match point, but they need to secure those chicken dinner for that to happen. So it's still a tall order with only 2 players left. Team Secret seems to be in the same boat, and they're still under that bridge. They're probably going to be on that boat right now if they want to, but Vikings making sure they cannot even jiggly peeking out. So Vikings, they make it difficult, but there's eArena at the back too, so Vikings cannot overexploit the position here.
Vikings, Tins, still back on the fact that the smoke is still active. It's in the middle of the road. But his other teammates made it across. GK found an angle to take out Tins. Tins eliminated. Now the other members of Vikings who made it through will need to survive without Tins.
T. Vikings. Oh, here comes Nate from GK. Another one from Zeros. Missed it once more. They couldn't land those shots. They couldn't land those nades. But VOIN Donkey versus Vampires in our mini screen here. And I feel like VOIN Donkey, despite they do have those elevation, they're not making it easy. But back to Zeros. That is going to be a big blunder at the worst possible moment. And it hurt them that much. Oh my God. What a blunder from Team Secret.
They'll be having a long team talk after this round. And because of that, now Team Secret is not at match point. The closest next team is still Xavier to be at match point after this round. And Xavier, they made it into the main peninsula. Now from the side, it's going to be out there. Look, he sees 2K. 2K, somehow he managed to tank it and avoid further shots.
CelcomDigi Alliance, they are spreading out. Try to open their view, having a broader space to take down on Roy, which making Roy to go backtrack all the way. But Break and Vikings, Roy. Oh, this is going to be tough as Roy managed to finish off Break as the last member of Vikings. But the circle do favors a lot on Glue's side. They've got himself compound to work with. But trio, doable. I mean, GLU, they need this.
Yeah, they definitely need this. They have a full team. So they have a good advantage right now. Let's see what other advantages they can get. But VOIN Donkey, they clearly don't have the advantage of the circle. They still have the high ground though, but they will need to move forward in about 20 more seconds. As for CelcomDigi Alliance, similar situation outside the circle still. But they have to be extra careful of the fact that there's still teams on the left, and in front of them, Roy will be waiting inside the circle. Here comes Ifta moving in together with his teammates. They'll be playing together right now while deciding on where to move. Straight into the circle, it seems.
As for the Xaviers, they're quite split apart. One of the players being isolated completely, and that's going to be Paragin to go against eArena and Roy at the same time. In worst case scenario, I mean, Paragin, if they both teams marching towards his side, it's almost impossible to win this one out. But if it's gonna be 1v3, still doable. We've seen that happen. That's almost completely shutting down on Hui Kwang, but here comes another nade responding towards the side of Paragin. I'm surprised eArena not taking a jab on the sidelines here.
Ooh, this nade, lots of damage on the Paragin, but he healed out just in time before any further follow-up. Now his nade. Okay, you get Hui Kwang, what a nade! That is not a nade, that is a homing missile by Paragin!
Is running out of his hand grenades. Only left with 3 Molly right now. Oh boy, he needs to switch to his AR. But at least they're working out as a duo. They managed to regroup with Levi. So Purgeon's not alone anymore. But the nade will actually clip onto half of Purgeon HP. Car pushing forward. GK resetting himself. Hoi Kwang still managed to reset as well. They'll try to push around these ledges. This is going to be tough. It's very slippery and tricky terrain. But Purgeon's down on the ground. Hoi Kwang managed to shut him down. Here comes the push, but Hoi Kwang got surprised instead. Levi with a shotgun. Oh, this is going to be difficult. Very difficult.
Oh, after a long standoff, it's finally Roy that takes out D Xavier. And D Xavier, that means that they are still not at match point. So looks like as of now, it's still going to be Claw and Boom Esports at match point. But let's see how far will eArena and the rest of the other teams go right now. Top 5 teams it is.
We're back to square one. GLU having a 4-man with CelcomDigi Alliance as well. Last time we saw CelcomDigi Alliance is spreading on the right side of a circle, try to open up their flanks. But meantime, VOIN Donkey coming up from those high grounds. Oh, it's going to be a tough going down there. It's an open space in between those streets. It's too open for them to easily get into the circle.
And you spoke about the circle. We're at stage number 7 soon. About 5 more seconds. While KF from the side tries to get Vexy within the smoke. Someone has a hunch, but he doesn't get a good view. But now that the circle have shifted, it's Razak in it, eArena, as well as CelcomDigi Alliance. They will take point now.
GLU. It's a great circle for them. Razak. And there's no main structures in between. VOIN Donkey, they managed to secure the positions at the side and at the back line. But they have to be extra careful regarding CelcomDigi Alliance. Now, CelcomDigi Alliance has been the most quiet out of this 5 teams. You barely get to see them opening any fires at all.
They're still staying put. They're still at 1 elimination point. But let's see how many they can get right now in the top 5. As a GLU, 1 player down. Okay, no follow-up yet. It's going to be Xbox that needs a pickup here. But he's just too far away from his other teammates. Now here comes Royal to eArena at the Sniper Tower.
And Sakura already prepped the nade. The first one dropped down and it hit on Kwang. Sakura timed it so perfectly well, but he got knocked down from behind by CelcomDigi Alliance, or perhaps even Roy there. Kai's on bleeding out Juke, the last member, and Sakura knows exactly the angle that he needs to aim for. We're down to 4 teams. Will it be CelcomDigi Alliance? Can Glue make it through? Oh, VOIN Donkey coming back from that. But eArena, this small shack won't last longer.
Oh, here comes eArena. They will eliminate Ifta. And eArena is still in the position where they can aim down onto CelcomDigi Alliance and potentially even VOIN Donkey. Leon's out there in the middle. Sakura tries to blow up his buggy. If he blows out the buggy, maybe he will get him. But Sakura decided to okay, I won't be too desperate for that 1 point. Let's move back onto the Sniper Tower instead.
Yep, he's hoping for the teams fighting and cancel each other out first, but it's not viable for the longest time for them to overstay themselves here, because they have been attracting all this attention, all eyes to the side of eArena and Sakura. That small shack, it's so difficult to just survive in there, because I don't know the rest of team CelcomDigi Alliance. They're not having enough throwables at this point, but GLU still have plenty, and VOIN Donkey as well. There's going to be a nade galore going on between these 2 teams, but the blue zone will force GLU to push forward. While VOIN Donkey try to fan out, one of the members of GLU will try to distract their attention. Vaxi is down with the molly, but here comes the spray from Box, but the nade will chip down on Xbox. Next is going to be a push from Stickly as well from the flank side, running down on Vaxi, pulled over. He will try to spray within that smoke, but the smoke will be the determining factor between these 2 teams.
And here's Xbox again, spraying within the smoke. Razak shows himself. Xbox will have a second attempt. And finally, they make good work out of VOIN Donkey. VOIN Donkey out with 9 eliminations, but now it's going to be Leos burned down by Sakura from eArena, leaving us with 3 teams.
GLU, can they reset their member? Xbox is trying to reach out for Stickly, but it's a bit too far now. They're giving the pressure and eyes tight onto GLU. Unfortunately, it got finished off with the help of the blue zone as well, but eArena is still holding on to that small shack. That's a bit subpar from the side of Adi. Look to track down TNK. That spray did not somehow connect, but he's cooking the net, hoping it will drop to maybe Sakura. No, he's aiming for TNK. He knows he's going to push straight on the face of GLUBLUG and Olio, but somehow he managed to teasily squeeze himself in and close the distance.
And they're focusing on Sakura. They probably don't know that TNK is here. TNK is finding that flank against CelcomDigi Alliance. He just needs the information. He just needs the vision. While Sakura will try to hold down this Jack. CelcomDigi Alliance, they're probably still looking only at one player. Okay. Olio, still looking at Sakura. They don't know that TNK is actually behind them still.
They know. GLUBLUG reposition himself all the way towards the back, taking those vehicles just now. He needs to get the view on TNK. That's going to be the problematic person towards CelcomDigi Alliance. But the Blues is not helping either of these teams. Both flankers, Sakura and Olio, need to move out. But TNK, he repositioned himself towards the side of Olio, knowing that GLUBLUG already moved towards the other side, leaving Olio quite open in two different angles. But here comes, they're coming in. TNK with the vehicle, made a U-turn. But the thing is, Bluezen is too close against Sakura right now.
He's using his vehicle as a barricade. And TNK now is right smack in the middle of the circle, so they have the extra space. Sakura might be forced to move out of his shack right now, and he will come out. And here comes Sakura. Sakura shows himself. Olio will gun him down. It's going to be TNK against two players of CelcomDigi Alliance. With his M4, he knows where exactly GLUBLUG is at. Olio might join anytime soon. But no, it's going to be a 1v1 right now. TNK, GLUBLUG for the chicken dinner. GLUBLUG rushes in with the QBZ. And TNK, okay, stun grenade. Can he actually blind GLUBLUG? GLUBLUG blinded!
It was a 2 second less than that. TNK is playing ring around the Rosie. What a jump shot just now, leaving GLUBLUG down to 20% of HP. Going ring around the Rosie, and it's still eArena. Is it going to be enough? Will their points tally up to find for them to get into the match point? I don't think so. But at the same time, the smash rule is still in play for the top two teams. eArena, slowly but surely, they're trying to push their numbers up. CelcomDigi Alliance disappointed, but they tried their best.
Yeah, they thought that they had it in the bag. They had the elevation. They had somewhat two players at some point, but it's still going to be the brilliance from TNK to come up with a 1v1 win against CelcomDigi Alliance to score this chicken dinner. And if we were to review back the final blow, look at the circle out in the open. There's even a road in the middle of it. And Sakura, he was in the toughest position possible, but gotta give it to him. He held onto that shack very, very long on his own. But the brilliance of TNK started off with that nade, ended up with a shotgun. And he brought them this chicken dinner with the amount of 7 eliminations altogether.
TNK, that was well calculated hand grenade, followed up from Sakura's spray that pretty much secure Olio just now. But there was a really close combat coming up between these two teams, eArena and CelcomDigi Alliance. But nonetheless, Moment, despite he's been eliminated early with Joker, TNK and Sakura can make a good deadly duo themselves too. I mean, we all have seen Moment taking the lead, but this time, you know, the spotlight is on Sakura and especially TNK. We know what this guy has to offer. Man, I can't wait to see the overall rankings later. Will they hit close enough to the smash rule point? But let's rewatch the highlight for eArena.
Well, my only disappointment is that we didn't get to see the moment dance. Hopefully next. Now, eArena, out of top 4 teams with that chicken dinner. Same goes for VOIN, Donkey, GLU, and D Xavier. And you know what's interesting too? Even though CelcomDigi Alliance got the second place, but they're not up here.
And they have been quiet for a long time, where it's down to like 6 or 5 teams just now, because they're quite isolated from the rest of the teams, slightly on the northwest side of the circle. But I mean, they're not too late into the party. I think that's going to be still giving a lot of points when it comes to the ranking position and points afterwards. But I do want to know, will be enough the Xaviers to actually get their eliminations number up there? Will there be any new contenders yet for the Smash rule? Because right now it's still the race towards the match point.
Yeah, I bet this player definitely close up the race to match points. Sakura, our MVP. This time, 4 eliminations, 911 damage output. Although he wasn't the one that landed the final blow to bring the chicken dinner to them, but because he held on to that shot alone very long, that allowed TODAK to open up the space on the right side and deal the final blow. So he played a very important role to enable TODAK to do that.
17 out of that. It's a bit awkward for us to see a chicken dinner because of how aggressive this lobby can get with this lineup for each of the teams. 17 seems to be a very strong still end for their chicken dinner, but I don't think they still reach out to it that much point. The Xavier scores an 11 despite they having 9 elimination. VOIN Donkey got a 10 after their exchange of nades between VOIN Donkey and GLU. And CelcomDigi Alliance pushed down to the second page or first page, I mean the second row. Unfortunately, Claw and Boom once more eliminated early. That's still the contenders for the Smash rule.
Yeah, and it was Claw out first. So we can clearly see with the 0 points and then followed by Boom. And then it was like, okay, who else can reach match point? The answer is no one else yet. It is still Claw and Boom. But eArena now, they are 6 points away from match point. FaZe Clan 8 points, Xavier 9, Team Secret 10. So after this round, if Claw and Boom don't smash it, then we might see like up to maybe 6 teams who will be at match point.
Probably even 8, depending on Vampires and VOIN Donkey too, because we've seen these two teams wreak havoc in any map if they wish to do so, to gain double-digit elimination plus a chicken. That's so doable, and they can crack into the 82 points anytime as well. A different case for the second page though. Still a lot, like around 30 points, almost like 28 points for BTR. That's going to be the maximum for the second page. But we talked about TODAK. They cannot be complacent anymore. They have to do something about the position, or they might lose a spot for grand finals here.
Yeah, TODAK, MEC, probably 2 teams that is most relieved the fact that it is not smashed yet. So they will still have another chance to try to gain those points to not be at the bottom. Right now, it is clearly TODAK down there. They're sharing the same points as MVKE, but what separates them is the tiebreaker. And then we have MEC there, which is not too far away with 32 points, only 3 points ahead of MVKE. Now, we'll be heading on to Miramar. We're going to switch up the maps this time. It's definitely going to be a different pacing. And historically, it has been Miramar's where teams smashed it. Whether it's last week or last season, it was Miramar.
For any consolation of the top 2 teams right now, that's going to be Claw, Slayer, and Boom. At least the teams that in the top 8 still requires extra map. That's going to be extra 1 more map to catch up towards the match point. So they still have a bit of wiggle room to really focus on this one. But what you guys don't have room anymore, it's gonna be the ticket, which gonna be end up very soon. Today is the only day where you can get free ticket into the 2025 PMSL Summer Grand Finals, located at Basketball Hall GBK. Basket Hall GBK Jakarta. Make sure you guys just click the link in the pinned comment or the chat section there. All you need to do is just try to click it as fast as you can because it's so limited. I don't know, is it still available or not? But make sure you guys click the ticket in there, okay?
Yeah, and the only way to find out is to click and check it out for yourself. And you can also check out the booths that are on site during the grand finals featuring these amazing teams: TALON, RRQ, GOU Squad, Alter Ego, Boom Esports, BTR, VOIN Donkey, and of course, our official sponsor for this season, TECNO, that they will be hosting, of course, fun activities, and you guys can check out the phone itself that's being used by the players at this booth. And while you're at it, you can win team merchandise at their booth as well. And you can stand a chance to snap a photo with your favorite team or players at the TECNO booth. So make sure you check out these on-site booths because, well, why not check it out if you happen to be at the grand finals?
And check it out. I mean, PUBG Mobile is just more than just the normal Sanhok, Miram, and Erangel maps because we have the PUBG Mobile Axe Attack on Titan, which already live for you guys to try it out. Make sure you experience the Titan transformation, the ODM gear, and more. Just join the fight right now so you can discover that yourself and be the always want to be hero anime / character that you want to be and feel like you can be the Levi, you can be the Mikasa or Armin. I mean, a single character is just die-hard fan am I right now. It's just I'm so super nerd about anime. But yeah, make sure you go out and tag us when content.
Well, if you're so super nerd about cars, you gotta check this one now because PUBG Mobile is collaborating with Shelby American and it will feature the Shelby GT500 together with the 427 Cobra, and it comes together with exclusive attachments, together with stunning colorways and a lot more. But it is available only for a very limited amount of time until the 6th of July. So make sure you get it right now inside the game because time is running out.
Now, if you feel like you want to be the brightest star under this always and despite being just a pro player, you can do the all new World Wonder with the map number 128867. I repeat, 128867. That's going to be the map you'll be looking for you to show off, flexing it out for your skills, push your limits, and you know what? Be whatever you want. This is PUBG Mobile. You got the freedom to just be whatever you want to be because there's so many collaboration going on. But we're going to go straight for the next one because right now, gears up. One more time to try it out for the Smash Roll for the top 2 teams.
Yeah, let's go again. This could be their last chance before more teams join in the match point. So ideally, of course, they just want to okay, can we just end this one now? I'm sure that's running through their minds right now. Can we just end it right now? Well, it's totally up to them. It's up to their hands on how they're going to change their destiny here. And this is going... Oh, look at Zaxi. Okay, what's he look... Okay. Oh, okay. I guess he's hoping for his 2 other teammates to come because they're going to fly right now.
Are we expecting the teams going for the Smash Roll gonna drop pretty late this time because of how the other 2 players probably gonna have the urgency to relieve themselves in the washroom. So hopefully they are back on their seats because I think Zaxi needs them as a team. Yeah, he's a greatest of all time player, the GOAT himself, but he still need a team.
Okay, we'll get that answer if they really drop late. Okay, not yet. Okay, I guess they're running from the washroom. It's oh, wait for me, wait. Well, too bad, people. Gotta be on time here. Well, I think you're right. We don't see them yet.
That's bad news. The teams that can smash the game seems to be having some issues. But hey, they known for, since they got themselves the match point right, we've seen them playing a bit tad bit slower and try a bit more careful when it comes to getting into the circle. So I guess everything is all well. And we didn't see Red Face I think it was Who and Rapfest that actually went off the camp for a bit just now. I think everyone's reunited at their own respective seat physically. That's why they're letting themselves on top of Monte Nuevo. But this is a very tricky circle. Last time we saw this sort of circle, it actually pulls down to La Dilera. There's so many deep valleys in there. And this is the map actually where Red FaZe suddenly run amok and be a monster and just bulldoze every single team.
And you guys can be a monster as well. Be a monster fan. Shout, cheer. The grand finals. Don't forget to check out the pin comment to pick up your free ticket for the grand finals next week. FaZe Clan, they're going to make a swap. Macaris is going to be subbed out for Canary. So FaZe Clan, they're going to make a change here in their push to match point. Unless, you know what I'm thinking.
Oh, we got Vintoris back.
Hello.
Oh, Vintoris? Not Onsens.
Hello.
Surprising. We're going to wait and see whether it's a different version of Vampires now. It feels like they are going serious in this one with Vintoris coming in. I do know Vintoris love this map so much. And speaking of swaps, Clown, do you feel there's an impact for CelcomDigi Alliance after Iftar coming in? Because I personally, that did a lot compared to their previous map before after Iftar swap into the lineup.
Yeah, it's actually rare for us to see Jimmy OP swapped out. Normally it's like Oleo. Normally it's like Oleo being swapped out. But yeah, Jimmy OP is normally is the rare one. I believe it's maybe his first time being swapped out here. Now, to answer your question of whether there's an impact or not, at first I kind of like got worried, like, oh, you leave out one of your best players. But it proved me wrong, which I'm happy to accept in the previous round. Even though they didn't score the chicken dinner, but they actually managed a very, very difficult circle well.
Yeah, or maybe the best case scenario is you want to make sure that your players have enough stamina if we're going to go for the long run 8 maps here today. So that might be the case for certain teams too, to swap in and out of the players if it's going to be, for the long run. So we don't know if there's going to get smashed or not, because multiple times right now, so many maps, they got the opportunity for the top 2 teams after that match too earlier today. They did not manage to secure that. Every single time, whichever team got the match point early, they've always been taken out too early back to the lobby, get booted out instantly.
Yeah. But let's see, because this is obviously a bigger map, more space for them to play, more space for them to just slowly move in the circle, hoping for teams to cancel out each other. More room, basically. And I guess that's one of the reasons why historically in the PMSL Southeast Asia, all the smashes were in Miramar, because of that space that allowed the match point team to kind of just wait it out a bit more longer as compared to like the Erangel match. So I guess that's my theory so far, right? And if that were to happen here, if Claw Boom were to smash it, then I guess that theory might be proven.
Well, Claw is taking a very different gameplay compared to the Erangel map, with them being the center of a circle on top of Monte Nuevo this time. I do want to see, instead of playing it safe, if they play their usual self where they're just going to go for, shoot anything inside, maybe it's a different outcome. You're going to have to wait and see for that, because Boom this time is going to be the one that sort of the reverse version of Claw. Now, Boom, maybe because of the drop spot, the circle is a bit far, so I assume since we are already far from the circle, we might as well take it slow, right? So Boom seems to be swapping places where they're going to come in a bit later compared to Claw, who happen to be bumping into Vampires. Now, we saw how the aggression coming up from Vampire players, just chasing, especially if they know these are the team that can do the smash roll, they will hunt you down.
Yeah, it's quite clear that Monte Nuevo is the regular drop spot for Claw, right? So Vampire Esports, well, they have their own objective, like, okay, we want to go to the middle of the circle anyway. But Claw is there. So if Claw overpeaks, overshows themselves, whatever, over, Vampire and also the debut of Papa Vin this season will happily try to take them out, and that's where they will be cheered on by all the other teams. You can imagine the arena.
Right. ROY versus MEC. Both pretty much in the same spot when it comes to the league's overall rankings, except for Vikings in that terms. But I think the Xaviers might surprise us in this case as well. You saw how great they can be whenever they want to, and them coming back up. And did they say that this map is the map they should be smashing, or is it going to be the next one? I think they said this map's supposed to be the one they're smashing is, but they didn't manage to catch the match point in the previous one.
Yeah, they said this one. So I guess, sorry Levi's, didn't live up to it. Well, how far are they? Okay, doing the math, 9 points. Okay. So it's very realistic for them to reach a match point after this one. If there is still the next match. There's so many ifs now. Like if we're going to see next game, if they are going to make it, if they gain enough points, if they get 9 points, if we still, yeah. As many ifs as my love life, if I ever,
Sad life.
Yeah.
We're cheering for you, bro. Come on.
I tried.
Give up the forms already. You've been keeping it to yourself way too long now.
You're waiting for my Scarlett Johansson.
Oh, wow. Good luck. Yeah. But the one that, the top teams should not be worried about the other top teams right now, because I feel like everybody have an objective and the race towards the match point. They should be worrying about the teams starting from possibly BTR downwards. These are the teams that has nothing else to lose other than try to gain as much point elimination. So I assume the aggression will be apparent in this map right now, based on what, they're not aiming for that smash point anyway. Might as well ended up with a better ranking. But we talked about this before, and this might be that Ladrilera sort of circle again, but slightly towards the northern side. And last time we saw this, the Xaviers prefer the left side of those high grounds. But I don't think with this circumstances that can actually go there. This is very crampy. That very small circle, not that small, but we can see it from the map just now. It's just stage 2. But 16 teams, 64 players still in here, not even a first blood yet.
Yeah, with so many teams, so many players, with this kind of circle, I believe that there will be a lot of teams aiming to enter Monte Nuevo. And the city will be crowded. So for our two match point teams, Claw, they obviously have the circle, so they will play probably around Monte Nuevo. Boom, don't have it, so they're going to play the slower approach from the outside. So they're kind of swapping strategies between the two teams for this round. But that's, of course, dictated by the current circle and how they adapt to things. What's interesting is that, even though we saw so many teams close by, but everybody is still chill. No first blood yet.
It's going to be a third-party game after all. Whoever starts first might actually go down first. You won't last long enough. Like I mentioned before, the teams that will actually make their first step towards those battlegrounds, it's going to be Roy. So far, we've seen Roy always engage early fights. GLU. And this is their first Super Weekend. They want to be in the middle pack. Best case scenario, if they kind of ended up right in the top 8, I think that's probably pretty safe in terms of their points for the grand finals. I don't know who get pushed down afterwards, but definitely TODAK will be one of it if that's like the worst case scenario for TODAK.
And TODAK, they're like so near yet so far, right? Like, we are at the same points with Vikings. We are 3 points behind MEC. We are 5 points behind TALON. We are 6 points behind Roy. It's so near yet so far for TODAK. So they're at the point right now is that they are super scared if somehow it is smashed this round. They're the ones shaking now. At least MEC, okay, 14 complicated math, maybe they will still go through, but TODAK, surely they cannot be at number 16.
Have to push in every single time they try to push is a bit too late. There's too many teams. I mean, the best time to actually gain those eliminations is the first 2 stages where not many teams nearby and there's plenty of room with the circle still wide across the map. So there's not many third-party cases in that sense. But, well, you cannot afford to put at that risk. But on the side of the circle, La Dilera out of it is still going to be Montenuevo. Last we saw Claw. This should be their most comfortable place because this is just their usual spot. But they are quite in the center. Now, you do know there will be a lot of attraction when you are in the center and start firing against all the teams. But what we know about Claw, they love the fight. Playing safe feels like they're out of character. Maybe this is the best scenario and the best situation for them to actually smash it.
Yeah, and they start off by warning shots onto the other side. And in fact, they got Papa Vin. But still, the first blood is Ka from Roy that will get the first elimination this round, taking out a play of Team Secret. And here comes more fights to the Xavier getting moment.
Wei Guang, Roy, Vampire, Tony K trying to go for the flank side. Avoiding Donkey taking it out on Talon. Roy, as per usual, they're going to disrupt everybody's flow for the day. They are having a great time just shooting whatever they can. FaZe Clan, on the other hand, are they chasing and commit towards eArena? Tony K is going to flee. I think the rest of eArena quite spreading out, spreading thin among themselves, but at least they are moving in parallel move. But for FaZe Clan, I feel like this is a deja vu. This is a place where the Titans love to actually wait it out for the teams, this junction particularly, where they wait things out and just wait for anybody to pass by and start to shoot them down.
And FaZe Clan could probably do that. From the north, they will come in. But we move to the south. BOOM Esports with the high ground in the circle, Talon in front of them. But nobody has a good clear view of each other since this terrain is really, really rough. But BOOM Esports, all they need to do is just survive now. The best chance is still going to be Claw. They don't really need to move with the compound in the middle of the circle. So they will be fine for now. They could probably last a few stages with the position that they have. But for BOOM, there's a chance that when it comes to stage 4, they need to move slightly forward. That's where it's important for them to identify where the members of Talon are at.
Claw already in action, taking down Potato, the IGL avoid Donkey himself. But I don't see a follow-up for that. The biggest trouble for BOOM, like you mentioned just now, I think it's going to be the Vikings. But if TODAK start to engage against the Vikings, that's going to be points contributed towards BOOM because they are third-partying in from afar. And they've been watching the teams coming up from their left side for quite some time now. They know that's going to be an entry point for the teams coming up from south. But for TODAK, well, they know what at risk here when it comes to their positions too. They cannot afford to get out early. Claw, on the other hand, I mean, there's some damage done on the side of Claw still.
Yeah, and then can they still chill there? Yes, they can. All right. They still have that circle. BOOM on the south. We kind of expect them that they need to move slightly forward, but they don't need to move too far. Get into the circle. Now, GLU and MEC at the north.
A bit of exchange of Nate. What, Lamborghini? Where did that shot came from? I think those are going to be the high grounds of these Xaviers that can actually see through the indoors of this compound. FaZe Clan from behind. These two teams, I feel like they will actually not taking any points, but instead the teams watching from outside will finish them off and happily cheering for the tight lines too.
And Voki being picked up. Now MEC, they have to defend against GLU. Okay, Manzi with a nade across. But his nade will not connect onto anyone. And GLU, they will breach into the compound where MEC is at. FaZe Clan behind, monitoring the situation. Not interested in the third party. They will focus on to get into the circle instead. This fight will continue between these two teams.
But last we saw where FaZe Clan was actually moving to it, there's going to be the Xaviers who actually shot down one of the players that's fighting here right now. But at least they got some peace for MEC and GLU instead of dealing with third party all over the place. Voki, there's a nade tossing over to his side. It's somehow chipped down 10% of his HP, but GLU, they don't want to stick here too much longer. They saw FaZe Clan leaving. It means that time is not on their side. They need to move because stage 5 gonna hit and burn a lot of players if they just way too deep in the blue.
The Dragon Rangers are done. I guess the elimination fee gave them a clue that there are more teams around. But okay, speaking about teams, GLU and MEC, they will continue this fight here by the rim of the circle. Nate onto Sticklin will miss. And they will continue to fight back as Kim will now be down. Kim calling up for help. But GLU not able to secure the elimination point yet, but finally they will with the name from Xbox. And Voki goes down to blue. Now only Manzin left for MEC. He will bail this one.
SKF repositioning to us behind this tree, hoping to get a glimpse on the other side against Roy. But it's quite difficult with this curve of the geography. And Mango got hit down a bit on his headshot there. Taking quite some time for GLU to go on with still plenty of ammunition, but their utilities is running dry. It's difficult for them to keep it going if they don't have smokes to deploy anymore.
And now they will also need to be aware of all the other teams close by. You can see on the minimap, there's not only two, there's more waiting. But they're going to play the patience game now for GLU. They're glad that they're able to get into the circle. Even though it's a trio, but better than none. On the opposite side, it's going to be Dzera monitoring the situation. While we will also see stage 5 in about 30 more seconds. Now, MBKE making their move against TODAK.
GLU resuming against Roy with Dzera being a third party going on. That's going to be rowdy on the northern side. Vikings trying to scout things out. I wish we can go back to north. Dzera taking Glue down. I mean, GLU and Roy have been fighting for a long time. There's vampires in there too. Juke, the rest of Roy is on the other end. Vikings against TODAK. This is going to be a different angle entirely that we saw on the south. But look at the north. eArena, Claw, Dzera, all the big ones are up there. They even got the circle.
They even got the circle with the same compound from what we saw earlier. Okay. So that's Claw. Boom, on the other hand, no circle. They have to move forward. But on screen right now, it's going to be the Vikings, no circle. Same goes for part of TODAK. The Vikings, for them to punch through, they had to punch through TODAK to get in.
I wonder how much utilities they have for Vikings as well. I mean, they have not engaged in too many fights if you compare with Roy. I swear to God, right now, Roy is completely dry with their utilities. But as for TODAK, they are waiting it indoors for the rest of Vikings to actually push in. Wumti arrived first, and they toss a nade if it happens to be lucky enough. Never mind, they're cooking it back. So the smokes will blind the rest of TODAK about what's happening outside, but there's nobody around the corners of where they toss, except for one player. Is it going to be time to take it out by the rest of Viking? I think he just played a couple of games here today, but on the side of Roy, they are breaching towards Vampires. Next to them, they have BTR and Team Secret to steal those points away.
Oh, so many teams here too. Look at this. It's so crowded on the right side of the circle. Vampire Esports and Roy, they're going to share the same area, while Team Secret is monitoring on the other side. Don't forget about Roy too, man. There's just so many teams here. But Vikings, they managed to get a molly onto Frenzy. Looks like they're winning this one against TODAK. Here comes the rush.
Superman taking on Frenzy again. Frenzy's on the ground. I don't know if he got finished off, but Reels, yep, Frenzy always didn't make too much out of the team. But Superman next. Tom managed to trade off a couple of players of Viking, but as per usual, the third party, boom, is there to steal it away. And we're talking about the Smash teams.
Okay. If they can eliminate the Vikings, there will be another team out. And here comes Boom Esports as a full squad. They know they have the numbers. Here we go. While Master D is going to play the support role from behind. Bombing gets break. 2 more to go for them to finish off Vikings. They must do the business. No mistakes here by Boom.
Alta's down on the ground, but they still have Misery covering fire from the high grounds, but he barely can connect those dots. Woon T on the other hand will have to revive or just go in for the run. He managed to knock one more down. Oh, Woon T will be the bane for Boom if this happens. And they will try to actually push him down. He's down to 6 more bullets in his shotgun. Yummy when it comes to CQC. This is the guy that you want to have in the team to rush into a compound.
Okay. So Boom Esports they play on. Vampire Esports. Look at how many teams there are on the right side. It's ridiculous. The number of teams here. As CelcomDigi Alliance out at number 13. No elimination points at all. Vampire Esports. Papa Vin knocked out by Nati.
All the bottom teams being eliminated early, but the top guns is still in the game to smash this one. As Vampires try to finish off the rest of Roy, they keep on reviving themselves and resetting. Roy seems like a zombie moving right now. They managed to knock down on Tony K. That's a big one. 2 of them down. Did they have the information? They managed to knock down on 2 players. Can't try to push forward, but it is so difficult when the rest of Vampires actually outdoor. And Claw got the circle.
Oh, okay. Calm down, people. Calm down. They have to circle, but they have to survive. But the teams on the right side, none of them have to circle right now. The fight will continue on. Vampire Esports and Roy. Nade across. Hoping to land onto Mango. But it will not connect. It's going to be Shrubs right in front of the members of Roy. But Mela is healing up on the other side. Shrubs buying enough time. While Mango right in front of Shrubs. Shrubs will be naded out by Huikwan. Now it's only Mela left for Vampire.
Another blunder coming up from Roy this time. Self-nade for his teammate. But BTL from the sidelines. They want to steal those eliminations. Talon managed to take down Team Secret. And last time I saw, Claw and Boom is just next to each other as well in the center of the circle. But Roy, they managed to almost wipe out the entire Vampires clean, leaving Mela to deal this 1v4. Can he actually do it? Mela, show us the legendary Mela here. But, oh no, BTL out there. There's no way out for Mela at all. There's not many space for him to actually try to find a way out.
Oh, he has to make the best of this situation then. The fact that he cannot go out this building because of ETR. Mela against 4 players of Roy. All alone. He does have a shotgun. And here comes UK. He will knock down UK. Who got knocked down as well by Federales. Mela, can he actually do it? And he will! Against Roy with a little bit of assistance from BTR.
And VOIN Donkey as well. So it's not just credit by Mela there, but he still managed to hold on 1v4 by himself. eArena on the other hand, Joker pretty much not having too many players around him. eArena, Sakura bleeding out. Joker need to reset, but Paragen, what? Why?
Okay, I guess it's a desperate attempt. Okay, it doesn't matter right now because we're going to continue on between Talon and VOIN Donkey. Achul on the outside, Axel, Yoru on the other side. 3v3 against VOIN Donkey, all clumped up in one building.
Well, FaZe Clan watching VOIN Donkey versus Talon. Don't forget about our smash point out there. Those 2 teams still sitting this one quietly as things get heated up on the south. Nori, he needs to reload and just re-pick around the window while Yoru, he's cooking up the net, hoping to actually drop on Vecti or either of players of VOIN Donkey. FaZe Clan, will they actually shoot from behind there?
Oh, Yoru right now. Saving Axel, hoping for any utilities to land onto him. At the same time, GLU squad is out. And Yoru should be able to pick up Axel. VOIN Donkey not really pushing at this point. But here comes Boom Esports from the back. And when they arrive, they will clean up Talon.
And they got 6 eliminations across the board for Boom, but it don't really matter. What they want right now is the chicken dinner to smash and end the day. But can they actually deliver? Octa, alongside with Yummy, going to close up the gap between VOIN Donkey. They managed to reset on Zeta. He's back on his feet and he's healing up. But the nade, oh, he didn't deflect to his side of Potato. Claw's waiting on the other end. But there's eArena across the map. Look at how spread out for Boom players. There's one player. Joker managed to finish off one player from behind just now.
Okay, Claw gets the circle still, but the fight will continue on here. Boom Esports. They want to take out the remaining members of VOIN Donkey. They're on the 2nd floor. Boom Esports on the ground floor. Here comes Zed out to the ground floor. The moment he shows up, he gets Yummy. It's only Octa left right now, but Octa eliminated by VOIN Donkey. Boom Esports out.
And on the side of eArena, if Claw don't smash this one out, they will steal the smash rule for the next one. They're already up there with their match point, and they're meeting up their ends when it comes to this map here. But for Joker, he managed to finish off Boom play from behind. I don't know why they left that one particular player behind in the middle of the desert with an open space, flat playing it there. That was a pretty much flat field for him to just let him to be shoot down by Joker. But on the side of Claw, they've been observing all this time. Very quiet indeed.
Absolutely not showing themselves while waiting for the other teams to cancel out each other. Next, it could be BTR. Okay, BTR, they lost 1 player. FaZe Clan, 2 players down on the ground. The fight will continue. Oh, okay, it's going to be VOIN Donkey. Butting in onto FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan now falling apart. Only one active player left. It's going to be Canary. And they don't have the circle.
They're very cheeky right now. VOIN Donkey jiggling out, picking just one by one, shooting from afar, confusing eArena and BTR perhaps. For Claw, how much longer will they observe? They want to score the chicken in, and that's just it. They don't want those eliminations. They don't need those eliminations no more. But eArena, this is not viable for long, but they always love this tight spot, tiny shack to work with. They always manage to excel it somehow. Despite they barely got any covers, they give it so much pressure towards VOIN Donkey because they might get at the edge of the blue later.
Yeah, VOIN Donkey now they have to move slightly forward. Okay, here comes Zeta driving in, but at the moment Zeta moves forward. He gets gunned down immediately by eArena. And now it's only Vexy left. Vexy still left behind. And Vexy without a vehicle, creating a smoke bridge, creating as much space as possible, but so many crosshairs onto Vexy. And now it's stage 8, still no circle at all for VOIN Donkey.
Oh, Boo Boo Hoo wasting away his bullet. That's barely enough. You're looking at VOIN Donkey obliterated by the hands of eArena, BTR, eArena, and Claw still having a full squad. But BTR will not leave them too long being alone and lonely down there. They will keep them entertained as well, coming up from the back line. But the Blues are close to BTR.
Ooh.
Worst case scenario, time's not on this side. Stage 9 going to hit soon, but the Riley's almost completely naded down by Pepeng and also FaZe. But how will they hold their ground for Claw? They still got the circle, but it's two different fights from very different angles here.
Ooh, okay. It's going to be crucial right now. Claw, they still have somewhat circle. BTR, they don't have the circle at all. They have 3 players though. On the other side, eArena, they're out in the open space. One of the players not in the circle, but they can follow up. And they're trying to get into the circle at the same time. Everyone's monitoring the situation. Who will make the first big move? But the blue will force BTR to make it happen. Claw is waiting.
BTR just too close for comfort against Claw. They couldn't leave them just like that. Whilst eArena waiting for Claw to pick out, BTR have to force the push. They need to flush the rest of Claw out to get themselves this cover. They need this compound to survive. But Claw, all they want is that one chicken dinner that's so hard to get. Now they can smell it, but can they actually tasting it? It's going to be Boo Boo Hoo again with Pepeng on their side. They managed to take 2 down, but Boo Boo Hoo got charged down. Redface coming out from behind. He is accepting that they need to get in here ASAP too. It's going to be a 3-way war. Claw holding against 2 teams at the same time with BTR being sandwiched in between.
Oh, and Claw, they need to finish on the final player of BTR, but eArena as well coming in, and they will get the final player of BTR. Now it's between eArena and Claw. If Claw can do this, they will smash it. eArena, they want to deny it away from them.
Tony K, Joker cooking up the nade. They couldn't land those shots because that one small building right across Redface in danger. He needs to start to make a move, and Blue Zone closing into a Zuxi. He might have to reset himself, but the nade towards the side of Claw, it's not going to be easy. Joker managed to take down on Zuxi. That's the most pivotal player there is when it comes to those off angle. Redface, can he hold? No. Pepeng next. It's going to be 1v3. It's so difficult for Claw to smash it.
Unless he can pull a miracle, he gets 30k. Now it's going to be Joker in front. He gets Joker. Pepe, can he do it? But no! eArena will deny Claw from smashing it.
And that was a big denied. Not just refusing letting Claw to get that smash rule activated. eArena will be the teams that compete for the smash rule in the next one. This is going to be a huge turn-off event if eArena scores another chicken, and that will be the biggest bomber ever for Claw. Whew.
Drama. Oh, they came down so close. It was so close for Claw. It came down to a 1v1. And eArena again, all of a sudden, they found their firepower. They found their absolute super Saiyan power to deny Claw the chicken dinner. And Claw, they did it against BTR. eArena, man, what a timing. And look at the health. It was like, what, down to like, what, 10% of health? That was crazy. And eArena will extend our day to game number 6 at least, with a total of 11 eliminations. And the chicken dinner has 21. That will mean that eArena now, they are part of the match point team.
Yeah, if they score the smasher for the next one, it's going to be a huge disappointment on the side of Claw. And I have to say, that was a perfect... The timing was to perfection. You have to give it to eArena. The moment they saw BTR coming up from in the center, they just got to go and rush it in. And the moment they finished off Zakri at the back, that's just it. No more off angle to give cover fire support towards the side of Claw. And that was the turning point for eArena. And can they actually rub the salt in the wound if they score another chicken for eArena? Now that's what we're waiting for, and this is the drama between the top 3 teams. Will there be any other teams joining in as they already reach out to the match point? Because the contention is pretty much more than usual now. They open up too many doors, open the Pandora box, you get plenty of trouble. That's gonna be Claw and as well as Boom that's been left disappointed without any smash roll activated yet. And they got it quite a long time just now. Plenty of chances, but they did not manage to secure it despite no matter how much they tried to change their gameplay. Let's rewatch the crazy plays just now in Miramar.
It seriously can't get any closer than this. Can you imagine? Like, you get all the circles to the end with the compound, with the full team, but you're like this 1 millimeter close to smash it. Oh, that... My heart breaks with them.
Feels like you can smell the chicken but not tasting it. Oh, that's so painful. Really painful to watch. You can see the devastation across the players of Claw just now. That close. Too close. And now you open a Pandora box. So many contenders to get to the smash room. And the worst case scenario for the teams up there, it's going to be them catching up, getting that number 1 spot immediately if they can get that smash roll going. And Tony K, I feel like he might actually overtaken Tony K in terms of the overall stat by now.
Yeah, he's been showing up more as the MVP as compared to Tony K. So, who knows? Maybe MVP. Okay, still early. But he definitely has been performing, and thanks to him, well, Claw will say no thanks, but everyone else will say thanks that they denied away Claw's chicken dinner. 21 points for eArena. Okay, Now my map is haywire now, right? I don't know how many teams have meet match point. We'll just let it roll.
Yeah, well, there's no point counting because every single time you almost got it denied completely. Oh, the next Miramar is going to be hellish for this team. But unfortunately, CelcomDigi Alliance, the only team with a 0 this time. And TODAK did not budge that much when it comes to getting out of that 16 spot. But one thing that really crossed my mind. Okay, here comes 100. We reached to the 100 point.
Wait.
And FaZe, there's just 3 points left
What?
to smash it. Oh, that was so close.
What? Okay, FaZe, 3 points. D-Xavier, 5 points. Team Secret, 8 points. What? At most? I thought that we would add more teams, but we only add eArena in. What?
Oh, rubbing a salt into a wound if Arena scores next one. I swear, Booms. Even Claw ended up really punching everyone's face by the end of it. But yeah, TODAK stuck down there. There's a lot of 30s when it comes to the bottom 4. Vampires, surprisingly, I don't know what is happening for Vampires. I was hoping for them to be the next contender to be in that Smash role. But I was wrong. I don't know what happened to them for this Super Weekend.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a very different Vampire. They play with Nuzi, and now they play with Papa Vin. But to be fair to Papa Vin, it is his first game of the season, so I guess he can take it as his warm-up game. Unless Vampire can really, really put in a performance. But of course, if Vampire scores the chicken dinner, then we're back to 0 again.
I can laugh. That's all I can do right now. You know what? One thing that crossed my mind. One thing that really crossed my mind when it comes to the players camp. I think next time in a tournament we have to prepare a punchback, a mini one next to the players because they all keep banging the table. I feel bad for the table right now.
Yeah, the table. If he can cry, he will scream for help. Like, please. You know, I'm innocent.
Oh, double chicken. Make it triple now.
That would be historic. I mean, 3 chicken dinners, insane comeback, eArena, smash it. And we are still Miramar though. So track record wise, Miramar has been always the map that team smash it.
Claw was so close. Boom was close as well. They were almost at the top 4. They got eliminated around 5th or 6th place. But yeah, I mean, strategically, we can see Claw did play it well, but it's just, dang it, that last minute just happened. But what will not be disappointing is for you to grab your free ticket for the 2025 PMSL Summer Season. That's gonna be in the chat. So you saw that pinned comment or pinned chat. Make sure you click that one now because you can grab your free ticket, but you have to buy your own flight ticket. Yeah, for it's gonna be happening at Basket Hall GBK in Jakarta. Make sure you guys take a long vacation because you want to walk around. There's so much interesting places for you to go when you actually be in Jakarta.
Well, if in an alternate universe that the free ticket comes with flight, accommodation, and everything,
I would
I'll see you on the other side too. But what you get to see on the other side as well is these amazing on-site booths hosted by TALON, RRQ, GOU Squad, Alter Ego, Boom Esports, PTR, VOIN, Donkey, and our official sponsor this season, TECNO. Make sure you check it out because you get to see and touch and feel and try the same phone that's used by the players here for the PMSL, and of course there will be team merchandise to be won, and you get the opportunity to meet your idols there at the TECNO booth.
I still can't get over House Claw feeling right now, man. That's gonna be a heavy feeling indeed. Well, there's another chance. Plenty of games to go. Yeah, some of them did talk about 8 maps all day. We got all day, buddy. Let's go.
Cancel your dates, people. The night is still young. And tomorrow's Monday anyway, so might as well stay back and enjoy some PUBG Mobile Esports. But now that we have another new contender to smash it, Now this is the part, right? That will be like what you say, right? It will be super interesting, dramatic, if eArena actually smash it away. Let's go.
But the odds to actually get triple chicken in a row, now that's a tall order, isn't it? Come on, MAC, Roy, and Vikings. These are the teams that will not disappoint us. you actually put up Claw and Boom.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I wish I could change Vikings to eArena now, just because, right?
Why not?
Yeah, just because.
God, that was so close, man. That was really close, extremely. If Zuxi didn't get knocked down to the back, things could have changed so much. So much.
Look at Boom. Well, at least they're like, okay, second chance for us. Let's do it again. But you know that for D Xavier, right? Levi's didn't fulfill his promise. He said that, okay, first Mirama, we done. And then not even at match point yet.
FaZe Clan too. It's so close. 2 more points. 3 more points. All they need is just shoot down 3 more players and they are probably going to be in the run for the Smash Rule as well. There will be such a turnaround event if FaZe Clan actually do that and they're going to get that chicken. That's going to be devastating for the teams on top. The top 2 teams that's been there the longest. It's been like, this is the 6th match. When they got that match point set during the 2nd match, it is just plenty of opportunities to not manage to do so. It's easier said than done. But we're going to take a peek and look whether this Mirama is going to be the it map.
I noticed that Jimmy OP is playing again for CelcomDigi Alliance, so welcome back to Jimmy OP. He thought that he's done with work. He thought like, okay, you know, substitution happened, we're done, I can go chill in my hotel. Nope. eArena says, not tonight.
I'm going to tell the producer beforehand, because I did my predictions that Team Tifu is up to 6 maps only. For the next 2 maps, can you put up the teams like eArena in there and then put up Boom and Claw? Just in case they didn't actually score the smash. We're just going to talk about how painful they have been for the entire day at least. Can we do that?
Yeah, I think I'll do the same as well. So yeah, please, Mr. Producer with our Japanese girlfriend, please. Help a player.
Hey, stop it. Oh. It's live broadcast that somebody's putting alive, man. But yeah, when we have this sort of like pub, are we going to end it up in the northern side? Because I do want to see the Oasis pub for once. Just, you know, might as well make it extremely trashy circle. Just for the sake of entertainment. At least Claw have more troubles to deal with now.
I don't know when we laugh now. Are we laughing for sympathy or
we're crying?
We're
crying inside, bro.
Just like how we will feel for Claw, especially Claw.
I'm canceling my date night.
There goes my satay night with myself.
Jeez. At least it's going to be Northern Circle. And the Oasis is actually inside of it. FaZe Clan. Oh, FaZe Clan. 2 more points. Come on, you can do it. But a bit of trade. Oh, they got 1 point. They got... Shopper is down. Oh, Shopper is not down. He's almost down. He managed to clutch 2 by himself.
Wow. Okay, not bad. But bad news for MEC. 16 and 15 is still 1 point, by the way. So just saying there. So MEC, they have to somehow claw back and win this. No pun intended. Amazal, mini 14. So difficult in the CQC. Going up against like what? M4, okay, SLR, but they had the better of him.
Okay, FaZe, now time for you to put out. You got enough points now.
Okay.
It don't really matter. It don't really matter now. If even they got a chicken now, it's like, nah, it's not going to be enough.
Yep. Unless if it's Smash now and then the Xavier overtakes them, then it's going to be a different conversation. It's a different conversation. But MEC 1 player left and it's Voki. Now again, just worrying for MEC. I mean, they've
It's
been
safe
involved
for
in a
them.
lot of early fights, and for the most time, they don't win.
Yeah, let me count. Oh, Brian's back in. And this time Real's actually staying out. Okay, interesting. We're looking at Tom and Brian gonna play both together this time. We'll get to see whether it's gonna be a different version of TODAK or it's gonna be the same. MEC 3 points if they ended up at the bottom again. Oh.
Yep. Welcome back,
Jimmy's back.
Jimmy OP. Yeah. So CelcomDigi Alliance, okay, how are they doing? 53 points, number 11. I mean, they will...
Are they okay?
Yeah, they will see the grand finals. But of course, fans of CelcomDigi Alliance would want them to do better. Whether they can reach match point at this round, unlikely unless it's insane performance. But yeah, CelcomDigi Alliance at this point, it's more about them just finding the best placement possible before a potential, you know what.
We're not going to even mention that.
Yeah, I'm done.
I'm bitter inside now. But for CelcomDigi Alliance, they secured 5 points last week, so that's more than enough for them to secure the placement. Including this week, they're doing A-okay. So I think they just cut back and relax and not to reveal too much for their grand final strat, which usually it's going to be different during the league stage. But I'm trying to count for MEC and even Roy. Now, where is Roy? Roy is not really up there either, so they might be wanting to... I think that's why Roy has been initiating those fights. They're really putting the effort to try to gain more points, but it just didn't turn out the way they want it to be.
Oh, that definitely didn't turn out what MEC wanted to be. Compete to Vampire Esports and they are out. But Crazy took out Sakura from eArena. Now you feel the pressure of teams looking for you when you're at match point.
Oh man, I don't know how to feel about this. But you know, it's doable even though it's true. I don't want to have hopes high up there. But FaZe Clan, yeah, just gonna go with the flow. But I do want to see how Claw gonna play this one out. I mean, it's either you get demotivated or really feels more aggressive because you're so... It's like so close. It's like, you know, that kind of feeling that you feel like you almost win it. Next try, probably gonna get it.
Yeah, it's like all the stars align, right? Like you swipe left, I think, and then in matches you had a good chat. You decide to meet up. Was a good date. Nice candlelight dinner. And then you hang out more. Just for the last moment, another guy comes in and be the third wheel, and everything just goes away.
Yeah, and all the money you spent. Yeah, that's how you went broke and lonely, just like Cloud. Exactly his experience, guys.
True story.
I'm sorry, we should supposed to be talking about the game, but DX. Yeah, DX, come on, deliver what you mentioned before. It's like what, extra 2 games now. They're not even the smash rule right at the top. Match point yet, not even there. Not 5 points. 5 points. They got 1 now.
I like how DX is like my ex, but can Leon actually do this one? Okay. Where are the members of CelcomDigi Alliance? Okay, nowhere to be found on the minimap, but that will mean that he needs to defend himself against these Xavier. 3 players on the ground floor. Nate after Nate by Leon. Okay, they reach to the second floor. It's going to be a CQC. He doesn't have a UMP, not the most touchable weapon. Instead, these Xavier, they have shotguns all around. Straightforward rush, straightforward flush, and Leon's out.
Yeah, they're finally showing up. I think Levi is expecting this game. They're gonna smash the next one, perhaps. I think it's a bit in the future before. Maybe this is what he was talking about before. But yeah, with MEC out, I don't know if they have another shot at changing about their scores, because if they ended up with a 1, totaled up probably around like 3 points only, and we do know 7-9 did had a 4 before. TODAK, it's all down onto TODAK really to change the flow for the overall rankings to get into the grand finals this time.
Yeah, and even if TODAK overtakes MEC, it's still basically the same 1 point. So they have to overtake at least MVK. Basically, they have to be at least 14, then you gain 2 points. If it's only number 15, then it's the same result basically. Okay,
That's
but we
boom.
check out the result of the circle. Claw has the circle, just saying.
eArena and Claw next to each other with Boom been taken out by FaZe Clan, who just got themselves the match point. It's going to be a 3v3, 3 for Boom and eArena. Now Claw and, I mean, this is going to get really personal if Claw versus eArena after the next couple of seconds.
I'm holding my breath right now for Boom.
I'm holding my breath for eArena and Claw.
Okay. We'll be looking at them, a lot of eyes at them, including the viewers, including the players, including their coaches, and everyone else as well. But we'll check back on them later. They're going to take the safe approach, long rotation in. But Vampire and CelcomDigi Alliance. Now, CelcomDigi Alliance only one player left after all that.
They're cutting across quite an aggressive battlefield down there with Vampires also trying to disengage. Look at Team Secret. I mean, Team Secret is the team that really having the toughest time to get into the match point. They've been trying the whole day, all around, and they stuck themselves at the 5th and 6th place and barely breach into the match point here. But Roy, as per usual, the most disruptive team that nobody likes at the time being.
Happen to disrupt eArena. Okay, time to crash in. Momon on one side of the building, now up against the 3 players, but okay, he fights back. Okay, he gets recon. Okay, 2 more to go. But Momo moves onto the outside, moves back onto the inside, and he's too low to tank on further. Moment out. Only 1 player left. That's 30k.
eArena and the triple chicken's not gonna happen anytime soon. But it's 30k we're talking about. At least he can hold his ground for slightly more longer with extra points. But Nate's only meted up at 30k's, and you can see how he chucked down a lot of damage out of there. Another one. They know exactly where he's at. Juke can see it through behind that minivan. He managed to hide himself in a very, very small corner next to that small shack. But Roy, I think Mango is going to go for the push. They're not wasting any more time here for Roy. It's quite out in the open and BTR is just next to them.
Okay, 30k holding his breath now. And imagine after all that, denying Claw, and now they'll potentially be one of the earlier ones to go out. Claw will be looking at the elimination fee. Is like, what this, brother? What this? What this?
eArena will be like, nailed it. So annoying.
I know, right? Claw will be like, so annoying. Like, what this, brother? What this?
Why? Why you do that?
And now they're
Why
out.
like this? But at least Claw got themselves a high ground. That's pretty good around the creative fields. But there's TODAK coming into the valley side. Talon is actually getting this center. Now we're looking at some teams that are taking the players, including CelcomDigi Alliance, that last player, and Boom is playing slightly slower this time too. They want to be it safe. But last time we saw they're coming out from the northern side. High chance, if they keep going north, they might actually collide with Claw.
Yep. Boom Esports, they changed their feng shui. Before this, they kept like, okay. Before this, they used the south route. This time, it's like, okay, we go all the way up north, and then we come back in. But speaking about north, TODAK and Roy from the north. Here we go. But TODAK says, nope.
Gunshots overhead. But the entire group seems to be very interested towards where BTR's at. Roy pulled over. Car. I'm not sure if they got any... I think they got some glimpse about BTR's position, so that's why they're being extra careful about approaching the other side of the street. But BTR, they're prepared and on siege. Try to take down a couple of Roy. They see the members lurking around, and Mango is being extra careful as well about his position, but they got shot from afar. I think that's going to be Talon from above.
Okay. More like warning shots. While Zeta defending his ground. Oh, Xavier, they want to try to climb up? Okay, not yet. Not really forcing it yet. They don't really know how many people are up here. But while all this is happening, I'd just like to shout out to Zinya, who is the brand ambassador for CelcomDigi Alliance, who's actually currently watching. Watashi wa Secloud-san, Zinya, Aishiteru. Wait.
Hajimemashite.
Oh, hajimemashite. Oh, sorry. Okay, thanks. Oh, my Japanese.
Only no tore wa doko desu ka? Doko? That's so important to go anywhere, okay? But we're back into the game, these Xaviers. Deliver what you promised us before. Get into the match point. I think it's no problem for them. They do have those high ground, but it's so slippery. We've seen AT just gave up and accept the fate where he jumps down. I don't want that's going to be the same case here.
Oh, but Yuri low ground. Gunned down by TODAK. Oh, but Chopper's on the other side. But from the back is Frenzy. And TODAK secures the 4 elimination points. They will leap up to number 14 now.
Too early to say that. Still shots fired to the side. I think that's going to be from the high ground. So high chance it's going to be either FaZe Clan or Claw from across the other side. But boom. They're going to play under the bridge for now. Lamborghini going to climb up to join in with the rest of the team to see a wider view up there. But the circle will push down, perhaps. I feel like that's going to be the case. Oh, yep, there you go. And we do have Vikings. Now, Vikings actually got a good spot themselves. The only thing that they have to worry about right now is going to be Team Secret because GK is just too close.
Oh, but boom, not in a good enough spot. They lose Octa to Paragen, who deny away that point. Okay. So Xavier, as of now, they are at 80 points. They're 2 points away. Okay, make that 81 points. Now they're 1 point away from match point, if they're still around. But we'll talk about that later because right now we shift over to a lot of teams in the middle. Two of them we can see on screen, Vampire and TALON.
Boom is still there, just beneath these Xaviers and seems to be engaging just now. They lost so many members down to 1 player. Claw. Oh, they're doing Claw again. Second attempt to smash it. I'm just going to say it out loud because I don't know whether it's going to happen or not at this point. But TALON, there's so many high grounds for the players, but they have to be aware about their utilities. We can see Yoru himself only got 3 hand grenades. If he have to climb down later on, the smokes, he barely got any.
Oh, Olio sees Papa Vin crouching across him. And Olio was all, oh, Papa Vin getting shot at from afar. Okay, is Olio able to steal that 1 point away? Yeah, Olio steals that one. Oh, wait. Not yet. Papa Vin. Yoru steals it.
TALON pushing the numbers. That was CelcomDigi Alliance last member, a bit disappointed. Will wipe the smirk off his face. He thought he can actually steal that one out, but been stolen away by so many eyes watching out. Claw finally making a move on the northern side, and they are tailing it hot against these Xaviers. I think they spotted out and heard those gunshots while BTR a bit busy against Roy. Claw repositioning just to go against these Xaviers. Oh, they open fire towards the vehicles. Boom. Yeah.
Yep. Went out boom to the Xavier. So now the Xavier is officially at match point, if they're still in. But Claw, here comes Claw. Okay. So Claw coming in. Okay, they want to get to the circle. So objectively, they need to clear off the Xavier if possible. They get 1, 3 more to go in front.
One step at a time for Claw. Now, that's definitely going to give away so much information, despite Lamborghini being finished off, but he will relay the information towards the rest of the team regarding exactly Red Face position. But that is actually wise coming up from Claw to fan out like that, because it means that there's only one person. They expect it's going to be a whole team inside of that tunnel just now, while Pepeng and the rest of Claw will try to capitalize over the northern side with the high grounds. But to go against Roy by themselves, BTR is on the other end. Last time they saw how BTR... there you go.
Okay. Red Face on the way. Okay, he might go in straight there. Okay, they do have the strategy. No, Red Face, not like this. Red Face, not like this.
No, silent for Claw again. Well, see you guys in the next map. But for TALON, come on, for the teams that want to go for the match point, let's go smash it for the next one. More the merrier, the better. Zaxi's still in there. He will try to revive his fallen teammate. They still have a 4, technically. But can he reach out to all the players in time? Because it's there's a lot of teams that seem to be focused on their side. Roy, last member, just, not going to have it enough. Mango is like, I'm going to keep it going.
Oh, okay. Don't worry. The GOAT is here, okay? Picked up Bobo. Next is going to be Red Face. They're going to be back as a 4, all right? Calm down, fans of Claw. Calm down. They're on their way. They're cooking right now, but never mind.
Davis. Oh, there's so much pressure on Claw's side. They're widespread as well. Suxy bleeding out. Claw managed to at least revive one of their team members. So at least it's not going down that early with 6 eliminations and back. Yeah. But VOIN Donkey, Vaxi just on top of everybody else. They're splitting apart for VOIN Donkey. Vaxi is the one going to take the sacrifice to be around the blue zone just for the sake of getting those points out and making it difficult for Claw and being that annoying thing that everybody just don't want to have. Yeah, that's Vaxi right now. But for Claw, at least they got themselves that cover. Zaxi got picked up by Pepang. They're going to reunite as a 3, but not much time on their side because BTR is pushing in.
And Claw, they might have to push BTR. Okay, now it's reset time for Claw, okay? They still have a little bit of time. But look at the high ground. There's another team joining in. Okay, that's TALON here. They might disrupt the Xavier. And that could be good news for Claw as they will be distracted. VOIN Donkey doing the same from afar, but that's Vaxi from this high ground. But he'll need to move in. He does have his teammates inside so he can join up. Not going to be a problem for him.
I personally like VOIN Donkeys. I really like their position here. Barely any teams can actually shoot them down with the covers they actually have. And with the terrain, kind of give a long distance for them to see who's entering in due to the high grounds. Despite they're having low ground, but it's actually a sweet spot. But TODAK, they're trying to go around this hill while Claw struggling himself against the blue. And it's an open space straight in the lines of sight of Nate here as well. And these Xavier still have 3 players alive. And they just receive their message. They're going to get the match point here. And they managed to shut down on Suxy first.
Oh, and it's Pepang left, and that is Claw. Ended their journey by both these Xavier. Oh, TALON and BTR, 3 teams actually ended their journey. Cancel your dates, ladies and gentlemen. The night is going to continue on.
I've cancelled mine since, 3 games ago. But the highest contender for this one, I'm waiting if Team Secret can reach out to its match point as well. If Team Secret can actually meet up for the next match as the Smasher, that would be really interesting. But nobody's coming up from the south set for Vikings. The circle favors more towards the northern side where we do have TALON. Vampires actually have the most comfortable, even though it's slightly low ground, but those covers will actually make a big impact for their plays as long as they got enough utilities to utilize in case a team will try to flush them out.
Okay, this is also where we'll start to see which of the teams will join in the match point. Okay, FaZe Clan, they have done enough. The Xavier obviously will be enough as well. Oh, wow, nice nade by Scraps onto 9. Okay, Tam, were you going for the save or not? But second Molly and 9 being burned down. He'll crawl towards Tam and he can still revive, so that's okay.
Come on, Olio. Come on, that's going to surprise you. But I think Olio is playing a bit safe because they've been surrounded by so many teams. The only ones coming up from south that have to cross the road, that's going to be Vikings. I mean, they don't really have to cross it that early. They just wait it out. They might actually can score a chicken out of this. If the circle happen to be pulling all the way down in stage number 7. All the teams are fighting for their spots on the northern side. Tony came in to take down on TODAK. Here comes the Vikings. Yep, they have this hill. They can take covers. All they need to do is just watch it and shoot it down.
And Olio is still in the game. He managed to score that elimination point. Now on the outside of the circle, we have the Vikings who need to fight their way in. Same goes for VOIN Donkey. Okay, in front of them, do have 2 players of Viking as well. No circle, okay. On the left side, that's Vampire Esports. Olio is on the inner side. So potentially VOIN Donkey might meet up with Vikings, but Xavier in trouble right now with Talon above them.
It's okay. They already got themselves a match point by now. All they need is a couple of extra points just in case things go, things not smashing by the end of the day. But for Nate T, he's still got a couple of nade. He's planning to toss it towards Achul. That Molotov will not reach to Nate T, but it's a bit overcooked and over-tossed on the side of Nate T with Blues coming in. I don't want to see Nate T jumping down again, but this might be another case for that if he's being forced to that corner. But for Vikings, VOIN Donkey, and we have Vampires on top of this. This is going to be an interesting matchup between all the teams around this corner.
Oh, Vexy now down, and he will be burned out back into the lobby by Break. Razak is alone here for VOIN Donkey. Okay, holding on for dear life, hoping for the Vikings not to push in. Okay, he moved, so they heard the footsteps. They know that he's inside. And here comes Dins and Break from the other side. Where is Razak gonna go? Okay, Razak gets one, but not able to secure the elimination point. And the point will not be given away to VOIN Donkey. MBKE reset back.
Back with 4 at that. I'm still hoping Team Secret can actually break this number. They're so close of getting that. I think they want to aim for the chicken dinner because that's going to be the most straightforward way to get into the match point. But for Vikings, it's more than just getting those match points. It don't really matter for them to get those match points or not. They need to end this run really strong. Tony K cooking up the nade against Tom. Now it's all about those angles. Here it comes.
Ooh, nade on the thumb. Okay. But because they know where he is, it's so hard for Tam. And now with the circle behind Tam, Vampire Esports can push. Okay, it's just a matter of time, I believe. Okay. Tam will need to hold his ground. Okay, here comes Vampire Esports. And Tam from the lower ground with the DBS. He gets one. Can he get a second one? The answer is going to be no. As Tony K will deny away that opportunity from Tam.
You have to quickly reset. A lot of teams are moving this way, including Vikings. They heard those gunshots. Tony K, he needs to pick up on Shrubs. Vikings, anytime they can actually pick over this side. And there's BTR. Last I saw, even CelcomDigi Alliance. And no, never mind. They've been taken down. We're down to only 5 teams here. Team Secret, slowly but surely, including that ranking points. If they score this chicken, they're also in the race for that smash roll.
Oh, okay. Behind Shrubs, 2 players. But okay, we'll check back on them later because right now, up north, BTR onto Talon. 1 nade sent across. And Drunko Federalis. Okay. Long range on the BTR Federalis. Now 3 active players left for BTR. They're going to save Federalis first. Snape is on it. While Talon's still holding their ground. But a bit of damage received by Talon. So many teams close by.
But wait, if BTR can score this chicken, they also can get into the race with a match point too. They already scored themselves 72 points right now. It's between Team Secret and BTR. And Team Secret, it's easier to get with those eliminations, but they're not willing to give away the position. For Talon, they might find Satar along the process, but will the rest of BTR back up Satar in case he needs the help? Yep, there you go.
Oh. It would be insane if BTR joins the fray because they were not in our conversation all this while. Okay, but they have to score the chicken dinner. If they score the chicken dinner, then that's it. Okay, but anyway, now they have to take this fight against Talon. Boicho gets Satar down onto the ground. Talon looking for the remaining members of BTR. 3 players still active. Nade lobbed across onto Boicho. Axel doing the scouting work. They're not able to land the nade on the Axel. They found Boicho, but Federalis down as well. Razy searching for his next target. And looks like BTR will win this one. There are 9 elimination points.
And the scores keep going up with top 14, but BTR didn't even have time to reset as Vampires marching in with 2 players. And here comes Team Secret. Oh, who wants the 4 points in the bag? But Tony K secured that 4 points just now with the help of GK. Team Secret managed to steal 1 out of the 4. And Tony K managed to get a knock, a big one. They even finished off Team Secret on top of that. Oh, Team Secret, this is going to hurt them a lot, but BTR will be enough for them to get into the race for the next one. But Vikings finally coming back as a 4. Vikings do have better number here.
Oh, Okay, they could be the team to score the chicken dinner. Now it's between the Vikings and Team Secret. It's going to be an all Vietnamese finale here, ladies and gentlemen, for this round. With the Vikings having the high ground, having the numbers, but Drugsen will say no together with Frankie to take down Superman.
Team Secret, they need this chicken to make sure they are qualified for the Smash Rule. If they fail to do so, a lot at stake here. They have to go for another round. But for Vikings, it's all about their ranking for end of this today. But GK, Frankie is a bit far, isn't he, to give that cover fire coming up from behind. But while the Blues will pressure Vikings to push forward, this is going to be an advantage for Team Secret to wait it out, especially with Frankie's position.
Oh, here's the nade by Tron. Okay, Tins takes a lot of damage. Nade lob across. Look at the damage on the Tins. Only 10% of health left. He needs to reset right now. His other team is going to need to buy a little bit more time. Another nade across. Tins healed up to 80%, so he's fine. He can tank that one out. But the nade's not stopping yet. Here comes Strong's nade, but Woodsy got drunk.
GK, Frankie's just so far. Wunti going for the flag to the side of Frankie. That's such a pivotal play for Team Secret. They can afford to have Frankie going down as well if they don't deal with Wunti. Well, GK holding the ground here. Frank is knocked down as well. GK versus the entire crew of Vikings. A 1v4 and the Vikings triumph. Back to the scores we go. Will be addition 2 more teams to get into the Smash Rule to advance to our 7th map of the day. Or will still be just gonna be 5.
And the Vikings, they want to stay away from the bottom with this chicken dinner. They will definitely move up. But how far will they be from the bottom, points-wise, that is? And how many teams, of course, the big question, will join in onto the match point after this? Surely FaZe Clan, surely Xavier, Team Secret, have they done enough overall? But you gotta give it to the Vikings. They really, really don't want to be at the bottom.
No, they need every point they can get because they don't want to get eliminated from the grand final spot here. They are very close of getting into it. But congratulations, we'll finally get to see them in the Super Weekend. Wunti have been playing so great alongside with Break. We see a lot of Superman CQC with that DBS. And Tins coming up from Vikings as well, coming with no eliminations, but he did so much cover fire for the team early before this. But nonetheless, I want to know whether BTR managed to make it through into the Smash Rule for the next one, or will we have only 2 addition team that's going to be FaZe Clan as well as Team Secret? Or is it enough for Team Secret as well? Because I feel like they needed 10 points just now and barely got enough eliminations. So we're going to have to wait until they up the scores officially across the screen later on. Well, before that, we're going to check out the highlights by the Vikings that finally get their hands onto the chicken dinner, because what top teams, they don't need those chicken because the bottom ones are fighting for their life too. And we predicted Vikings gonna get the chicken and we got it right. So Vikings, show us what you got for the next map and make sure we're gonna go all the way 8 maps. Might as well, right? Because we have 2 more maps, Miramar and Erangel to go. And after that, it's gonna be back to Erangel. Let's watch the highlight.
Well, top 4 teams. Welcome the Vikings. They will not go down without a fight, just like their name, the Vikings. Vampire Esports join us at the top 4 together with BTR and Team Secret. But, like what you mentioned, have they done enough to reach match point?
Yeah, don't discount BTR yet. I have a feeling they're either very close or really just into it. But Vikings, they always do this. They love the last minute show, and they've done it again. You remember how they squeezed it into the last in the Super Weekend in the last day of the league stage? That's how they made it in with that chicken dinner too.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, the last game scored the chicken dinner, and then they say hello to the Super Weekend. Maybe we'll go like 8 games, and then Vikings just score like all 3 chicken dinners or the last 2 chicken dinners. Yeah, might as well, right? Let's go all the way, Vikings.
You want to make it 9 maps now? Not enough with 8?
Hey, I thought we had
3
unlimited maps until somebody smashes.
Oh man, that's going to be a long day. My efforts will start in the morning then.
Yeah.
Whew, what a day, man, today. I mean, this claw going to hit this one hard. That one particular time close enough. And now we're talking about stamina of the players. Don't forget about that. When it comes to their mental strength, their body stamina, physically and mentally right now, everything's on the line.
Absolutely right. And plus, we will surely have more teams meeting match point. So it's going to be even tighter in the next round. And we're going to switch the maps. So they have to reset their mind on like, oh, okay, we're no longer playing Miramar. We're back to Erangel again after this. So new map, new set of teams that have made match point. So new strategies, but not new for Woonty. MVP this round, 5 eliminations and 604 damage. Welcome to the MVP stats.
47 damage received. Is this the lowest we actually get for this week? Or is there anybody? I think there's somebody who scored around 20-ish as well, right?
I think we even got a 0. Yeah, like total ninja.
That's beyond ninja. You got an invisibility cloak. I mean, they probably got it from Snape. If he's actually playing, that's from BTR. But yeah, speaking of BTR, we're going to give the highlight first to his side of Woonty. It's either him or Break, because they have been performing so much. And I love Woonty. He's actually trying to push a fight. He really go all in, did not even think twice. But it's all about the rest of the teammate, whether they can follow his tempo or not. This guy got a really good fast tempo in the game. But yeah, for BTR, now, they got themselves double digit. We're going to cross this one. We'll wait for the overall rankings. BTR, do you think they're going to put in Ryan and Snake side by side to play here for the next?
Okay. I think at this point, BTR can just put it in. I mean, obviously, if they want to. So I would like to see that as well. I believe that you've been calling out for the past week to see that duo put in and what kind of outcome they could bring. So why not? Let's do it, BTR. But now that we flip over to the next page, we have 4 teams with a 0. Boom Esports. Well, their slow move into the circle strategy up north, coming back in, still work out for them. GLU squad 0, eArena 0, but yeah. So didn't really
BTR. 2 more points.
Oh, BTR so close.
Vampires too. I mean, that's less than 10 points. But I still, like, BTR is just too close. If they actually score that chicken, they definitely qualify for the Smash Rule.
Yeah, BTR 3 Vampire. Yeah, it could have been. It could have been. It's so close now. Okay, but I also want to see Vikings, right? Okay, after that chicken dinner, they shoot up to 12th place. Okay, that's pretty sweet. So they stay away from 15, 16. Nobody wants to be there because it's the same amount of points anyway. And even though TODAK, they swap places with MEC, but still the final outcome will be the same. So they have to do a lot better. Here comes match 7. Back to the OG map of Erangel.
You know what's funny is that and this guy scored so many chickens. Like we can see, Boom got 3 before, but those chickens don't really matter when you need it the most right now.
It came at the wrong time.
I don't know, I'm crying or laughing right now. But okay, I want to talk something about the grand final slot, right? Because as we can see, MEC do have 1 point into it. If they ended up like at the bottom, it's going to be 3 points. TODAK, there's a chance they're going to not qualify into the grand finals at this state. We never know, because we have more contenders for Smash Rule right now. So they have one last shot to at least really get the numbers up for those eliminations here.
Okay, my logic is simple, right? So if TODAK ends up number 16 and our newcomers, GLU and Team Secret, which Team Secret is obviously doing very well. GLU is okay, somewhere in the middle. What was GLU's position again? I think they're like, what, 10 or so?
I think they're top 8. Or top 8, or was it?
Okay.
Or was it top 8, top
All right,
10?
so if they are top 8, then TODAK will be booted out. Because
who else joining in? Because we do know 2 teams will be booted out too.
Yeah, so TODAK is at the biggest risk now. Because 5 points. Because 5 points for GLU and TODAK only 2 points, assuming that it ends now. So yeah. So TODAK cannot be at 15-16. Cannot.
It's going to be MEC and TODAK, the riskiest right now. And don't forget about Roy too. Roy is among the bottom teams right now. Because we do know if they score another 2 for TODAK, that's pushing Sam9 all the way down after this. They're going to be at a tie.
Yeah, so the biggest suspects is still MEC and TODAK, no doubt. And that, okay, if MEC and TODAK both perform, Vikings continue to perform, and they are, say, roughly somewhere in the middle, then Sam9's in trouble. Yeah.
And Roy's not safe either. They got only 2 points. They are in the same spot as MEC. And they're next to each other. I think they're pretty close when it comes to overall rankings today as well. And if that's going to be the case, if both MEC and Roy scored a 4, there's going to be 3 teams tied up with a 4 point.
Now I want to break a news. So congratulations to Young Guys. They are champions of PMCL. They smashed it, and they'll be going to PMWC. Yes, they're done, and they started later from us. Just saying.
Oh, did they manage to smash it?
Yeah, they smashed it.
Which game?
Game 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, the game that we're supposed to smash before? Oh, well, guys, let's get back into Erangel. Smash it or not, don't really matter. We're down to the 7 games here and 2 more maps, including this one to go. Let's go.
I like how our cameraman had to end it with claw in the middle of the frame before we transition. Yeah, that's like a small reminder.
Oh yeah, that's the 5th map, the one that we almost finished as well.
Yeah.
But at least it's gonna be a fun.
Good work. Good job. Race.
I think it's Aban Sham. I hope it's Aban Sham. I'm going to say hello to Aban Sham if that's going to be the case. He's one of the coolest camera crew ever. But yeah, with this, a very even circle dividing the map into north and south part, it means we might actually getting a weird circle, because whenever the flight path is generous, let's just go somewhere weird. Can we?
How weird? Military base weird?
We had Ross already today. Kamishki, let's go.
Kameshki. Okay.
It's not like Zaki.
Well, I mean, if that happens, we're done, right? But
Yeah,
okay.
yes.
I'm just thinking about our Smash teams, right? So if it goes military base, then Claw is the only one there. So big advantage for them. eArena. Okay, not our Smash team. Okay, don't worry about them yet. Okay. On the right side at this circle. Who's there?
Oh,
now?
Medusa intersection. I feel
Oh,
like this is
who?
going to be a Medusa intersection repeat 2.0. High chance it will be. Or even School. There's still a possibility.
Oh, apologies. eArena, they are the Smash team. Okay, Boom now has the first circle. It rolls out. Regular.
Oh, but imagine, Cloud, if BTR and Vampires, they actually score like this, the match point. It'd be so interesting to watch. Half of the lobbies actually gunning for that Smash rule, though.
Yeah, then we'll have like exactly 50%. And if it doesn't still smash, I have nothing to say. Right. Boom. Desperate to smash it. They bring in the Zero who will turn them to hero.
You know, I'm thinking, if even... Oh, okay, we have it. Oh, finally! Onsens is in. I mean, the entire day, we don't see a lot of Onsens. Finally, he's in the 7th match.
So Papa Vin had enough of the Smash rule. He played the 2 rounds and he's like, oh, this is how Smash rule feels like. Okay, I'm done, guys. You guys take over.
Oh. A lot of players swap here, including for GLU. I think to sustain the players as a whole lineup, because it's going to be super exhausting if we go for another map here. And we've done it. We've done that before last season, where we had RQ Smash in the 8th map. That happened. And Chipeng is playing this time. We don't see him the entire day, and finally he's coming in. A lot of major swaps here when it comes to the extra 2 maps. But one thing, right, Cloud? Even if we have a half of the lobby to get the Smash rule going, I don't think we're still going to get the Smash rule activated, because it's going to be the bottom teams that are going to get those chicken.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's like maybe MEC, TODAK maybe, Roy again. I don't know. But you know what? If it does go to that, it's already at stage 8. So, I mean, it's already at map 8. So it's like, it's still the same amount of game. It's just a matter of who automatically moves up to number 1. That's all.
Yeah. But it will be devastating for the number 1 team to get pushed down in the last minute, because of the 6th place team like Team Secret actually get those Smash rule. And that's still going to hurt. And it's a big impact for the team at the very bottom when it comes to qualify or eligible for the Smash rule.
And BTR, they're so close. Must be kicking themselves that they are not eligible to match point yet.
But they still can smash it for the next one, though.
Yeah, which is game 8, right?
Yeah, but it still make a big difference, especially for Team Secret. If they can smash even this one, they are going from 0 to the max to hero straight away with 15 points. They're 100% secure, because right now, when it comes to the grand final points, they're having a 0. They didn't get in last week.
And if Vampire somehow, okay, they meet match point this round, and then they smash in next round, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, Vampire is back.
Again.
Complete
Them
2
again.
smashes. Yeah, and then everyone will forget about like, oh, Vampire, why they not performing and all that. It's like, that's all out the window.
This is a test of the endurance right now. And if they actually got it, why not? Why not? But don't forget, don't discredit and don't discount on VOIN Donkey too, because there's a huge gap between the 9th and 10th place. I think for GLU, CelcomDigi Alliance, MVKE, TALON, Roy, and TODAK, even MEC right now, it's all about finish better position and rankings overall, try to be in the middle pack. But for BTR, VP, and VOIN Donkey, they still can smash if we still have a next one. I don't know, but maybe.
Yeah, we have been doing the I don't know, maybe, what if, since like what, game 3? onwards. Yeah.
I'm gonna blame El Doggy for this. He keep bringing up about how many maps you think today. It's gonna be 2 maps. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go, guys.
It's him. It's him. It's him. Claw, if you want to find somebody to blame, it's El Doggy.
And you were right about GLU before. They are actually in 10th place. And they are actually divided between the top 9 teams at the bottom teams. That's going to be the margin that's quite wide open. And it's still quite a stretch for them to catch up. But GLU, well, if they finish at 10th place by today...
They're like the gatekeepers now, right? It's like you want to go up, you have to like overtake us as in GLU. That's interesting. And then we talk about like VOIN Donkey, who has a decent gap, but that's like 15 points. That's quite decent. It's quite big. But you know what? Okay. I'm putting out this theory, right? Now we are looking at this round. So far, no first blood. One of the reasons is because we have 6 teams at match point. So these 6 teams will play it like, I'm just going to avoid everything. I'll see you in the final circle.
You want to know why? Because there's another 6 or 7 teams that's dying to meet up for their points better. Because we haven't talked enough about GLU. If GLU ended up in 10th place as well by end of today, another team that scores a total of 4 points for the league rank points. That's make 4 teams tied up in the same spot for the top 16.
Wow. Okay, interesting point. Oh, there's so much math right now, right? I'm already like...
You can't math anymore.
Yeah, I can't math anymore. But if I want to simplify my math, TODAK MEC, no number 15, 16.
They have to get more. Yeah. Right now, I give you TLDR, 4 teams that might actually tied up at 4th place, at 16th spot with 4 points. Okay. That's going to be GLU, MAQNA Esports, or MEC. Sam9, of course. I think Vikings are doing okay. And probably Roy, if they got another 2 points this week. So there's plenty. That's so much.
4 team. Okay, if that happens, we're talking about a 4-team tiebreaker then. Wow.
There's a lot of tiebreakers to do at that point. Like you have to recount all their Super Weekend chicken dinner, placement points, then only elimination. And there's a high chance that might ended up a tight point at that, even though despite we have all the tiebreakers lined up.
Man, our referees are going to have an interesting time trying to calculate all that. Well, Xavier is having an interesting time now. Taking out Hui Guang. Okay, that's 1 player down, out in the open. It's just a matter of time before Xavier secures that elimination point. And Xavier, now that they are part of the match point team, they will surely change up the play style. But it looks like they're still kind of active though. Lamborghini is still going for it.
But they have to be extra careful. These are the top 6 teams we're talking about. Don't forget about the rest of the 10 teams that don't have anything else to lose, except for BTR, Vampire, VOIN, Donkey. They definitely want to go aggressive in this one to make sure they will get into the match point. And these 6 teams should be extra careful regarding all the others who are trying to wipe them out. But at least for FaZe Clan, they are fighting back. They might lose Gil in the process, but it's TODAK we're talking about. They can afford to go down early as well.
Oh, Nate, 2nd floor. Okay. Does it go down to Canary? They jump up. Frenzy. Shooting from one side. Oh, Brian with the nade on the other side as well. And now Frenzy with the Molly in hand. Molly into the building. Alright, nobody's home yet. TODAK, they're finding an entry. Finding a reason to push it, but Frenzy shot from one side. Where did those shots come from? Okay, TODAK now has to be extra careful with the amount of teams now closing in. Bam! Gets naded down by Canary, finishing off Brian in the process.
Wait, there's
and
one
look at
HP.
TODAK. Yeah, falling apart. FaZe Clan! All of a sudden, the comeback against TODAK.
That 1 HP lasted such a long time. But that was close enough. But TODAK, oh, is this it? will they be disqualified from Grand Final? But for FaZe Clan, there's no enough rest time for them yet. eArena, Claw, both taking out of FaZe Clan, who's also in the run for smashing this game. This is going to be the three teams that will try to finish things strong. But with them going against each other's throat, this open up so many opportunities for the bottom teams too.
Oh, okay. This is going to be super interesting. Claw and eArena in the same area. Claw, they want revenge. They're like,
and FaZe.
We're not your. We don't want you. We want eArena now.
Just to show up to Claw. Now things getting really personal between Claw and eArena right now, but I wouldn't mind FaZe Clan butting into this business as the rest of FaZe Clan down to 2 players. And nobody spotted out Makoris.
One with nature? Okay. Nobody knows because of that tree. That tree, that animation blocking him. Okay, and Claude is still like strictly. Okay, finally. Oh, okay.
Red Face, like, what you doing, buddy? But it's gonna be a Red Bull. So on the side of Red Bull, eArena, they're actually parting ways. They are disengaging. They don't want to go against Claw, who's fuming right now. And it's Red Face secures another point for the match point club. But well, if we go to its match number 8, then it matters. Right now, it's all about smashing it. But FaZe Clan, unfortunately, out for the smash run.
Yep, they haven't got themselves warmed up yet for the smash round. So they're out. eArena, heavy casualty, 2 players. Thanks to Claw. I'm sure Claw at the back of their mind is like, okay, even if we don't smash it, eArena cannot smash it.
True. I'm gonna bring you down with me. But don't forget the Xaviers and Team Secret. They're still in the game. That's gonna hurt Claw and Boom more if it's Team Secret or the Xaviers taking it, because they are from the bottom. They rise up out of nowhere just now. But I think eArena realized that was Claw. So they feel like things gonna get personal. They just disengage. But we do have CelcomDigi Alliance. Are they fired? They're pretty far to get into this smash point.
Yeah, they're pretty far, so they won't be able to smash it at all, I believe, unless 2 insane rounds. Nah, cannot. It's too far away for CelcomDigi Alliance. So the Vikings, same mission, is to just gain as much possible before it's smashed.
Looking forward for the next few circles. Right now we're heading into stage number 4 very soon. Blue Zone taking away a bit of HP from the Vikings players. CelcomDigi Alliance. Ooh, what a spray by Woomty. He just got himself with tins as well. There was a remarkable play as a duo. 1 gunman and 1 driver. That's perfect execution by Tins and also Woomty. But Claw, they are on the hunt. Look at how aggressive they're approaching towards this circle and fanning out as well, spreading and try to fight Talon head on. Now, I do want to see as Vampire is going to be walking to or driving towards this side, but Circle going to shift over to the uneven terrain, but it's an open space.
Okay. The Smash teams, Boom, eArena, Xavier in the circle. Claw, not really yet. They're almost there. But last we checked, there's another team in front of them. Okay, there you go. They spotted long range. That's from MAC. But on the other side, now we have Team Secret pushing it in. Okay, Team Secret, another Smash team now in the circle.
Oh, but this migration, this navigation is not the best right now. They're giving so much information, but they are making a U-turn going straight for BTR. BTR greeted them warmly. Federalist down and Snake as well. So time raise you. How would they respond to this? Well, wait a second. Team Secret, they did not trade anybody. And BTR, they failed to meet up the match point.
Wow. And Trusty only had like, what, 10% of health? Landed the final blow onto Razy. And now they can reset. Not as a photo. They lost 1 player in the process. But it's okay. They got in the circle.
Oh, and they managed to secure their position there without nearby contenders. As long as they won that one, they got Santa. That's the pitch that they want to be at. Nobody's gonna disrupt them from their hiding spot for now. But for Vikings, that's gonna be going against MEC. So it is gonna be the teams clawing their way out, pun intended. But MEC especially, they try to get out from their last spot because we mentioned about the tiebreaker before.
Yeah, so MEC, they still have to do the business. Still a full team, anything can happen. But I also want to point out, okay, since BTR eliminated with only one elimination point, they can no way smash it even if we go game 8.
Yep, that's their last chance just now. The next one is going to be Vampires.
Oh.
And Voin Donkey. Between these two teams. But Voin Donkey, the moment we mentioned, Claw is just on a hunt, fuming, running amok, possessed with their rage that did not secure that smash point in the 5th map just now. They're definitely coming back and really angry.
And they want to release it onto Voin Donkey and maybe even TALON. Okay, they have about 50 more seconds. Oh, okay, this is the replay earlier. Wow, what a crashing by Team Secret, and this one final blow by Transin. Man, that was crazy. Okay, reaction time. Okay, crazy.
Loss is cool though. Can't see this disappointment.
I worry more for the table.
Yeah. But Team Secret, that was slither of health. That was amazing. But Voin Donkey, will they be meeting the same fate as BTR here? They're not that far off. They're just 9 points away to get that much point in this one and can smash it for later. But if they being eliminated, yeah, but we're talking about Claw. They are venting out their anger towards Voin Donkey. And this is Voin Donkey meeting their demise. But there's TALON on the other end. He might be stolen away.
Okay. Who got the point? Okay, it's Claw. But anyway, the points don't really matter. As long as they can clear off teams in front of them. And now they're looking for the remaining members of Voin Donkey. They're clearing off well. Okay, nobody's in the smoke. Keeping just blind firing in case his hit marker activates. TALON on the other side though, they don't have to circle. TALON in a similar position with Claw. But Claw, they will try to push into the circle. This is survivability for Claw.
I think Zaxi kind of get the idea where Talons is because they toss the nade over towards the players of Voin Donkey just now. That's why he's being extra careful about approaching towards finish off Zeta with using a vehicle instead. But MEC, well, they like the waiting game. But the wait have to do something now. They need to get out from that trench 16th spot. It's not the base. It's not where they want to be. But Vikings spotted out CelcomDigi Alliance. They crash into it straight away on the ground.
Oh, and Jimmy OP looks like he's doing it for CelcomDigi Alliance. 1v2. Olio will be eliminated. Now it's really down to only Jimmy OP, the man who can do it against Vikings. Finding that angle with Astro K, very clutchable weapon. The remaining members of Vikings, one on the other side and one on the left side, and it's Jimmy OP clutching the Vikings, taking them out at number 13.
It's worth swapping him back in for Jimmy just now, but for GLU, here comes Boom! One last player! Boom?
Oh.
Boom.
Boom out.
Boom, boom, pow.
Okay. So now 4 teams left. 4 teams that could smash it. Boom missed another chance.
And not just that, even though we're gonna have eArena, it's doable for them to smash as long as they survive, Boom might get pushed down if eArena keep on gaining points because anytime they can take away for that second place by end of today. Next, Team Secret, I'm looking forward for Team Secret to actually smash this one coming up from behind. But they're gonna have to deal with GLU first. There's also eArena in there. GLU, eArena, Sakura's down. Oh boy, eArena, you block Law from getting that smash. And how are things playing on their end right now?
Oh, unless Moment can clutch this one, 1v2. Moment, finished up by GLU. Denied away the smash. Now only 3 teams can do it.
Are we getting there? Yoru avoided that nade coming out from Zerus. Trung is cooking in one as well. repositioning from the Talon side. GLU shooting towards this side, and Roy as well is focusing towards the side of Talon. They're going to overpick themselves. Team Secret, they got quite a very comfortable ditch down there and plenty of space to run and avoid from this explosion. And they fought their way in against BTR early on just now. Talon, they need to reset themselves, but the ones coming up from bottom is going to be D-Xaviers. D-Xaviers can still smash it though.
Yeah, and they have Parajin in the circle with the airdrop. And they can follow in. Okay, they are the only team that can smash it that's in the circle right now. Team Secret, they have to win this fight against Talon first before talking about getting into the circle. But at the same time, they have to be careful because Car from Roy is behind Team Secret. Talon will block Team Secret from approaching to the circle.
Oh, this is going to be tough. Here comes the name. What a team! Achul dropping on Team Secret. Trunks down to 1 HP, and that's going to be it. Team Secret, another one bites the dust, and it's left with 2 teams. Is it it, or is it not? We still have 8 teams remaining. 2 out of the 8 can smash. The other 6, all they want to do is just keep on going, especially Vampire and VOIN Donkey. They still can smash for the next one if they secure more points.
I'm interested to see how long Ka will be able to stay alive here. Okay, here comes Ka showing himself against Achul. Almost getting Achul, but he failed to get a knockdown Achul at least. And Boichi will follow up. That's going to be the final play of Roy. Only one place on point.
10 seconds. Remember when you asked that and what happened after? That was how long? The Xavier is now taking actions against GLU. Now we've seen today Parajin being playing such a high standard, high caliber play coming up from teams these Xaviers right now. I don't want to root for anybody because I'm probably going to get disappointed, but I'm looking forward for Claw. They are still raging with 5 eliminations. Same goes for Team Secret. They're both in the run to finish this map. But for VOIN Donkey, they're stuck in between MEC. They cannot afford to go down here.
Oh, but they just did. To the hands of D-Xavier. Oh, another side. Claw is now in the fight. They will clear off another team. And that is going to be the end of VOIN Donkey. Now we're in the top 4.
Vampires, they still not reached those numbers up yet to smash it here. 2 teams not getting the match point. Another 2 want to smash out. Talon still having a 4. Same goes for Claw. Claw, here comes Nate flying over on the side of D-Xavier. The smash teams are going to fight each other and cancel each other out. Can they actually do it? While the side of Talon and Vampires in the center, observing all this happening right across their eyes.
And Vampire is not having any part of this. They're allowing all the other teams to cancel out each other as the nades being rained down on both D-Xavier and Claw. But it's Yoru that gets a knock onto Red Face. And it's going to be Talon butting in as well. Parajin gets Achul. 3 teams fighting while Vampire is just observing.
Talon, Boychill, reloading. Achul's bleeding out. While the other 3 right now managed to get down on Claw. Claw got a 2-way war. They got that overcraft, but it won't last longer. Not viable for a long run. Here comes a nade. Redface managed to reset. Chipeng is still bleeding out. They're reaching out to Chipeng, but it's just an open space. They managed to pop the smoke. Trying to get over to Chipeng to revive him, but it's so difficult. But at least they're still inside of a circle. But stage 7 hits. Here comes the circle. Still got a bit of it, but Claw in trouble.
Ooh, Yoru still got the pixel shot. And it will blow up the hovercraft. And it's going to be Succeed now. Buying a little bit more time with that smoke so that they can reset again. Talon full team from the northern side. But they're also very, very close with Vampire.
Talon still have a full squad. They have those elevations. 1 player placed outside of a circle just to be the off angle to shoot and relay all information regarding what's happening inside. And that's going to be Boychill. He got so much information. He can see all 3 teams right now.
That's a good spot. But still, he needs to get into the circle. We're back onto the Xavier and Claw just next to each other. Again, Vampire Esports not really butting in yet. They're enjoying the circle together with their compound. But the closest team to them is going to be Talon. There is a chance that Talon might push Vampire Esports. They just need to get enough information with the right timing against Vampire Esports. Still staying chill in the compound while looking at D-Xavier.
They're waiting for the right timing. It's all about timing here. Achul giving the pressure on Claw. Vampire, I think they can actually see exactly where Talon is. They have the best position to see what's going on top of this hill. But based on the circle, we're heading over to stage 8. If it pulls downwards, then Vampire will be forced to get out. And the worst case scenario is going to be Claw.
Oh yeah, that means they need to pass by Vampire unless they can somehow find space on the left or on the right, but it's going to be rather difficult. Anyway, we know that decision in about 35 more seconds. Pretty much everyone's holding their ground. Xavier, one player, Levi's on the outer side trying to get an angle against Claw. He sees them, but he can't get a good clear line of sight.
Vampire is playing this very cheeky. Claw, here comes a nade flying over. It hit Chipang a bit. They cornered down. They still cannot even budge from the initial spot before this. They're stuck down there. There's no way for Claw to get up at all. Xavier is firing on them. Talon is watching. Vampire is observing too. The moment they try to pick out, just jiggling their way out. There's no way to do that.
And Vampire gets the circle. Together with this combat, it's going to be a fortress for them.
Oh my god.
Especially Xavier, no circle at all. And this Claw, they still have some amount of space. It's going to be the hardest here for Xavier in this round. All the nades now launched in. Nate preparing his own nade as well. Nate receives that damage. He has to back off to heal.
They built the bridge mode to cross over to a side of Xavier's to take them down. Now is the good time, but Nate is still resetting while they try to... they are passing their health utilities. They barely got enough. They're running dry with the resources. When it comes to bullets, we have to keep them observed as well. Claw and Xavier's are exchanging, and they go on one. It's Zaxi. Zaxi's on the ground. Here comes. They are responding back for Claw. But Vampires, do they sit this one out or do they take actions now?
Oh, they could be busy with Talon anytime soon. And here comes Xavier from the back. Rushing in, immediately getting hole. Levi's got down. Looks like Chipay will deny that one away. But here comes the rest of Xavier. Chipay will be taken out. And from the other side, looks like it is game number 8.
Yay! Vampires, they want to get those points. They're definitely going to hit the smash if they want to for the next one. But for Talon, it's a 3v3 between these two teams. Why, oh why? The Smash teams have to cancel each other out. But we'll leave that question for later. Talon, they managed to reset their 4th member back up their feet. And it's going to be them against Vampire. But the thing is, Vampire got the circle. They got the compound. They got every condition needed to win this chicken dinner.
Absolutely. Absolutely every condition. Now it's a matter of doing the business right now. Axel will push in, followed by Boy Chill. Okay, Achu is going to play the support role. Yoru is going to follow up next. While Achu observing the situation. Axel gets into the building. He sees his first target. He gets a knock. But Vampire Esports, they fire back. 3 active players. 1 player shrubs down. They get 2. Yoru down to the ground as well. Talon only 2 left.
Oh, Mela on the rooftop. All he needs to do is just blindly spray or just take the shotgun out. But he's jumping down, trying to help Straps, I assume. But it's going to be stage number 9 here. Time is not on their side. They have to really get out from W and be as center as possible. And that's what Talon is doing. Boy Chill's knocked down. Axel is there. Here comes a nade flying mid-air. Exploded. Straps. Acho's bleeding out as well. Down to only Axel. 2v1. Mela and Omzens. There's no way this can go wrong for Vampire. But never mind. 1v1. Vampire, can they close the game? They got every conditions right. Can they actually secure this one chicken where all the fans been waiting for? Oh boy. Axel still managed to corner himself to a point that he can get those covers.
Axel healing up. But Onzens, he found an angle. Okay, but Axel managed to heal up back to 80%. It's still a 1v1 between the two. They're dancing around. Axel right now, critical situation. Onzens, he needs to land his shots. Axel, still buying a little bit more time. It's going to be his next heal. Onzens goes up to the rooftop. Here comes the junction. Beautifully executed by Onzens. What a masterpiece to steal the chicken dinner for Vampire Esports.
Deny all you want, but what's on the screen is proven they need Omzen. such a different play with Onzens on the lineup. They scored their chicken, they get into the match point. They will be in that smash rule. And oh my, Vampires coming in from behind, waltzing their way in the last minute. And if they smash this one later, God, what a turning of tide for the #1 Super Weekend this week.
And if somehow, like what you said, Vampire... Okay, I just have to look at this masterpiece here. Ooh. Game sense, top-notch at its best. Vampire Esports. Undeniably, this lineup of Mela, Schwabs, Onsens, Tony K is the best lineup for Vampire Esports that needs to be retained in every round. With the chicken dinner, plus the amount of eliminations, they are now at match point. And like what you said, if they smash it, everybody will forget about how Vampire Esports performed throughout the entire week. Up, down, doesn't matter. Let's check the highlights.
Welcome to the Smash Rule, Vampires. Onzen is the equation that we've been waiting for. The only answer for Vampires. Downfall today and finally rising up the last minute. I really hope they smash it, but it don't really matter. We're still going to go into 8 games, but it will turn things around and Vampire can get themselves a complete full 15 points in week 2 as well as week 1.
I think roughly now half the lobby can smash the final round. Okay, we'll confirm that later because right now we're going to award Mela as the MVP for elimination 540 damage. But frankly speaking, if it's not based on stats, right? Onsens is the MVP. I mean, that move to go up to the rooftop, jump back down to the ground floor, that is absolute masterclass.
Yeah, that's a high caliber play. And that was really critical thinking all the way. But you have to give it to Mela still. He did so much damage early on for them to reach to that stage in the first place. Despite Vampires scored themselves that chicken dinner and even qualified themselves to smash this last game, these Aves, it's not the chicken that they want. They didn't get it. They got #1, but not the chicken.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you get the most points. Oh, you get the most eliminations. It doesn't matter. But you know the standard team is actually PTR. After that push by Team Secret, they were just like, what, 1-2 points away from meeting match point, and Now they just play like any regular team.
And then it's also sad for Team Secret. After they fought their way in towards the push against BTR, they ended up just like BTR did too. We're gonna go back to the rankings. Team Secret, the only team without a chicken on the top 6, of course. But oh man, BTR, they lost that shot to get that smash rule as well. Because if not, it's gonna be fun if they can make a Cinderella story to be at the 8th place and shoot up to number 1 in the very last minute. Now, Claw, congratulations for holding that number 1 spot the longest. But we gotta wait and see whether they can hold it by end of today.
One more game for Claw. I wonder, like, are they like sitting next to eArena? You know, they'll be like super
That'd be
fun.
fun to watch.
Like when they pass by each other, it's like, I wonder what the reaction is. But okay, that's like the first page conversation, right? Like second page conversation, we are still looking at MEC and TODAK. Now, the points are still close enough. If they can really perform, they can get out of 15-16.
They need to overtake Sem9's point by end of today. That's it. So Sem9 can get pushed down. But if they're not able to do so, they cannot get into the grand finals. Serious note, the teams that's really in jeopardy right now for the grand final slot, it's going to be TODAK and MEC. That's it. If they want to get into the grand finals, this is their last shot. Because they're lucky enough that just now that game did not get smashed. If it did, then definitely they are losing the slot for grand finals.
Yes, and Sem9 will be celebrating. But now, okay, imagine that you are Sem9. Your heart is like, smash, 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 smash. No, eArena, no. Yeah. They're basically rooting for the team that could smash before this. Now, it doesn't matter who smashes for Sem9. It's a matter of whether MEC and TODAK performs or not. Yeah.
So close. And the worst case scenario, the worst feeling could be, it's actually both teams, MEC and TODAK, because they both make it through the Super Weekend. And we always set the previous rule to make sure that you got into the grand finals is getting into the Super Weekend twice. Like, make sure you don't miss any Super Weekend. And they did not miss any. Right now, they might actually lose the spot for grand finals, completely losing it.
Yes. There is that risk now. There is that risk. You know what's going through my mind?
What?
Okay, the thing that's going through my mind is like the alternate universe of if in that round, Claw and Xavier didn't meet at the final four.
Oh.
Like maybe one's north, one is south, and then that's it. But the fact of the matter is that they both happen to be at the south. And then we get to see the masterclass from Onsets. Be positive.
But I'll be honest, even though they did not go against each other for Xavier's and Claw just now, you have to give it. Vampires did have a very strong condition to win. And they almost botched it the very last minute just now. I was glad that they're actually coming back because I can see the fans will be super disappointed if they couldn't get that CQC going.
Yep. One of the teams that is super disappointed. Well, not Xavier. They're okay. They're like coming back. Vampire, they're pretty happy, of course. Okay, they'll be pumped up for this one. We can see Tony K is in a smiley mood, of course. Now that they have the chance to make a super duper comeback. CelcomDigi Alliance, they'll be playing just for the best position possible in this round. And Jimmy OP will continue to play.
How many teams to smash this one? 7? 7 or 8?
17.
BTR, sorry.
Sorry, BTR. 2 points.
But hey, worst case scenario, nobody's smashing it. But who knows? This is the last game anyway. And one last shot for MEC and TODAK to change their fate, whether they can get into the grand finals. A lot at stake here. Not just the top team, the bottoms are fighting for survival as well. Let's head into the last Mirama of the Super Weekend.
You know what, too? We also have our own record. You know what's that?
We got 8 matches in a row for 2 seasons consecutively now.
I'll be a bit more specific. Every time Choo casts, we go all
Bro! I knew it! You're gonna go there!
like last week, I was casting with Contra for the Smash Sunday. We ended at 5 games. But, you know, last season we casted together when RRQ did it at game 8. Yeah. It's a Choo thing.
The constant value of that happening is me. So I'm probably gonna blame myself too at this point. And it has been a long week out since I casted this week.
Yeah. When Choo comes on board.
I think this game hates me now.
When Choo comes on board, we overtime.
I call Choo on a choo train because the train goes 8 maps. Come on. But at least this is a very different flight path, very vertical indeed. We don't see this the entire day until now. Maybe because it's the last map anyway.
Yep. I'm like, okay, do whatever, guys. Except for the Lost Leones ending, please.
I think you're the reason for this right now, no? You've been calling out all the teams about them getting those smash and they're not getting the smash. The moment you said it, it's not gonna happen and it's gonna get worse.
Yep, I take the blame. Because of that, you guys get this level of entertainment.
What's Monday? Monday is a holiday, right? You guys, I mean, we're PUBG Mobile community and PUBG Mobile passionate players and people out there. Mondays, you know, holiday for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. It might as well just, you know, right now in Malaysia it's 11, almost 11:15. So this is actually, if we ended up over 12 a.m., there's going to be another, I think last season we ended up almost over a day as well. So it's like 2 days to complete one super weekend day.
Yeah. I think we crossed the we crossed the clock as well at +8 GMT. Well, if you happen to be watching from Indonesia, that is +7 GMT. So to you, it's like, oh, it's still
11.
the same day. You know, it's it feels the same.
Now things not feeling the same for Claw, of course. Oh man.
Oh man. You just had to bring that up, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was 9:30 p.m. GMT +8 Malaysia time zone when that happened. When it was a 1v1. Claw versus eArena. eArena, look at them. What a pain.
You know what? For kicks, I'd like to see Claw actually smashing it this round, just for kicks.
No.
No?
I don't. And it's gonna be in the normal, like, you know, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And it's gonna be just according to this ranking. But FaZe the most bottom of the team that can smash it to actually climb up. But it will be a big flex for Vampire if they do another smash this one. Even though it's slightly later, it's still a flex because they got 2 weeks in a row for that smash rule.
True. But I think I like the FaZe narrative if they smash it. It's like, you guys, you know, cancel each other. Like, oh, Claw, eArena, oh, Vampire, oh, Masterclass. And then it's FaZe.
How bad Claw would be the saltiest of them all. They almost got close when eArena did that. And FaZe just smashed right in their face. Oh man, that's gonna hurt Claw so much. I don't know what's gonna happen during the grand finals. Things get personal, I guess, when it comes to the grand finals. That's gonna be very exciting to watch. If Claw really get things personal with eArena and FaZe, if that's gonna be the case, grand finals, they're gonna redeem that back up.
Yeah, and just for fun, right? Like when they rearrange the seating for the grand finals, just put Claw and eArena next to each other. Just for fun. That'll be nice, you know. And then you put Zaxi at the edge because he's normally the more vocal player.
Yeah, okay. Let me tell you one story.
Okay.
Out of the box.
Right.
I'm so scared this is gonna happen, but oh, secret. Okay. Suddenly, Roy actually scores the chicken.
Wow. Roy scored the chicken. That will put them somewhere maybe in the middle.
Yeah, then what's the point of getting the smash rule?
Yeah, then
For
everyone's
the
like,
entire day for the teams.
then it doesn't matter, you know. It's given to like Roy or maybe TODAK, maybe MEC, maybe Vikings.
Okay, I'm gonna do a favor for audience out there who just joined us, despite we've been rewind ourselves like a broken record by now. For those who still not clear about the Smash rule, Smash rule have 2 days going on. The first day was yesterday for the Super Weekend. So yesterday is the setting of the benchmark point where the number one team will, the highest point of amongst all 16 teams will set the benchmark. It's going to be plus 10 points. For example, why is the match point now is 82? Because I think it was Boom like yesterday. Boom got 72 points. So for the Smasher, it's going to be only 1 day Sunday. So we add another 10 point in there. Whoever get across or get more than the match point or exactly the match point after the first map, they are qualified to smash it. So the smash rule implies that whoever got over the match point, if they have to score chicken dinner, and they will automatically be pushed to number one spot and get themselves that 15 points for that Super Weekend and the entire day. But we still have in total in a day 8 maps for that to happen. It didn't happen.
Yep, because you choose casting.
Oh man.
Oh.
I was really looking forward. Is this going to be the shortest Super Weekend ever for once in my life, you know? Every single time. It's 8 match. Last season was RRQ that smashed it in the last minute, right? In the 8th match as well.
Yep. And he still went 8 matches.
Thanks for the reminder, buddy. Hey, if playing eArena for that, I mean, they managed to set themselves the match point, but it was against Claw who against the Smash rule. So that was 9:30 p.m. That was like what, 3 hours ago almost.
Yeah, you know, my favorite satay restaurant is still open. Now, it's hopeless.
Hey, if you're talking about satay, if you guys actually get to go to Indonesia and get that free ticket in the chat section where it's already pinned in the comment section chat, you guys should fly in Jakarta and try the satay padang. It's very different version of satay, and it's really, really good if you find the right place to eat it. Like, a lot of them are really good, but there's some that seems more exquisite than the others. But yeah, BTI is a bit salty. They're not getting the match point just now.
They're like, if we don't get it, nobody gets it. And that's Vampire. They lost Twerps to BTR.
Yeah. I'm sorry, we are losing our minds here. Me, at least, I'm losing my mind. I think you too. At this point, everyone does. Hey, Boom is taking some action. It's against Team Secret. Why do they love to fight against each other for these Smash teams?
Well, I guess now it's like, you know what? Nobody, well, you can still smash it. So this will be the side quest, right, for the teams that can't smash it. It's just to not let anyone smash it. That's a nice side quest. A flex.
Let's go, MEC, TODAK, and Roy. Go. Hey, don't forget Vikings too. But Vikings, I think they're pretty okay to get themselves the slot for the grand finals. I won't worry too much for them because last week I think they're doing pretty okay in the middle pack. They got 3 points in there. So, but if they get into 16th spot, there's another team to tie it up with, another 4.
Oh. But that will make a dramatic, like, post-game. I wouldn't mind that. Might as well, right? We're already at game 8. Just give us a 4-way tiebreaker. Let's go. Let's go.
Make it 6? Why
Yeah,
not?
make it 6. Let's go.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to... Oh, that goes the replay for Federalis. Federalis. But Vampires, I feel like they're being tamed down with this lobby this season. It has been a crazy, such aggression in this lobby when things really matter most. But I spotted out one of the comments. Might as well just entertain all of you guys out there. Player mood was also another factor. And I don't know if this caster can see our conversation. Big Salavine. I really want to hear... Absolutely. What are you talking about? Why do you think Claw was angry in the last game? What are you talking about?
And I just want to call you Mr. Salavin. I worry that if we mention the first name, you know, people might take it differently. So Mr. Salavin, yeah.
Bro, I didn't see it that way. Oh my god.
What?
I'm so sorry.
What?
Because I thought it's like adik. Adik as in little brother.
Oh, okay.
I
I mean,
I'm
that's
very
just me
innocent, by
at
the way.
game number 8. So
I'm
just
very
ignore me.
innocent. You're losing it. You're losing it.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a long week, brother.
Yes, I'm already hallucinating about my favorite burger stall closing. Sadly.
I'm hallucinating that there's a chicken floating in front of my eyes right now. Fried chicken would be nice.
Oh no.
Hot fried chicken, spicy ones.
Oh.
Spicy like Claw right now against BTR.
Oh.
Still not happy about their performance despite at 5th game. They need to find eArena. Let's go, Claw. Got it against eArena. Let's go, eArena.
Okay, if Claw wants to blame another team besides eArena, it's BTR. Because they were like the other team that stopped them from smashing it.
But sadly, Team Secret couldn't make the Cinderella story cloud with one player remaining, and that's just going to be it. It's going to be Boom. And Boom, they're showing up in the last minute here just to swap first and second place.
Oh, might as well. Let's go.
eArena! eArena wiped out by the Vikings and Talon as well, and going against eArena. Roy, what is going on that side? It's four-way war.
Well, at least for Claw, if they have any side quest that they're thinking of, okay, eArena is out. BTR could be next, but if I fire back, they get Boboku. Right, 3 more players of Claw. Now, right in front of Federalis is going to be Red Face. But this nade, ooh, okay, close one. Here comes Chipping as well, 2v1. Make that 3v1. They want to finish off Federalis. Oh, but Federalis, if I back, okay. But he will go down as well to the numbers. And here comes Snake showing up a Snake. Gets Red Face, but Zaxi is there. BTR out. So the 2 teams that stopped Claw from smashing it, both out.
We're back to the point of Mr. Salavin. You get it now? The mood of the player. They're beyond devastated. They're at the angry stage right now. That's Claw for you. But TODAK now, TODAK, they cannot afford to jeopardize this at all. Back to serious mode. TODAK and MEC, they cannot afford to have too early of a fight. And this is way too risky with Claw fuming right now. We just wish they back away, but maybe they can turn the things around.
Yeah, because Claw is still licking their wounds after the fight against BTR, so this could be an opportunity to TODAK to gain a couple of points. And Tom, okay, it's a tough angle though. And Claw, okay, there's still a thing around the corner. Okay, not like they have enough space to actually move away because TODAK right now is going to gatekeep them. Unless Chipping can come up with something miraculous, but Tom stayed on to Chipping. Now it's only Red Face left.
I mean, if TODAK or MEC scores this chicken dinner, there'll be plenty of team get pushed down as well. But Tom, he took the risk with Zaxi knocked down on top of him. There's nothing they can do for Claw. Redface have to confront this by himself. He's the last man standing. Where are the rest of TODAK? They need him. They need to save Tom. He is the national treasure for the team. Please don't.
I like how you get creative at game 8. Tom is the national treasure for the team. Same goes for Frenzy, the national treasure. The IGL for the team now out. But Nine will be there. Okay.
I think the players are hallucinating as well. It has been a long day. twice now. TODAK, they lost to Blue Zone, the invisible enemy. They couldn't secure Babuhu, they couldn't secure Red FaZe. That's 3 points down the drain. They only managed to score 1 out of Tom's endless effort just now.
And now DJ response, Roy. But I also want to point out the fact that the last time we were showing the circle, Boom Esports actually in the middle of the circle.
Who cares about the circle? Who cares? It's about whether the teams can smash it or they were completely taken out. Because right now we only have... The funny thing is all the Smash teams actually fighting against each other.
Yeah. And we already lose like what? Almost half of the Smash teams?
No, even Vampires too.
Okay. And in front of them is going to be GLU. Okay, that's going to be interesting. But they're going to stop somewhere halfway, not in the circle yet. GLU, they're going to take a better position, better stance in the circle, while Tony K with the high ground tries to gather the information. Okay, but GLU, they see another target in the name of MEC.
Exos. Talk about GLU ended up with a 0 last week. If they ended up in the top 10 here, then we only score 4. There's so many teams with 4 points when it comes to this Super Weekend. Adding up who will get into the grand finals, that's the issue here. GLU, they have to get more than 10 place. But to catch up to VOIN Donkey, that's such a huge gap.
76 points for VOIN Donkey. In fact, because BTR just got eliminated before, VOIN Donkey potentially can overtake BTR, so that's another narrative to look at.
That's kind of true. That will actually add extra points for their points later on, because we do know. I mean, it probably by end of today, if they ended up in the top 10, it's gonna be a-okay. They secured more than enough points to get into the grand finals, but definitely going to give them such an impact for the head start. But the Xavier, CelcomDigi Alliance, here comes Lamborghini. He's down to only 30%, and there's not enough manpower for him to deal CelcomDigi Alliance by himself. They managed to get the revive, but the shots come out from TALON all the way downtown across the other side of the street.
And CelcomDigi Alliance, okay, they need to pick up Leon's. They need to do it quick because Levi's now lobbing a nade across. Oh, this nade. Oh, lucky enough for them, there's a stone right in front. But here comes the blue. Moving on to stage 5. Maybe will be knocked down again. Oh, he actually came for Axel from the other side of the road.
Oh, TALON. But they're out from the circle. They're way close to the blue zone. But it's good for them to have a clear pathway in. Vampires, Roy. Now, this is really going to be comical if what I mentioned that Roy will secure this chicken is happening, because we are cancelling each other out for the top teams.
Yeah, the funny thing is... The funny thing right now is that most of the Smash teams have been eliminated. Only 3 more.
But FaZe. I mean, I wouldn't mind FaZe to actually smash it, but if Vampires can smash twice in 2 weeks, 2 weeks in a row, that's huge, man. That's really big. Let's
go Vampire. But they have to win this fight against CelcomDigi Alliance. Oh, Mela straight up to the high ground. He gets a Leo. Oh, Mela. Very low on health. Oh, okay. He still survives somehow. Wow, what a push by Mela. That was insane.
That was a clean one, and not even a second of hesitance in there. But GLUBLUG trying to do the same push just like how Mela did, but he prepared himself already with the shotgun. But GLUBLUG knows what's coming for him, and Mela can actually 10 steps ahead too. But GLUBLUG, how? He swapped from that nade straight to the shotgun within less than a second. That was a fast swap.
And because of that fast swap, there goes Vampire Esports. Now between FaZe Clan and Boom to smash it. And Boom is in the middle of the circle with the circle, obviously. FaZe Clan. I want to check out where
really smash. You know, the top 7 teams right now really smashing it. They're smashing with our brains right now. If Boom and FaZe is ousted too, I don't know what else to say.
Yep. And then by that time, it will be the conversation of like, what's the point of giving you guys match point?
GLU to catch up to the top 8. It's doable for them, but they have to score that chicken. Because when it comes to the elimination points, there's nothing in the bag for GLU yet. This is the team that didn't score anything, Cloud, last week.
Chu, look at this. TODAK only one player left. And they only have one elimination point. That's bad. Oh, CelcomDigi Alliance out. Eliminated by Yoru from TALON. 5 elimination points at number 10. So Vikings and Roy can catch up to CelcomDigi Alliance, but the more critical one is the final player of TODAK.
Yeah, they have to play for positions right now. And I have a hunch that Roy will actually score this chicken. I don't know why. And what? Vikings, Superman spotted out by... Who is it shooting them from afar? Is it TALON?
Okay, it could be because they're so close now. Okay, why don't we check out the circle? The final player of TODAK is out. 9 is out. TODAK out.
Is it certain that 100% are not getting into the grand finals?
They only have 2 points. GLU is doing okay. Team Secret obviously better. So they could be out.
But who else will be pushed down? Is it going to be MEC next? We're going to have to wait and see. Because MEC, if they end up here with a 16th spot, they have to go up to possibly take 13th place. I think 13th place is still viable. It's still doable for them. And it's possibly they can actually tie it up with Sem9, which had 4 points and still have 4 points and not playing today. But if not, MEC, if they're sharing the same fate as TODAK, that's going to be it. They're not going to see the grand finals as well.
Yeah. Gonna give some hope to MEC though. They have a full team. And we're at top 8 now. That means MEC is starting to collect placement points. Okay, but they obviously need more than just placement points. They need to overcome Roy and the Vikings. The bad news for them is that both Roy and Vikings, they not only have elimination points, but they have a full team.
All of them are having full team right now. Every single 8 teams here. It's about who's going down first. If FaZe actually smashed this last minute, oh man, Claw. But yeah, I want to see that to happen. I want the camera crew to pan it into those players too, but I'm just being mean right now. Vikings, Roy Mango taken there by Superman. Manzi is waiting for FaZe Clan. This is the team that we're talking about, but it's versus again MEC. MEC cannot afford to go down.
Oh, not at all, not at all. But they will be hoping for Roy to be eliminated and not gain more points right now. And Roy, only one more player left. Okay, behind. Okay, Car picks up Hui Guang. So they're back as a duo, but Juke in a bit of trouble.
I think he burned himself just now, no? There's a lot of blunder happening here today. I don't know what is going on. Team Secret did that, and majority of them having those blunders is going to be coming out from the Vietnam region. 3 teams today. Devon Paragin did that too early before, but FaZe Clan now. Menzies in trouble. And Superman, he needs to pick up Wunti. He needs this player so bad. But Roy against Talent spreading so wide. None Achul. What a discount day. 2 in 1. Why not?
Okay. More fights happening on the right side here. We have VOIN Donkey on screen. And FaZe Clan at the lower ground. Oh, FaZe Clan. 2 active players. We have Dewey on screen going up against GLU squad. FaZe Clan now in trouble. Okay, but he's picking up this thing. Okay, and it will operate across to Noel. It will not connect. True. MEC is out as well. Oh no.
Wait for a second. Wait. Oh, FaZe Clan is out too. Boom. Boom and Glue and VOIN Donkey. Now, if VOIN Donkey scores this chicken. Where is the chicken? Well, back to the side of Boom. They got the compound. They got quite a solid wall. And they are the only ones not into any fight. Well, GLU, we talked about them. VOIN Donkey will try to take them out. I think it's pretty much 100% secure. Our top 16 teams by now. I think Sem9 is celebrating.
Yeah, with the fact that TODAK and MEC is out number 15 and 16 respectively, which is pretty much the same outcome of 1 point. But the fight will continue on. Let's see, MBKE now butting into the business between VOIN Donkey and also the other team, which is GLU squad. Both teams not within the circle. Xbox circling around, but VOIN Donkey not letting him go easy this time. And both teams still on the outside of the circle. Now the zone is closing.
Worst case scenario, they're running out of their smoke to get into the circle after this, despite they're winning this fight. Blue zone coming in at stage number 7. This gonna hurt them plenty when it comes to HP deducted per second. Razak spraying over GLU. Hexa's in trouble. He's running low when it comes to his HP. And those picture shot will connect. Razak rising up. 7 elimination in the hands of VOIN Donkey right now. Here comes DBS with Zeta. He's going to switch it over to the hand grenade while we have Boom joining in as well from the back. VOIN Donkey decided to just run over GLU. They're going against... Oh, GLU, goodbye. Down to 3.
It had to come with a flying car, and here is Boom Esports. Look at the split they have right now. They have absolute control of the circle. They had a 2-2 split. They take down car. Okay, looking for the other remaining members of VOIN Donkey now. Boom Esports. Control the circle. VOIN Donkey, 3 active players, but they will return as a 4 soon.
Boom to smash it. I don't really smashing it. I still consider it as a smash if they win this chicken. But they're still going to take the number 1 spot if they win this chicken. Regardless of that, Boom. Can they finish as number 1 as they start to put up the benchmark in the first place since yesterday? But Zeta is down. Boom, yummy. He got multiple MVPs for today, and they do have those elevation. They are advantaged, and with Boom dominate over the circle, here comes the rush.
And VOIN Donkey now 3 players against a full squad of Boom Esports. Zero cooking up his name. Okay, tossing on to Razak. Razak! Lots of damage onto him. He has to heal up right now, 10% of health, but the counter enable coming from the other side. Vex will knock down Zero.
Bleeding out, but at least on the side of Boom, they still have 3 players. VOIN Donkey, they still have 3 technically, but 1 is in very unhealthy state. Yummy. Here comes the toss towards Razak, but ooh, what a lucky rock that is for Vexy. But Yummy, he wants to push towards the right Razak, but he managed to reset. Yummy's on the ground, leaving Boom down to 2. Practically and technically still 4, but bleeding out. The players can't do anything for now. Razak and Potato leading the charge towards side of Pombit.
And here's Razak, very close to Pombit. He sees Pombit right in front for the UMP. But he's not shooting yet. Okay, oh, they got Pombit. Oh, wait. Pombit naded himself. What happened, Pombit? Pombit naded himself and now leaving only Mastery alone.
Pombit denied the point for whatever reason it is. Only he knows. But on side of Vexy, Yummy will also get finished off. Mastery. Can he be the real master here? Or still, okay. Bullets running low. Very low for Mastery.
And Mastery does have a mini 14. Okay, he keeps his distance. Alright. But when it goes to stage 9, okay, we'll talk about stage 9 soon because right now they're going to push on to Mastery. 1 player is going to play the support role. There's going to be Potato, the IGL. Here comes Razak. Vexy is going to follow up next. And here is going to be the 1v1 between Razak and Mastery. Mastery 50% of health. Razak, M4, switches to UMP. And Vexy with a nade into the building. And VOIN Donkey will deny away the smash. Nobody smashes it in week 2.
What smash rule? What match point? We don't need it. Because we got VOIN Donkey to close our game, our 8 games today. And here comes a bomb face coming up from the players of VOIN Donkey. Boom. Close enough. But when it comes to the overalls, the gap between Boom and Claw wasn't that much. So they might actually swap places in the very last minute. And that's going to be 3 points of difference between the first and second place. But on the side of the slots getting into the grand finals, I think it's pretty straightforward by now.
Yep, it could be pretty straightforward. Of course, we will allow our officials to make it official. But this was a fight that at some point I thought that, okay, boom, okay, just look at this. That's Boo-Boo, not Boo-Boo, who? Boo-Boo, 5 on mid there. because if you want to say that, oh, he wants to deny away the point, but there's still mastery on the other side, so at most it's a knock, and the point still goes to Point Donkey anyway. Speaking about points, Point Donkey 13 eliminations.
Yeah, we have a quite high kill volume when it comes to the last map here. Zeta, Razak, Faxi, and Potato. I mean, VOIN Donkey being quiet, so quiet when it comes to the Super Weekend yesterday and today. Finally showing up in the last minute. But we do know this is only the beginning, because right now it's all about the grand finals. Make sure you guys got your ticket in the comment pin section, and we're gonna rewatch the 13 eliminations VOIN Donkey one last time.
And now the grand finale for the week 2 Super Weekend. VOIN Donkey scores the final chicken dinner. Nobody smashed it. And that's a new record for PMSL Southeast Asia. Before this, there was at least somebody who smashed it, but this time, nobody. Instead, it's VOIN Donkey scoring the chicken dinner, followed by Boom, Roy, and MVKE as our top 4 teams. And it's nice to see Roy and MVKE from behind still putting in a good performance.
Yep. And when it comes to travel distance, look at that number, Claire. VOIN Donkey has been going all around that map compared to all the other 3 teams. That's a huge difference of number when it comes to the travel distance.
Yeah, that's like what? 57? Wow, they basically traveled the whole map. Well, not really though, but you get what I mean. MVP, however, the final MVP for week number 2 is going to be Razak here. 5 eliminations, 722 damage. And they're the ones that deny away the smash from Boom Esports. But that makes me wonder, right? Even though without the smash, did Boom do enough to overtake Claw?
I think possibly it did. Because Claw got eliminated quite early and it wasn't up to 20 points of gap. And Boom secure 14 because the last time we saw Claw was in hundreds. 100 plus like 11 or something. But yeah, I mean, Boom, even if they smashed it, they're not really smashing it because they're going to get into number 1 spot anyway. The irony of the smash room for Boom though. But still, it's a good phase. We can finally see VOIN Donkey to be up there. But Team Secret, at least. Now, Team Secret, one of the teams that I wish they actually got the first Super Weekend. Because with what they showcased, with this week's performance, man, they're going to be great in Grand Finals.
Yeah, definitely one of the teams to watch, right? Team Secret. Could potentially make a big comeback here in the Grand Finals next week. And surely they will secure the slot there. Okay. Now,
oh, they didn't.
Oh, they didn't. Okay. So you know what? At the end of the day, it's still Claw number 1. Might as well eArena gave it.
Hey, but VOIN Donkey jumped doubled. They're starting off just now at 8th place. But with that, Chicken just now, 1 point shy between them and eArena, who Claw. Yeah, but yeah, it actually scored them at 4th place. That actually make a huge impact for their overall point during the grand finals there.
Wow, I can't wait to see like the official like 1 to 24 coming up next. But now that we stop over to page number 2, rather sad for TODAK and MEC. They have been like rooted down there the entire day, not able to come out at all. And well, we're waiting for officials, right? But unofficially, they could be out.
And the only team with the chicken dinner on second page is going to be Viking. It just shows how inconsistent it is when you are on second page and you still get that chicken. But for the Xaviers, in between Paragen and Levi, it's so hard to see him under the spotlight with Paragen, and Lamborghini always takes the MVP spot. But this time it's a nice face to see once more. Levi is back up here for a daily MVP in this Super Weekend, week number 2.
And fun fact, somebody from Vietnam actually told me that she has a crush on Levi's. You know, if you're somehow watching this broadcast. Okay, here comes, right? So, first half, top 12 teams, no problem. We're going to see them next. But we still have to congratulate Vampire Esports, still able to hold on to that number 1. So they will gain maximum starting points in the grand finals.
Yep. And 1 point difference between Boom and the... Oh, this is it. Oh, that was so close. MEC. It's what I worry about them. If MEC can score 1 more point, it'll be a tiebreaker between them. Look at that force. Roy, GLW, Sam 9. If MEC just slightly score higher, there's going to be another team that scored another 4. And that's going to be a hellish calculation for all our marshals and our league ops out there.
Yeah, and... well, I guess we'll never know now who will win the tiebreaker if you have a 4-way tiebreaker. So we have to congratulate Sam9, who actually set out on week number 2. They barely made it. Number 16. And we will see them again in the grand finals. And here are your qualified grand finalists.
Congratulations to all top 16 teams. We're going to see them again in next week, where it's going to be 3 days long of grand finals. Sam9, GLW, Roy, Team Secret, BTR, MVKE, Alter Ego, CelcomDigi Alliance, VOIN, Donkey ID, TALON, FaZe Clan, Xaviers, eArena, and next to it, it's going to be Claw, Boom, and as well as the Vampires. Now I'm waiting what kind of drama, maybe I would say it, when it comes to the grand final. Some teams will want to take revenge.
Yeah. Let's check out the interview. Let's go.
Hello, PUBG Mobile people. Today, 8 games, the maximum limit being played for the Smash rule. What a long day, what a competition between 16 teams, and on the top, right now, Close Slayers getting not the last winner chicken dinner, but the total point is on there. And join with me right now, Bagas or Zuxi from Close Slayers, and also Jangs as the translator. First of all, capek nggak guys? How tired are you today?
Ya, gimana pertamanya, capek nggak?
Capek sih, di game sisa 2 game terakhir gue udah nggak bisa mikir, jadi main aja.
Yeah, of course I feel very tired. I mean, for the last 2 games, I cannot think too much. I mean, my brain is already stuck, so we just play like normal.
Who had a long day, 8 games. Even Zaxi or Bagas say that it's really tiring for the total matches today. Congratulations again on winning the Smash rules, but by points default, like I said earlier. 8 full games. This was a very long games for you all. Are you feeling more happy or more tired right now?
Ya, pertama sekali ya selamat atas menjadi juara Super Weekend 2 ini dengan default lah. Berarti nggak pakai Smash Rule. Pertama ya perasaannya gimana? Adakah senang atau emang benar-benar udah capek aja pengen tidur?
Senangnya masih biasa aja karena masih ada grand final dan masih haus untuk bermain lagi.
Yeah, of course, I felt very happy, but not that happy is because we still have a grand final, and yeah, we still are thirsty to lift up the trophy.
All right, next week, grand final, 3 days. Be prepared. Now that you've secured a spot in the grand finals, what are your goals and expectation in the grand final?
Ya, sekarang kamu udah lolos ke babak final. Apakah yang mau dicapai dan ya gimana perasaannya, apa yang bakal lakuin lah di grand final nanti?
Targetnya cuma satu, insya Allah juara.
Ya, the target only one. In God's will, we're gonna be the champion.
Let's go! Right now, is there any team or player you have your eyes on that you can't wait to face in the finals?
Oke, ada nggak player yang di mata kamu yang ataupun tim lah yang di mata kamu yang kamu pengen banget ketemu di final nanti?
Roy, musuh bebuyutan kita.
Yeah, I wanna say to Roy, yeah, it's our enemy.
All right. It's kind of interesting coming from you, Zuxi. Let's talk about celebration and lives about balance too. How do you plan to celebrate this today's victory?
Ya, dengan kemenangan hari ini, gimana caranya kamu mau selebrasi lah sama teman-teman kamu?
Paling kita ya makan bareng dan juga berdoa dan bersyukur. Dan juga kita nggak boleh terlalu lama happy. Yang terpenting persiapan untuk grand final.
Yeah, maybe what we gonna do to celebrate tonight, basically we just gonna eat together, have a bonding time together, we gonna pray, and of course, first and foremost, we need to prepare for the grand final because there are still grand finals that we need to focus on.
Several days later, but today is the night for close players. What would you like to say to invite the fans to come and cheer you at the grand final from 20th to 22nd June at Basket Hall GBK Jakarta?
Oke, jadi bisa sampaikan kepada fans-fans yang di rumah untuk apa yang mau dikatakan lah untuk datang ke GBK nanti di grand final.
Untuk teman-teman, mari kita pecahkan di Basket Hall Senayan tanggal 20 sampai 22 Juni. Nanti di sana pasti bakal seru banget.
Yeah, to the all fans out there, let's go come to the GBK Grand Basketball Hall Senayan from 20 to 23rd June, and yeah, let's show to the world what Indonesia made of.
Let's go. Lastly, Zuxi, this is actually coming from myself because 2 years ago we met at Turkey at the PMGC Grand Final. You said that you want to take the world level trophy, which is PMGC next year. It has not happened, but today, this is the new start because it's the road to EWC, which there will be PUBG Mobile World Cup. Do you have any words for that?
Oke, jadi ini pertanyaan dari Eldogi sendiri karena kemarin di Turki sempat ada kejadian yang kamu ngomong kamu bakal sabet piala global lah di world stage dan sekarang juga meskipun kamu belum dapat lagi piala itu tapi ini adalah kualifikasi buat ke World Cup EWC. Ya, ada sedikit tanggapan soal itu?
Pada waktu itu gue ngomong itu ada di samping gue itu Boboho dan kebetulan dia menjadi rekan satu tim gue, menjadi keluarga gue juga dan bersama teman-teman gue yang lain Red Face, Cipeng dan Pepeng. Dan semoga kita sebagai Cloud Slayers bisa mengangkat trofi di PMSL dan juga di EWC nanti.
Yeah, in that particular moment, basically when I said that word, Bobo is next to me as enemies. But then right now he is my family, he is my teammate. Same goes to Redface, Pepeng and Cipeng. And I hope that we can get this trophy, get this PMSL trophy and qualify to the EWC and lift the EWC trophy together.
Love it! Again, Close Slayers as the family. Thank you so much, Zuxi. Thank you so much, Chunks, for the interview. And congratulations again for Close Slayers. And don't forget, next week, the grand final is offline. You guys can come and watch all the players you want to support. So that way, that's the end of the day. And we are going back to the casters. Good night, everyone.
I was kind of hoping that he says eArena, but he said Roy. So, I wonder what happened between them and Roy.
Yeah, we're gonna ready up for match number 9.
Oh, yep. Let's go.
But I'm kind of worried if they actually lift the PMWC trophy though, because I feel like Zoxy did mention once with me one-to-one talk that he will not stop until he lifts that trophy. I don't want him to retire yet, like his twin, because I feel like he's still got a lot to offer.
Well, he clearly has a lot to offer. We can see based on the performance. So, We can expect more from Zaxi and Claw Slayers later in the grand finals. That will happen next Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Friday until Sunday. Make sure you book your calendars. You definitely don't want to miss out on this one because only the top 3 will move on.
That's true. It's going to be on 20th of June next week until the 22nd. Now, if you cannot join at the offline, I hope you guys actually got your free ticket because we'll be offering it the entire day. Once you got that free ticket, find yourself, if you can find any free flight ticket, do tell us too. So we want to go join in if we can, but we cannot leave the desk. That's going to be the case. But yeah, next week grand finals is going to be a lot going on. There's a lot of revenge. I hope there's a revenge story on top of that, especially for Claw when it comes to the last minute eArena thingy. But yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. And unfortunately, MEC and as well as TODAK didn't make it through, but they did try. Hopefully they can come back stronger next season as well.
Yes, thank you so much to TODAK and MEC for playing together with us this season. And we hope to see them again next season, stronger, like what you two said. But teams will need to be stronger for the grand finals. We will be wrapping up the show after 2 weeks. We're going to take a few extra days break, ladies and gentlemen. When we're back, it's going to be the grand finals next Friday. My name is CelcomDigi, together with the amazing Juju. We'll be closing up the show right now. See you again next Friday. Bye-bye.